Peter Thiel is talking about the Antichrist. He gave lectures on it. Tickets cost like $200. The media clipped out the part where he said that Greta Thunberg might be a legionnaire of the Antichrist, and then they all just basically said, wow, look at Peter Thiel being weird again. I wonder if they had to replace the boy whose blood they have pumped into his body, and so his internal chemistry got zonked out for a little bit. And then they kind of just moved on. The media treated Peter Thiel's obsession with the apocalypse as just another little quirk of his. Thiel, to them, has all these odd, disconnected idiosyncrasies that give occasion for incredulous news reports and perhaps snarky posts. This is just the new one, added to the list with seasteading, Rene Girard, vampiricism, harping on and on about technological stagnation. But I don't think that these are actually strictly individual quirks, idiosyncrasies. Sure, Peter Thiel is a weird person who takes things to weird places, but each of those things on that list, they're peculiar versions of things that are widespread. He's a particular person, but these aren't very particular urges or ideas. And they aren't disconnected. Seasteading, the quest to live forever, referencing intellectually indexterous French theorists, they're all part of a bundle. They're connected, they reinforce each other, and they come from the same source. It's something that imperils all of us. Of course, I want to just blame capitalism for poisoning all of our minds, bodies, and souls, but I think it's at least one step more complicated than that. It's more like we have these ugly habits of mind and soul that capitalism sprang out of, and then capitalism just makes those worse. Capitalism is a poison, yes, but it's a poison distilled from things inside of us. Thiel is an ultra-capitalist, but in his exaggeration, he shows us what's in store for all of us. He isn't an aberration. He's a prediction. Peter Thiel is a warning. Peter Thiel's been going on for a long time about technical stagnation. The last 50 years, we've had advances in computers and now smartphones, but not much else. The world that people foresaw in the 50s and 60s hasn't come to pass. Jet planes fly at the same speed today as they did in 1967. Roads and cars, maybe they've undergone aesthetic changes, but we still get around in basically the same way that we did when LBJ was president. Some houses are bigger and styles are different, but we haven't substantively changed the way that we live. It's all summed up in his motto. We were promised flying cars. What we got was 140 characters. And Peter Thiel blames the culture. It's this thing that conservatives and libertarians do. And I'm going to call Peter Thiel a libertarian. I don't like that word. I don't like how we use it. I don't think it's a good description of what they are. American libertarians are this odd breed of libertarian where they oppose liberation. And there are other types of libertarian that are cool. Libertarian socialists are people who understand, some of the few people who understand that one of the biggest obstacles between us and socialism is big government. But libertarian, the way that we use it, it's just how people use it in America. It might be confusing if I call Peter Thiel something else. He calls himself a libertarian. So I will bite the bullet and just call him a libertarian. But it's this thing that conservatives and libertarians do, where cultures only exist in proximity to the economy when they want to blame the failures of an economy on a culture. To them, the economy is this freestanding thing with its own laws that can be modeled with formulas that look like things you'd be taught in physics class. The economy is this independent, naturally occurring thing. Supply and demand are like laws of the universe. To them, it's as if capitalism wasn't created, it was discovered. We just had to remove the shackles of feudalistic and pre-feudalistic mistakes, and then capitalism was, to use a word that they like, unleashed. Capitalism is its own pure thing, unless an economy is sluggish. It's only when they want to say that an economy is being held back by a culture that they'll acknowledge that an economy is embedded in a culture. We can't explain the outcomes of black people in America and why they lag behind white people, so it's got to be a problem with black culture. Laziness, criminality, welfare dependency, all of that stuff. For Peter Thiel, there's something like this going on with the relative stagnation of technological development. It can be blamed on risk aversion, a decadence in our culture where we lost our sense of definite purpose and definite goals, all at once. In his book 0 to 1, Thiel has this Punnett square matching optimism versus pessimism and definition versus indefinition. America in the 50s and the post-war boom was both definite and optimistic. But since the 70s or 80s, while we've remained optimistic, we've become indefinite. China is definite but pessimistic. Europe is indefinite and pessimistic. Just like the whole continent. China is definite and pessimistic, just as one. There's all a whole culture. There's just one abiding vibe for the whole place. And what happened to America is you just spontaneously started having bad vibes in 1971. TV and movies started to be anti-science. The Simpsons vilify nuclear power. We've been doomed ever since. But I mean, if any of that is remotely true, if your future can be defeated by Butterfinger spokes cartoons, how robust was your future to begin with? Sometimes Thiel will talk about diversity initiatives obstructing progress. And again, if your future could be destroyed by HR departments. But there is an explanation for why American innovation petered out that doesn't have recourse to such incredibly unrigorous cultural stereotypes. The post-war boom happened at a time when Western Europe was destroyed by World War II. But then we pumped a lot of money back into Western Europe to stave off communism, and quickly we started to lose our competitive advantage and our trade surplus went away. Add to that a jump in government spending in the 60s for things like the Vietnam War and the ensuing inflation, and quickly the Bretton Woods monetary system became unworkable. So Nixon got rid of the Bretton Woods Agreement in 1971. I chose that number earlier for a reason. The 1950s have been a time of pretty tight economic controls and outright centralized planning. The early Silicon Valley entrepreneurs that Peter Thiel always shouts out, they were military industry guys. But with the end of Bretton Woods, international economic controls were dissolved. Individual countries were free to, say, deregulate their financial sectors, allowing new financial instruments to be invented. So now finance is where the money is. Peter Thiel once wondered why rocket scientists went from inventing rockets in the 50s to applying for jobs as quants in the 90s, and it's because the government neoliberalized the financial sector. When Peter Thiel, the libertarian who rails against government bureaucracy, is complaining about the move from science and technology to derivatives and futures trading, he's lamenting the end of economic controls and centralized planning. He's lamenting the effects of what happens when the government gets out of the way of business people. And I think that's neat. I like that. That's cool. And giving an explanation based on the actual political economy and not esoteric cultural shifts could lead Peter Thiel to a real plan for how to change things. It's not, we just need to get more racist and sexist again, or we just need Rick and Morty to teach people about the importance of tech research. But no, I mean, obviously he's just going to keep watching this flounder, waiting semi-helplessly as things just get worse. He's been talking about this for 15 years at least, and he's still just talking about it. He is, very reasonably, not that impressed by the prospects of AI. He said that it could result in like a 1% increase in our GDP every year, which is hardly like all that consequential. It's certainly nothing like the radical transformation of our entire physical environment that he's been so impatient for. And you know, like, what else is there? Thiel has said, quote, stagnation leads directly to apocalypse. Things aren't improving, economic growth halts, so people's standards of living aren't getting better over time anymore.
I wanted to air this because I got sent this and I saw this and I watched most of it. I didn't see it all this morning. It's like 30 minutes long, but I watched part of it. And the guy's saying he's criticizing me because you do that, you don't get banned by the algorithm. And he's just one surfer coming on the waves we created. So he pretty much gets it. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name, Extra Chill Goblin. We always like goblin jokes. I don't know why. I made goblin jokes years ago that became super viral, so whatever. Yeah. I'll air that. So here's Extra Chill Goblin, and then Harrison Smith takes over. Here it is. Extra Chill Goblin. He pretty much gets it dirty. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. Extra chill goblin vomit, slop, and blood. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's got a goblin guide charging into a goblin's nest. I don't want to see him kissing goblins. I just don't want to catch him in bed with a goblin. Literal empire belly goblins are hobbling around coming after us. Extra chill goblin.
Extra chill goblin. You're watching the latest episode, and let me tell you, gang, there's a war on for your mind. You're being lied to. Wake up, goblams. You just took the chill pill. We have the evil empire on the run, and we're on the march. We're marching after them. They're running away. We should probably speed up, because marching sounds slower than running. I don't know. They'll take a break at some point. Tortoise in the hairstyle. What you're about to hear is true. Okay, I feel like the music going off. What you're about to hear is true. The names have not been changed to protect the guilty. You're listening to the voice of Goblin Resistance, Extra Chill Goblin, and this time I'm continuing the music while I introduce the stream. It's Sunday, August 23rd, 8:44 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I'm broadcasting to you from an undisclosed location deep behind enemy lines in the heart of the Imperial Core. You can follow me here at Extra Chill Goblin. Follow my main channel, my Twitter, most importantly, my Patreon at Chill Goblin, sometimes with an underscore. You'll figure it out. You can get 20% off a Means TV subscription with my code Chill Goblin, all one word. And what are you doing? Why don't you go join the Gob Core? Join the Chill Goblin Discord with the link in the description. The program I use for organizing notes is called Obsidian. What's up, gang? We're here. That's a whole new vibe. I'm trying out. Music going with the, slapping blood cookout. Hell yeah. W music. Thank you, Big Jerry. Big Jerry always here to let us know when things are a W. Turns out the music was a W. Nice. Very cool. Maybe we can take an Uber? What do you mean? Uber where? To the undisclosed location, deep within the heart of the Imperial Core, behind enemy lines. We have the evil empire on the march. Run. One of those. Drama. Yeah, we got a drama stream coming up. Yeah, we got a little bit of a drama stream. I do gotta, listen, we gotta pay some bills. It can't be all about, oh, here's a helpful thing. Maybe this will help you guys learn a little bit about, I don't know, AI stuff. Oh, well, isn't Jeffrey Epstein kind of cool? No. Sometimes we gotta do the stuff that people click on, which is, oh, this content creator said something weird. What the heck?
That sounds exactly like something a demon would say.
Oh, let me raise that up. That's my other new drop.
That sounds exactly like something a demon would say.
My friend Big Nick, that sounds exactly like something a demon would say. I feel like, I don't know, I'm a little worried about that one because I feel like there's so many times I could probably play that. But what are you going to do, gang? We are here. We're ready to do the thing. Look at this professional broadcaster, gobcaster, I almost said, which would be good. Would be a cool thing. Leonard Nimoy didn't die. He went to his home planet. Yes, as seen in The Simpsons Season 2, Marge versus the Monorail, written by Conan O'Brien. What are you talking about? I see FDR on top of a ton of presidents' lists. And, I get he was a World War II president and a social democrat, but I feel like Lincoln freeing the slaves is just so much more important. Yeah, fair, very fair. That's very fair. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yo, FDR, a problematic fave, to say the least. Instead of marching, we can take an Uber. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, no, I like that idea. Goose that algo, baby. Yeah, we're going to goose it. It's going to get goosed. It's going to be boiled like a Christmas goose, all right? The algorithm, I guess. I don't know. Is that what I'm saying? I feel like Lincoln going soft on the South post-war was a massive failure. Yeah, that's true. Hey, nobody's nerfed. Hey, Lincoln wasn't fully against slavery. He was just like, a house divided cannot stand. What do we want to do about it, folks? Listen, I could go with as long as we keep the House from getting divided up against itself. Maybe the North should also do slavery. What about that? I don't know. I'm open to the idea. I don't know if that's what he said. Listen, I don't know that much about Civil War history, okay? I'm Canadian, all right? I'm not Shane Gillis over here. But yeah, it does seem, no, I do agree with people could have done a better job of coming after them. Maybe one of the content creators you destroy will become the next Jeffrey Epstein if you weren't here to annihilate them. That's true. I'm doing good. I'm helping the earth. Nature is healing. Drama alert. What? Huh? Oh yeah, FDR. Yeah. You know, we got the Japanese internment camps that happened under FDR. Yeah, he's okay. Yeah, he gave us the minimum wage and Social Security and stuff, and basically like was probably the best economically, probably the best American president. Like, that's probably true. But like I said, a bit of a problematic fave. You can't really look at any U.S. president and be like, they're perfect, they're so good. They are all war criminals who, you know, were the laws of the, you know, Nuremberg Code or whatever applied to them. Every one of them would be executed at The Hague. What do you call? Yeah, the Nuremberg Code, is that what it's called? Anyway, 13th Amendment is probably the single most important bill ever passed in American history, other than like the Constitution. Yeah, I think that's very fair. Very fair to say. Oh, you're simulating Bernie Goldsmith's flesh as we speak. Nice. Yeah. Okay. Listen, gang. I know. Okay. We had a comment here earlier. Who is Flesh Simulator? Honestly, I totally get that. This is not a guy that I'm gonna bring up in polite company. I know that this is my particular corner of the internet. People tend to know who this guy is, but even there, you know, you got people watching this stream who don't know who Flesh Simulator is. That's great. I actually love that you don't know who Flesh Simulator is, Robert, because it means that you found me not through my drama content, which is nice. I have a lot of people find me through my Flesh Simulator videos, and honestly, like we've talked about his kind of chud turn. He's a chud. I think it's fair to say. I don't know if he was a self-described chud, but you know, I think. I'm not telling any tales at a school when I say the guy, to me, comes off racist. He fits my personal definition of racist. Tweets, he's a white guy, tweets the N-word all the time. That's I would say a red flag, to say the least. I also have seen him go off quite a bit about race and IQ, you know, doing weird Rhodesia what do you call it? Historical revisionism? I don't know. Doing like lost cause shit for Rhodesia, which I think is pretty disgusting as well. But honestly, I'm not even here to get into any of that. That isn't what this time the drama is all about. So we are going to watch this video. It's so long. I'm going to have to skip through like quite a bit of it. Because like I've gone over like a lot of the last few Flesh Simulator videos ever since I kind of discovered that it seemed to be a trick to get a lot of views without doing a lot of work. And so I'll go over this one because often I find when I watch these videos, he's so in his own world, right? With the people who argue with him on Twitter. And a lot of times he's like, and you know, there's a guy, Solid J said this, but didn't you know that blah, blah, blah. And he's just talking about these, you know, Twitter accounts with like 400 followers. I have no idea who he's talking about. And I just am so confused. But this video, I have to say, I do actually know most of the people he brings up in this video. So I think I will actually be more helpful than I normally am to understand what he's talking about here. And this one is, you know, it's not a lot of his recent videos we've gone over are pretty directly related to the, drama he's been experiencing. This one is at least ostensibly about something different. It's called Falcon in Flames. Falcon in Flames. Bernie Goldsmith's suicide trolling and the death of Richard Kayanka. That's nuts, actually, having the word suicide on the thumbnail, because they do check the thumbnail. So, but it's interesting. He does have it bleeped out in the title. So I don't know. I don't really. YouTube. Who knows how YouTube works? Certainly not me. Certainly not Flesh Simulator. I mean, Flesh Simulator's done very well with YouTube, but still, I don't think he quite gets how it works either. But okay, let's, yeah, so you all remember the Liquid J affair, right? Mm-hmm. And again, gang, I gotta say, I know how Flesh Simulator feels about me looking over his videos on stream.
There is another Chill Goblin hit piece.
I'm not looking at this as making a hit piece, honestly. I want to watch this video in good faith. Do people still say that? I want to watch it in good faith. I want to be like, here's what I find interesting. Here's what I agree with. Here's what I disagree with. Here's something I think maybe he could have mentioned. And like, I think I'll be able to flesh it out a little bit. Because if you watch this video and were confused, like I usually am when I watch a Flesh Simulator video, I think I can maybe help this one out a little bit. So very intense title, Falcon in Flames. And I also, hey, full disclosure here. I do know this guy, Bernie Goldsmith, aka Falcon Refinance. He's watched the stream before. He's been in the chat. He has walked where you walk now. Whether you're in the chat or the whatever, if you're watching this later, the clip version. But okay, let's just get into it.
By systematically
Whoa, okay, my left ear heard that one. Okay, let's start from the beginning. All right, ready? Let's do it.
Hello. This is a video about a man who helped kill somebody. Not with a gun, not with a knife, not with a drone strike or a car bomb or a lapel mic filled with petin, but with a keyboard and a phone and 20 years of practice learning exactly how much pressure to apply to a person who's already drowning before they stop coming back up. His name is Bernard Robert Goldsmith. He runs an account called UAE Falconry and Finance. He went by Martin Random online. He used to be a lawyer. He lives in Davis, California, and he has, in writing, outlined his plan to use his personal relationship with a sitting judge to have me imprisoned under false pretenses for supposedly making terroristic threats, because I started asking questions about him and about his past. This is also a story about Aubrey Cottle, better known as Curtainer, a man who has spent 20 years building a reputation.
Yeah. Should I explain who these guys are right now? Honestly, the Curtainer one barely matters. But yeah, you guys get it.
As a countercultural hero, while running operations that, depending on who you ask, either caught predators or protected them. These men know each other. They've collaborated, and they have collectively left a trail of dead and broken people behind them. I am going to tell you about that trail. As with everything I do, all claims made in this video are either directly sourced and cited, or clearly flagged as my opinion. I've been extremely careful about this for reasons that will become obvious shortly. The people I am discussing have a demonstrated pattern of using defamation law as a weapon. I am not going to hand them that weapon. Let's begin. Actually, before I do that though, I need to explain the concept of quote-unquote suicide trolling. And the best way to do that is to just read you this article from the Best Point Internet Institute. In military applications, simple
I'm gonna pause it here. This part goes on way too long. Also, I don't know if it comes through on the stream. You guys tell me. This part, Flesh forgot to like record this properly. It's all like you know what do you call it? It's like in one ear. It's like stereo. He didn't convert it to mono or whatever. And, you really got to, in Premiere, you got to kind of fill right with left, fill left with right, merge the things, whatever you want to do. But like, I've made this mistake before myself, but this is like probably like a 5-minute section of him just reading the definition of suicide trolling off of this website. And it's all in one ear. You guys hear that?
Limits. When regular trolling is not enough to silence witnesses, whistleblowers, and personal.
Now, I don't really feel the need to read this long, rambling definition of suicide trolling. I feel like a pretty simple concept. Basically, suicide trolling is what really, particularly, I would say, deranged internet trolls will try to do to somebody, where they kind of torment them with the goal of pushing them towards committing suicide. This is like a thing. I mean, trolling, mass, targeted group harassment has been a thing on the internet for a long time. I recall early versions of it on 4chan. I recall, I can think of many examples, but it feels disrespectful to kind of bring up these people who are pushed to this place. I think during Gamergate, it really exploded onto the wider web. I'm not talking about suicide trolling necessarily, but just like intense targeted group harassment, which is, I would say this is one of the worst things that the internet has led to. And I think a lot of people kind of like to, hand wave away all of Flesh Simulator's complaints about this particular thing, targeted group harassments, or they're like, come on, dude, it's not that bad. Oh, cancel culture doesn't exist. I disagree with that. I think this is actually quite bad. And I think the way that it was done during Gamergate, where they would find usually female video games journalists or something like that, like your Anita Sarkeesian or, Zoe Quinn, whatever, and just get waves of hundreds or thousands of people to send them like hate, rape threats, death threats, anything in between, or even lesser than those things. Like, it's a huge volume of shit. And it's very difficult to go through. It's psychologically terrorizing people. It's really, really horrible. And I think that technique, if you study it, somebody should do a study on this, because I really feel like after Gamergate, that technique of targeted group harassment at the time was like a right-wing thing, and then it sort of, the left kind of came in and was like, oh, is that how we can fuck with people online? Great, let's do that too. And a lot of cancellations follow a very similar playbook. Suicide trolling is like the most, I don't know, I would say like intentionally evil version of this thing, where you are targeting someone who is on the edge, who is like not doing well, and pushing them as close as you can towards killing themselves. Pretty fucked up. Anyway, I guess my explanation of suicide trolling also was really long. Didn't need it to be that long. But he reads on this whole fucking thing. Oh, it's really bad. Oh, it's quite awful. And I think it's actually, what is it? Like actually 5 minutes of this thing? It's still going, damn. Okay. So he finally, 8 minutes into the video, he gets to this page, which is, I think, what he was trying to get to, where the website he's quoting from has a list of suicide trolling victims. And the very top of the list is Richard Low-Tax Kayanka. Kayanka? Actually, not sure how you say his name. Trolled to death by furries and Bernie Goldsmith. Now, okay, as you can see from like the thumbnail of the video said, the man who killed Low-Tax, right? Was that what it said? Or did he change the title? I think actually, yeah, no, the thumbnails. No, wait, I'm confused. Didn't that used to be the Falcon and Flames? Huh. Wow. Okay, so he's changed it. He changed it. Because before, I remember the title of it used to be, The Man Who Killed Low-Tax. But this one, Bernie Goldsmith, Suicide Trolling, and the Death of Richard Kayanka. Okay, he's changed it a little bit. He's dialed it back. Because when I originally saw this thing, God, there's so much I need to talk about here. First of all, I want to, before we get into who Low-Tax is, because I think probably a lot of people don't know, but I just want to talk about the website that he's quoting from here, because like it's from the Best Point Institute. Best Point, what is it? Military Institute, which I tried to find before the stream and it's gone, but I had it from earlier. So this is a archive page, the Best Point Internet Institute. This is not like a Wikipedia. This is not a wiki or something like that. I mean, I guess it kind of is, but it's made by one guy, and it's all about internet, OPSEC, and whatever, information security, hacking methods, stuff like that. And it's made by one guy who has kind of like a interest in this particular thing and wanted to make a, what do you call it? I don't know, a database of helpful things. The Best Point Internet Institute, for kids who can't troll good and want to learn how to do other things good too. So it's not like, I mean, it's an interesting site for sure. I clicked around it a little bit. I found some interesting things on here, but I wouldn't call it like an extremely reliable source. But it does say, I think the reason he wanted to quote it was because on this site, it credits Bernie Goldsmith with the death of Low-Tax. Now, I think that's a pretty bold claim. Falcon Folds Finance in the chat right now. What's up, Bernie Goldsmith? I've done literally nothing to this man, but he's made me the center of his conspiracy theory. Best Point Institute is just Captain Cornflake, another guy who's stalking me and accusing me of weirdo stuff. Okay, all right. So we're gonna get both sides of the argument here. Okay, so Mr. Finance, thank you for joining us. I have I know about low tax. I've heard about him a lot. Actually, maybe now is a good time to go over him. I've never heard that like Bernie Goldsmith had anything to do with his death. I don't know what's up with that. But at first, I was sort of thinking to myself, oh, like, well, okay, so first of all, okay, who is low tax, right? So if you guys know the website Something Awful, basically responsible, it's a website. I mean, I don't want to like over impress how important this website is, but I mean, I do consider it basically responsible for most of the good things about the internet and the bad things about the internet. Like, it's so important for internet culture. It's literally where memes were invented, like memes as a concept, like image macros. They eventually banned them on Something Awful, and they moved over to 4chan. A lot of things went that route. Something Awful to 4chan, good and bad. I was never really a Something Awful goon, which is what they would call like the people who hung out there and used the forums and stuff. But I used to at least, check out the website. And I read a few of Low Tax's articles. I remember thinking he was funny. He was like a comedian, I think is what he branded himself as. But he was like the guy who created Something Awful. He's like the main guy behind it. He had like these like sarcastic blog posts. I also feel like a lot of the kind of snarky tone of the internet comes from him personally. Like his personality and his writing style, you see replicated like everywhere. Which is crazy because he didn't really get as much of the credit for it as he could have, I think. And his story is kind of tragic. Let's Plays invented there too. Come on, Chill Goblin. We all know you're a gooner. Yeah. No, that's different. There's Something Awful goon and a gooner. I'm saying I was a Something Awful goon. I never denied the gooner allegations. But I think that he's a sort of tragic figure as well. Abusive guy. Seems like if I had to look at his life, he got very rich and famous, relatively early in life, like in his early 20s or even teen years. He started this website and was making lots of money and was like suddenly had a lot of women interested in him. He, flew around. He had fancy cars and stuff like that. And, he ended up in a lot of relationships that didn't work out. I think there were 3 women who accused him of domestic abuse. Let me see if I can pull up a photo of this guy so you guys can get an idea of who I'm talking about as I discuss him. Yeah, here he is. Low Tax. Yeah, here he is towards the end of his life. But yeah, here's, I guess, when he was younger. Founder of Something Awful. Anyway, yeah, he had it seemed like he had like a physical abuse thing where he would kind of hit women he was with. I don't know. That seems to be the case. When he committed suicide, he had lost everything. He had lost custody of his kids. He had lost his house, his car, his website. Something Awful had just sold. And, he seemed like I found this video. Where was it? Yeah. Mad at the Internet. This guy's kind of a chud, but he does some good, what do you call it? Retrospectives. This is like an old Discord logs with Low Tax where he talks about like his suicidal thoughts. Oh, I'm going to do this. Like it seems like this is kind of something that he dealt with. But I mostly wanted to share this one. This is from the Something Awful forums. This is from Lady Ambien, who was, I think, his 3rd wife. I'm not 100% sure. But she posted this. I think this was, the day he died or the day after? The day after he committed suicide. And she sort of said, I've been sitting for hours debating whether I should disclose this. I feel like something I need to get off my chest. The day he ended his life, I should stop saying the algorithm unfriendly word so much. I'll try to avoid it because I've already said it like 100 times this stream, but I'll try to make this a little bit more algorithm friendly. The day that she found out he had ended his life was the same day that she won her like divorce settlement. Yesterday, I received a divorce ruling that would help me and my daughter, also Lotax's daughter, stay in our home in Canada and allow me to provide a good life for her, as well as pay back numerous debts that had accrued during the past 2 years when I was receiving $350 a month in child support. In the divorce ruling, the judge found that Lotax had willfully spent down the marital fund, confirmed his treatment of me was domestic violence, and put together a plan to pay for the attorney fees, etc. He would still retain custody settled on previously in mediation. He was due to get our daughter for Christmas. An hour later, I was contacted by my attorney, who informed me that Rich had unalived himself earlier in the morning. So there it is. His other ex and I got to tell our children that their father died without saying goodbye to them, or that he loved them, or, to my knowledge, left a note for them. Anyway, now, like I said, a tragic story. Like, honestly, really not a story that makes me feel good about, being a human at all. It's just an awful, awful thing. I don't think you can blame his death on trolls. There were a lot of people trolling him. A lot of people hated this guy. I am sure. I mean, I don't know, Falcon Refinance. Maybe you can confirm or deny this. I don't know. I didn't see the old forums where you posted about him. But were you trolling him? Were you part of the people who were like, he was getting trolled for years. People were pissed at him. It was like people trolling like Elon Musk for, well, that's not a good example, but I was going to say Elon Musk for how much Twitter sucks now, because something awful was getting worse and worse, and he wasn't doing the things that he promised he would do, and all of it. Like, oh, the demographic of something awful changed a bunch of times, and people were like, oh, you suck, man, you suck. Like, I mean, I wasn't really on something awful forums that much, but I was on other forums at the same time. I was on Albino Black Sheep. I was on whatever. Like, I was on all kinds of places, and it was just like a common thing. You hate the mods, you hate the whatever, you complain about them. Although I will say with Lotax, it seemed like there's a lot more hatred than normal. You weren't on the forums at that time and learned about this situation third hand. I've never had contact with the guy. Interesting. Okay. Oh, yeah. MLYP. Yes, that is a good channel, right? They did a couple videos about how Lotax banning hentai led to Trump or something like that. Is that right? MLYP? Anyway, now, sorry, this is like a little bit of, I don't know what to call it, just like incredibly online history here that is not super necessary for people to know. But like, yeah, when I saw his original thumbnail, Flesh Simulator, and it said, the man who killed Lotax, I was kind of like, you mean Lotax? Like, what do you mean? The man who killed Lotax? And it's such a bold claim. This is an accusation of murder, basically, or, like second, third degree murder. I don't know what the law is. Whatever. Maybe Candace Owens can help me. This is a really intense claim to make about somebody. I don't know what I'm pretending to be someone who hasn't seen this full video. I don't know what proof he has, but let's see. Let's hear him out. Let's find out what he's talking about.
By furries and Bernie Goldsmith.
Also, the furries. I didn't even realize the furries were mad at Lotax. But I do remember people being furious at him. There was a weird little thing politically with something awful where it kind of at one point became sort of like left wing, and a bunch of people from Tumblr came over to it, and people were really pissed about that. And then he resented them after a while, and then he kind of drove them away, and then it never really got back. But people hated Lotax for like a lot of reasons. And people were telling him to kill himself. That's true too. People did encourage him to do that. That was like a big part of the culture. The internet was quite different back then, for better and for worse. I mean, I don't even know what to say. Yeah, Kurt Cobain was trolled to death by his wife. That's ridiculous. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't know. Like, whatever. This is just a website some guy made. This is not like an authoritative source. But okay.
Impact. Bernard.
Also, I gotta say, the editing here is crazy. Watch how it cuts. It cuts from this reading in the one ear back to like Flesh looking in the camera and speaking. And it cuts it in the middle of his sentence. So I have no idea what he was saying before.
Anka, trolled to death by furries and Bernie Goldsmith.
Impact. Bernard Goldsmith is not a household name. That's by design. He maintains a deliberately low profile across most platforms, but is prolifically active under various pseudonyms. He's been active for years, nearly 20 to my recollection, under the handle Martin Random, and more recently under the account UAE Falconry and Finance, or at Falconry Finance, an account that I want you to keep in mind throughout this video, because we will be returning to it repeatedly. Just know that anything posted there should be treated the way you'd treat a statement from someone who's already been caught lying to you multiple times. We'll get into the specifics of why shortly. But let's take a little bit of a look at his career. Goldsmith worked at Sullivan and Cromwell.
Yes.
Now, for those of you who don't know, Sullivan and Cromwell is one of the oldest, most politically connected, white shoe, blue-blooded law firms in the United States. John Foster Dulles, the CIA director, Allen Dulles' brother, the Secretary of State, was a partner.
Okay, I just got to pause here. So, it's true what he says about Sullivan and Cromwell being like one of the highest, like whatever, like white shoe law firms. This is like a big fucking deal place. But I gotta sort of like be a little bit of a conspiracy theory nerd here, because like Flesh is saying like John Foster Dulles worked there. You never heard of him? He's Allen Dulles' brother. Well, guess who else worked there? Allen Dulles. Both of the Dulles brothers worked at Sullivan and Cromwell. They were like, there's a whole fucking crazy story about during World War II, like right before it kind of kicked off, and they were still maintaining a bunch of relationships with these like Nazi companies in Germany. And then John Foster Dulles was especially excited about all working with these Nazis. And they were like, okay, we actually do have to stop working with them now that we're like at war. And John Foster Dulles like cried in a boardroom in front of all these other fucking, deep state ghouls. He cried. He like was weeping because he didn't get to work with his Nazi friends. Anyway, crazy. And also, CIA, of course, Foster Dulles was was Secretary of State. But Allen Dulles headed CIA, and a lot of CIA's earliest, coups were in tandem with companies that the Dulles brothers had represented as this like corporate law firm, like United Fruit, where that is why Guatemala got couped, because the Dulles brothers had worked with these guys at the fucking Sullivan and Cromwell. Now, okay, Bernie, I'm a traitor to the bourgeois. Okay, traitor to the bourgeois class. Yeah. I don't actually know. This I thought was interesting that Flesh Simulator's trying to say like,
the firm has historically had deep ties to the Democratic Party infrastructure.
This party. They have deep ties to the Democratic Party infrastructure. And to be fair, I know they donate money to Democrats. I think they donate money to both. But like, I wouldn't describe them as deep closer to Democrats than I would. Like, they're representing Donald Trump right now. And I mean, they're historically associated with like Eisenhower administration, the CIA. I don't know if I would say they're of course, yeah, Democrats are also fucking, obviously their foreign policy is very, very similar.
That connection to the Democratic Party is not incidental. Here's a photograph.
So
I want to be
another fucking thing, Flesh Simulator. This is edited so badly. This is draft 1. And then please, Flesh Simulator, watch your video before you like hit publish. Like, this is not, here's a photo.
Is not incidental. Here's a photograph. I want to be
no photograph, but I know the one he's trying to show you. It's definitely this one. So here we go. Here is Falconry and Finance, a.k.a. Martin Random, a.k.a. Bernie Goldsmith, with none other than Mrs. Frazzledrip herself, Hillary Rodham Clinton. Whoa, what the heck? What are you talking about? Me and Hillary Clinton at our offices in 2007? What the, huh?
That sounds exactly like something a demon would say.
Like, what the heck? There's you with Hillary Clinton. Also, hover hand. Gotta love the hover hand here. Anyway, this is at Sullivan and Cromwell. Is that right? Oh, it looks like, okay, no. Oh, 3 days ago? Because, yeah, isn't this a Flesh Simulator guy? The simulators are on LinkedIn now? Damn. The simulators have LinkedIn accounts. Are they all going to get jobs? All of the Flesh Simulator fanboys? That's awesome. Cool. So, yeah, what was she like in real life? She's astoundingly short in person. Yeah, no, I can see that. Yeah. We wearing kids' faces now? Yeah. This is a photo right after the Comet Ping Pong, weekly blood sacrifice that Sullivan and Cromwell hosted. Very cool. Anyway, Flesh Simulator, he has this amazing photo, and he totally forgets to put it in his video. He completely didn't put it in there.
Careful here.
Here's a photo. Nothing. I'm like, brother, come on. Come on, dude. But yeah, that is the one he was trying to show. So Bernie, falconry, Mr. Finance, you did work at, that's your, the 125 Broad Street. That's Sullivan and Cromwell, I guess. Oh, also another guy worked at Sullivan and Cromwell, Peter Thiel. Was he there when you were there? No, I guess he would have been before your time. So I think that what he's doing here, what Flesh is doing here, I don't know if he's doing it intentionally, but I think he knows his target audience is these kind of deranged right-wing conspiracy guys, and he knows that seeing the Hillary Clinton photo will make him kind of freak out, and he knows that like saying that the Sullivan and Cromwell is primarily associated with the Democrat Party will make them, like he knows his crowd, I guess. Yeah, I would agree with this as well, Mr. Finance. The Democratic and Republican parties are subservient to the powers that are served by Sullivan and Cromwell, international finance. 100%, yes. Basically what I think too. But anyway, so he's coming at you for that. Whatever. Seems to be somewhat true. Yeah, you did work for Sullivan and Cromwell. Let's see what else he wants to say about it.
Not incidental. Here's a photograph. I want to be careful here because I am not making the claim that the Democratic Party knows who Bernard Goldsmith is. They do. But what I am saying is that Goldsmith has cultivated relationships in proximity to power that insulate him. That's the game. That's always the game. And now, before we talk about what Goldsmith does, we need to talk about where he comes from. If you were online in the early 2000s, you know something awful. If you weren't, here's the 30-second version. It was a forum. It was enormously influential. It was a breeding ground for a significant portion of internet culture as we know it today. Right. Memes, trolling as a concept, entire aesthetic movements, Grover House. A lot of that has something awful somewhere in its family tree. It also had a dark side. See, there is a spin-off IRC channel called Raspberry Heaven. It was named after a slice of life anime about high schoolers. Sets the tone. This wound up evolving into a hacker collective of sorts. Bernie, aka Martin Random, and Curtainer were both members of this. Raspberry Heaven is notable for actually being the creators of 4chan. Moot, aka Christopher Poole, didn't do it on his own, despite, popular belief. He was a member of Raspberry Heaven, but the rest of the members decided to let, the underage Christopher Poole take credit so that he could take the fall without getting tried as an adult.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about this part, but yeah, I understand this is true, right, Bernie? You wouldn't disagree with this. This is like you and a bunch of other guys from Something Awful work together. I think this is what I've heard you say before. You guys started 4chan together, and you put Moot. You let him become the face of it. You let him be able to say, "Oh, I was the guy that created it." Because he was young, and I don't know, like was he like, I don't exactly know the lore here, but you let him take the credit because it would be harder to prosecute someone who was his age. Is that right?
No. Bernie's role in this was as unofficial legal counsel, as this was taking place while he was in law school. This is the basis for his repeated claim of being the true creator of 4chan. But why would they need an underage fall guy, is the question. Well, because according to Bernie, for the first 4 months of the site, and according to anyone who was on the site, all of it, they were distributing lolicon in exchange for web hosting. For those unfamiliar, lolicon refers to sexualized animated depictions of minors, and while its legal status is complicated and jurisdiction dependent, its presence on a platform tells you something about the culture that platform was willing to tolerate. Now, Something Awful was run by a man named Richard Lotax Kionka. We will come back to Lotax. That name is load-bearing. There's also a thread of connection between Something Awful, 4chan's founder Christopher Poole, better known as Moot, and through several degrees of separation, Jeffrey Epstein's network, but that's whatever. I don't care about that right now. Now, I want to be precise here. I'm not claiming Moot was aware of or involved in anything criminal. What I am saying, though, is that the social graph of early internet culture, particularly around the more transgressive...
Okay. Finance says, I don't make the claim to be the true creator of the site. I credit Raspberry Heaven as a group because we really did make the site and finance it and populate it. I know you said in the past, or I don't know if I read this on your LinkedIn or something, that you came up with like the thing on B that says, the following our works of fiction, only a fool would take anything posted here as fact or whatever. That was your quote. I understand. So you agree with what the Flesh's description of events here, I assume.
Corners of it contain some names that appear later in context that are significantly less funny than posting frog pictures. One of those names is Aubrey Caudle.
Okay, and this is Kurt Tainer.
There is a drawing representing the members of Raspberry Heaven. He's drawn here directly next to Martin Random. Martin Random is a little anime girl, a little girl.
Yeah, so like, I mean, this is always my thing, right? Like, not always my thing, but this is a recurring thing where a lot of these kind of like conspiracy people who are very pilled, you know, nothing wrong with that. I'm pretty pilled myself in a lot of ways. I believe in conspiracies all the time. We cover that on this show often. But I think when you accuse someone of being a pedophile, you really should have some evidence. You should have something that's like strong. This is, I don't know, like, okay, there's a picture, there's like a meme picture where someone is like, oh, this person's like, oh, see these people? They're kind of like us. Oh my God. And this little girl is like Martin Random. And it's like, okay. So what's your point, Flesh Simulator? What does that mean?
Martin Random is a little anime girl, a little girl. Even by Lolicon Hacker Collective standards, little. Now, Aubrey Caudle, known as Curtainer, describes himself as the founder of Anonymous.
Yeah, the video stream would feel more interesting and fair if Mr. Simulator was part of it. Totally agree. Flesh Simulator, if you're out here, get in here. Oh, is it lagging? No. All right. Okay, everybody's seeing that it's lagging. Dang it. Wonder what I can do to help that. What does it say here? Use a stream bit rate of 6800. Hang on. How do I do this? Stream settings, bit rate. Maybe I can change this so that I can get a better thing. I mean, I don't even know how to do that. Viewer activity analytics. Would I actually have to restart the stream? I don't really want to do that. Lower than the recommended. Okay, now it seems like it's better. I don't know. I didn't change anything, but I'm getting stream excellent. Okay, gang. Hopefully it should be fine, at least for now, but let me know if it's lagging again. I'm not sure what I can do, but I'll try to fix it. The audio is good. It's just the video lagging. Okay, I think I can live with that. Let's continue. Okay, Kurt Tainer, a guy I haven't thought about in a long time, but yeah, he was also part of Anonymous Hacker Collective, Anonymous, which I feel okay.
This requires some unpacking. There are two positions one can take on Anonymous. The first being that Anonymous as a concept did not have founders. It emerged organically from 4chan's /B board as a collective identity, a mask anyone could wear. Claiming to have founded it is a bit like claiming to have founded the concept of graffiti.
Do people call it /B? I'm always like, /B, what is it, like a fucking subreddit? I'm like, no, it's just B. You don't pronounce a slash. And if you're going to pronounce a slash, you got to pronounce the slash after the B, too.
The second position on Anonymous was that Anonymous did have founders.
Also, yeah, I kind of agree with the first one, personally.
And
like B was not like a organized, like, it was a... Well, I mean, obviously somebody had the idea for Anonymous at first. When it was like, hey, what if we use this cool mask? I don't know. But it didn't, people tried to control it a few times, but...
His founders were just Raspberry Heaven. And I am more inclined to lean towards this one, where, Anonymous as a social movement didn't really have a founder, but Anonymous, the kind of, the old school one, the internet hate machine, everyone has to be in favor of lolicon, or else, you're closed-minded. like the relationship to lolicon stuff, and I hate to keep saying this because it's gonna get this video demonetized. The relationship to it is something that is hard to explain the depth of. It wasn't enough that it was just allowed on the site. It was you had to be glad that it was on the site. You didn't have to jerk off to it. You know, you had to be so free speech that you were in favor of anime child porn.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is sort of true, I guess. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, there was a lot of like, I mean, yeah, unfortunately, the anime, illustrated CSAM was a part of the fucking culture of 4chan, which is, yeah, not a good look, I would say, in retrospect.
Regardless, however.
Or at the time. It just felt like, because I was on the site and, when I was in high school and like, university a bit. And I just remember feeling like, oh yeah, people are just trolling on here. People are like always, since it's anonymous, people can just kind of say these horrible things without fear of whatever. And it was like, everyone's a pedophile. Everyone's a Nazi. And it didn't seem to me at the time like that was really how people felt. I thought it was just kind of edgy jokes, but I think there were a number of people who were not being ironic about it.
Coddle was unquestionably present at the formation of several of its early organized operations, and his cultivated public persona built heavily on that association. He also founded 420chan. What's more interesting than the founding claim, though, is what Coddle was doing while he was wearing this hacker hero costume. Coddle ran what he described as, quote, honeypot operations for the fucking feds.
Okay, so I want to talk about this quote here. I was looking into this because I don't know that much about Curtainer. I mean, I vaguely remember him from whatever decades ago, and I believe so. Yeah, this quote that he's getting here is from Barrett Brown, who is another anonymous guy who's part of this kind of the hacker collective anonymous, whatever you want to call it. He responded to this video on Twitter. He goes, all mention of CSAM distributor and FBI CSIS asset Curtainer discussed here by Flesh Simulator was removed from my April Byline Times article on Epstein and Thiel, as was domestic intel op DDoS secrets. Then I was blacklisted. Full article links below. Now, I have not kept up with Barrett Brown. I did read, actually, one of his articles on stream, probably back in April, I guess, when this came out, because I thought it was super interesting, about Weave, who's another one of these fucking guys, and being directly funded by fucking Peter Thiel. He was given money by Peter Thiel, and he, used it to spread white supremacy ideology. He's fucking Peter Thiel's exact type. Tech nerd Nazis. If you want to get money from Peter Thiel, that is essentially what you have to be. He's a real Charles C. Johnson type. Yeah, so here's the thing with Barrett Brown, because I did read this article in Charles C. Johnson, friend of the stream, mentioned here. It's a good article. I like Barrett Brown. I think he's written some good shit. I didn't know about the other version of it. So he's like, it was removed from my Byline Times article, but you can check out his Substack, the Barrett Brown Review of Arts and Letters and Espionage. You can, and this is the one where he talks about Curtainer. And now I read it, and I mean, I just felt like, I still think it's a good article. He's a good writer. But I felt like the Curtainer stuff is sort of unconnected. Like, I don't get what it has to do with the Peter Thiel, blah, blah, blah. I suppose it's like deep state stuff. Peter Thiel is also, like a FBI informant. We know that. Him and Charles C. Johnson. But like, it just seemed kind of unrelated to it. And so when he says, oh, Byline Times demanded that I remove this stuff, if you go to his Twitter, you can kind of scroll up and down, and there is quite a difficult to follow story here. I could not hope to put it, to do it justice. It's very hard to understand what he's saying here, but he's trying to post, he's leaking DMs, he's, talking about people, how the deep state's after him. He lives in Mexico City now, or Mexico somewhere. He is, as Flesh Simulator says, Damn, is it still? Oh, fuck, is it still lagging? Dang it. Okay, I don't know. Okay, wait. Is this worth fixing? I could probably fix this. Let me just check. I'm going in my going into my settings in OBS. How do I do that? How do I do it? Settings. Okay. Stream. No. Output. Okay, what is it? And my encoder settings, is that where I go? Right now my bitrate is 6,000 kilobytes per second. Is that bad? I can put this down. Should I put it down to, I don't know, what's a good one? 5,000? Will that help? Let's try. Apply. Oh, did I just kill the stream? Oh, interesting. Oh, maybe oh, hang on now. Hang on. Okay, what if I go down to 4,000? Because I think that's kind of where I'm hovering at. Let me try 4,000. Okay, we're at 4,000 now. I mean, the quality might not be that good, but at least hopefully it's gonna stop lagging. Did that work? You're fine, my guy. It looks good now. Nah, you're good. Put it up. Put it up. What, you want more lag? Audio's fine. Okay, cool. Listen, the main person I'm concerned about is Vin Van Voom, who was saying it was kind of unbearable. Is it bearable? Is it better? It is better than it was before. It's fine. Okay, gang. My goal is to make you guys happy. All right. So whatever I gotta do to do that. Okay. Back to the regularly scheduled programming. What were we talking about, Barrett Brown? So I mean, I don't want to be. Yeah. Okay. It's a little hard to follow what Barrett Brown is saying here. If anyone knows, I would happily hear someone out about what this whole thing is about. I have heard. I mean, there's another article I could pull up, but about him smoking meth in Mexico. Which, okay, you know, and he's had a hard go of it. He was in jail for a while. He was. You know, he's had a difficult life. I believe he won an award for journalism while he was in jail. He was like writing articles. So anyway, and like I do think this is a good article, but this is where the quote from Curtainer comes from that he's using here. I had to run down fucking CP honeypots for the feds.
Exploitation material online. The premise: set up infrastructure that predators would use, collect the evidence, and hand it to law enforcement. This is, in principle, a legitimate tactic used by actual law enforcement. The problem is, Caudle was not law enforcement. He was a civilian. He was just a guy. And the question of what happens to the material collected during a honeypot operation run by an unaccountable private individual, without judicial oversight, without chain of custody, without any of the procedural safeguards that exist for very good reasons, that question does not have a comfortable answer. He got caught running one, and they were like, okay, well, we're going to turn it into a honeypot. He's in jail right now, and whatever. What we do know is that Caudle has confirmed a working relationship with the Canadian Security Intelligence Service.
That's the Canadian, like, you know, CIA, basically.
CSIS, and has described cooperation with the FBI. I want you to hold that in your mind for the time being. A man who...
I mean, I sort of think that's true. If he was running these honeypots, it's probably because he got caught doing it anyway, and they're like, we're going to make that into a honeypot, right? That seems true.
Ran unmonitored honeypot operations involving CSAM, who is simultaneously an asset of a foreign intelligence service and a cooperating source for the FBI. Now I need to introduce you to the number 764. 764 is a violent extremist network. The FBI has designated it as such. It operates primarily through Discord, Telegram, and similar platforms, and its activities include the production and distribution of child sexual abuse material, the solicitation and coordination of real-world violence, and most relevantly for our purpose, the targeted psychological manipulation of vulnerable individuals towards self-harm and suicide.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, 764, yeah, like there's a bunch of these things, Terrorgram stuff, Order of 9 Angles.
Basically, they, find kids on Roblox and manipulate and blackmail them into sending nudes and then sexploit them into self-harming, killing their pets, and killing themselves. In other words, it is an organized, satanic, suicide-trolling operation with extra steps. And the steps are, nihilistic extremism. Basically, it's some of the worst shit I've ever read about. The connections between...
Now, this is annoying to me because I'm like, Curtainer's connected to 764? What? But, I don't know what this is. And he doesn't put it in. He's like, now the connections. Now, you might wonder why I'm bringing up this totally unrelated group that is admittedly, horrible. And I agree with his fucking thing there. You read about these people, it's like, yeah, this is some of the worst things you'll ever read about. Yes, they're quite bad. But what the fuck? He couldn't put it in. Why include this at all? Come on, man. Show me the evidence.
Independently documented 764's penetration of anonymous adjacent Discord servers. By extension, given what we will establish about Goldsmith's relationship with this man, the question of how far removed he is...
So you're probably wondering, okay, who the fuck is... Okay, Curtainer, all right, another guy who's part of the hacker collective Anonymous, spent a lot of time on 4chan. Okay, cool. What does he have to do with Bernie Goldsmith? What?
From that network is one that I think deserves to be asked loudly and in public. Back to the lawyer. Well, I guess actually technically back to Curtainer. He is currently in jail. For what? A probation violation, actually. How did he violate probation? Well, he was involved in something called Anon coin. Anon is a cryptocurrency. He was involved in promoting it, seemingly somewhat involved in its creation. Bernard Goldsmith is a business partner in it. Goldsmith, isn't in jail because of it, because he didn't have parole terms.
Okay, so I don't know about this. This is not something that I know about. But since you're here, Falconry Finance, were you involved in a non-coin? Were you a business partner in a non-coin? This meme coin that Curtainer did?
That prevented him from being involved in, whatever you'd like to call it, a meme coin. A Ponzi scheme.
True. Okay.
But given the way that the two of them...
So, this is his thing, right? I'm like, okay, he's involved. He was, maybe it's true that Falconry Finance was involved in this meme coin thing with Curtainer. I don't know. But then he's like, and here's the proof. Given the way that they interact with each other online...
A Ponzi scheme. But given the way that the two of them interact, honestly, the history of their interaction, even just on Twitter, it's pretty clear that these two men know each other and know each other well.
That's not the vibe I get, really. This is his proof. One back and forth of Twitter, it looks like, right? What's going on, Kurt? I support you, and I hope your Kurt Kane coin takes off. I have a bag for you.
Given the way that
it will be my first ever crypto transaction, Kurt. Do you think I'm ready for this? Hold my hand, Bertie. I'm taking us to the promised land and making it all worth it. And he's like, given the way they interact online, it seems like they know each other very well. I don't know. This is just kind of how people talk. I don't think this is proof, man. This is why he brought up Curtainer. This is the big connection. Has this whole tangent with this Barrett Brown thing that he was running these honeypots for the FBI or whatever, CSIS, and then he's like, they had a fucking back and forth on Twitter one time that I think speaks for itself. And you look at it and you're like, okay, so
them interact. Honestly, the history of their interaction, even just on Twitter, it's pretty clear that these two men know each other and know each other well. So to sum it up, a man with documented connections to 764 who ran unmonitored honeypot operations, who is a CSIS asset, his business partner in a cryptocurrency venture is a Sullivan and Cromwell lawyer with Democratic Party connections and a personal friend.
His business partner? But where did he get that from? Where did he get that? Show me the receipts. There's no other receipt aside from that little fucking 4-reply exchange on Twitter. That's it.
With a sitting judge in Yolo County, California. This is not a coincidence.
Just keeps that in, by the way. Honestly, I respect that. I respect the confidence it takes to not edit that. This is
California. This is not a coincidence. This is a network.
Also, wait. Wait, this is not a coincidence. Is this written by ChatGPT? Wait, that's the ChatGPT thing.
This is not a coincidence. This is a network. Now, let's talk about the Odd Fellows. The International Order of Odd Fellows is a fraternal organization.
Okay.
But that's not inherently sinister. Fraternal organizations are normal. What's interesting is when membership in a fraternal organization creates a personal relationship between a party to a lawsuit and the judge presiding over it, and a close personal relationship to the mentor of the judge presiding over it. I would like to show you something that Bernard Goldsmith sent me. Directly. In a DM. In his own words. Here are the words of Bernard Goldsmith. Here's my induction as Guardian of the Inner Sanctuary at the Davis Oddfellows by Yolo County Chief Justice David Rosenberg. That's the man in the photograph.
Okay.
That is the mentor of the judge presiding over the case. That is Goldsmith. The judge presiding over the case.
When he says the judge presiding over the case, he means the case about him? The case about him, is that right?
Case is also a
Like
member
the case about Flesh Simulator? Is that what
of Oddfellows. Lucas Connor, at House of Leaves MD, aka Harp, was sued by Goldsmith for defamation in Yolo County, in a court presided over by the mentee of Chief Justice Rosenberg. Continuing to
Well, yeah, Yolo County is a real place, hey? That's a crazy name for a county. Yolo County, damn.
look through these messages, Goldsmith then sent a second photograph captioned, "Here's me organizing at Occupy," establishing, for the record, that he would like you to know he's one of the good guys, followed by this observation about his own biography. Anyway, I include picture evidence.
Followed by this observation, does not put it in. Was there a deadline on this? Why is this edited so badly? Like, Flesh, you got 500,000 subscribers, man. You can hire an editor. You can definitely afford an editor. What is going on?
Because taken all together, that biography looks like the ravings of a madman. He sent me the evidence. He captioned it himself. He called it the ravings of a madman. Bernard Goldsmith is a man so confident in his impunity that he will hand you the rope and watch you with a smile.
Damn, that's kind of bars right there. So confident in his impunity, he will hand you the rope and watch you with a smile.
I'm going to use the rope. Richard Lotax Kianka founded something awful. He struggled publicly and...
Well, what was the awful something that he founded? Who's on first?
Privately with alcoholism, mental illness, and a deeply ugly divorce.
Yeah, true.
He died on November 9th, 2021.
Okay.
The official cause of death was suicide. Now, let's take a look at this post.
And then he flashes, I'm sure you guys saw, but just in case you guys weren't looking, because I'm dropping frames or whatever, he goes, the official cause of death was...
Cause of death was suicide.
Suicide. And then right on the screen, he flashes this. Blap, the thing from the, what's it called? Internet, Best Point Internet Institute, where it says trolled to death by furries and Bernie Goldsmith. Okay.
Now, let's take a look at this post from the 20,000 plus post thread in the Westside Tyler Discord, dedicated solely to harassing and stalking me, Flesh Simulator and his lol cult. Now, in the words of someone describing Goldsmith to other members of that server, Bernie is also, apparently, the driver behind Lotax getting trolled to death, aka getting him to kill him.
All right, now I gotta say, I do think this is bad. And I know you're in the stream here, Falcon Refinance, but like, I mean, this in particular seems like just kind of bullshit, whatever thing, but is there who's he talking about again? Sorry, Westside Tyler? Was there like a big ass thread where people were talking about how to fuck with Flesh Simulator? Like, where did this come from? I checked the history of this page, Best Point Internet Institute's suicide trolling thing, and I noticed that the Richard Lotax, the thing about him getting killed by Falconry Finance or whatever, suicide trolled, was written in, because you can look at the edit history, and I believe, where was it? I had but I can't show you. But you can just take my word for it. It was added to this page on March 2nd, 2026. So somehow this rumor has been around. It's been out there. True or not. And I guess Seattle Anon found it somehow and was talking about it in the Westside Tyler Discord server Flesh Simulator harassment thread. Is that right? No, they were all watching him and laughing at him. There's no criminal conduct in that chat. It was tightly regulated. Okay, all right. Well, we're getting both sides of the we're getting both sides of the argument here.
The driver behind Lotax getting trolled to death, aka getting him to kill himself. Goldsmith's response was, "I'll accept this."
Now, I think I would read this as, I don't know the context of the rest of the thread. I would read this as like a joking, okay, if that's what you want to say, blah, blah, blah. Like, this is not like a serious, I would imagine, I don't know, even in the context that Flesh Simulator is giving us here, I don't think this is something I can take fully seriously. You know, the worst thing about the Westside Tyler Discord chat ever did was conspire to accuse him of being shorter than his refrigerator. Okay. Well, okay, it does seem kind of mean though, but okay, that's refrigerator trolling. That's a little bit of a different thing. But I mean, you know, like, I really need there to be, if you ever do a video about telling one of your enemies that they're like a murderer, I think you need better evidence than this. I'll accept this. He's highlighted it. He's like, look, we got him red-handed.
I want to be extremely precise about how I characterize this because precision matters a lot here. What this shows, and I have this evidence, is that Goldsmith was in contact with Keune in the period leading up to his death, and that Goldsmith's communications were not those of someone attempting to help a person in crisis. I will not speculate beyond what the evidence shows, because I don't need to. The evidence is enough.
Okay.
Lotax.
And he's promising a lot. And then once again, showing us a screenshot from this website, which again is just one guy. One guy. Yo, Gob, you missed the Anti-Flesh Simulator Harassment BreadTube group meeting last night at the Comet Ping Pong. Oh, shit, really? Okay, well, Brutus Bathory, can you send me your notes? I really got to catch up on that. I'm sorry. I've been too busy. I keep forgetting.
This is not the only name on this list. The pattern, and it is a pattern, involves identifying individuals who are already vulnerable. People dealing with addiction, people dealing with mental illness, people who are isolated, people who have already been publicly humiliated or in the middle of some kind of personal catastrophe. And then pressure. Sustained, targeted, methodical pressure and gaslighting. Darvo tactics.
Darvo.
Suicide trolling. From the Westside Tyler Discord, here's how participants in this harassment thread described their goal. They should be bullied until being online is not fun anymore. And here's what one member posted about me on May 19th, 2026, with a spoiler image attached in the middle of a discussion about what happens if Tom stops posting. My name's Tom. I think I murdered someone, Lamau. This is not trolling. Trolling is when you post a funny picture under someone's tweet. What this describes is a coordinated effort to push people who are already close to the edge over it. That has a name, and in several jurisdictions, including Missouri, Bernie, it has a legal definition. I should probably address the elephant in the room. My name is Thomas Gant. I go by Flesh Simulator Online. I have been, for a couple months now, publicly critical of Bernard Goldsmith. Goldsmith has responded to this criticism in the way he responds to all criticism, by attempting to destroy the person doing the criticizing. The specific methodology in my case has involved a pattern of framing me publicly as a drug addict in advance of, and I want to be very clear that this is my interpretation of the evidence, which I will now present to you, is staging or manufacturing an overdose. Sorry, it got very hot in here and I needed to turn on the AC, so you might hear a little bit of that in the audio. Too bad. I myself have a history of abuse and addiction to benzodiazepines. Now, I've been clean from benzodiazepines for 8 years as of this July. But as part of his ongoing harassment campaign against me, in addition to publicly, repeatedly claiming that I relapsed and was a user of benzodiazepines still, that I was actively addicted, to both discredit me and also a surprise tool that he thought would help him later. In addition to that, there were a couple of people who had a, I would say, rather morbid habit, creating no fewer than 50 separate alt accounts for the sole purpose.
Like, this is horrible. Like, I think this is like really awful thing to do, is to go after someone for their addiction, try to trigger them into, like, this is actually like kind of, you know, this is group are like targeted, coordinated group harassment. Like, this is, I think we found a topic that he's really sensitive for. Let's make a bunch of fucking SpongeBob accounts. I do actually find this, like, egregious.
Purpose of trying to get me to relapse. Very nasty, very rude. Here's another interesting thing.
Degenerate.
When word got around that I had taken a drug test, a benzo test on the spot, the Westside Tyler server took notice. One of the participants in the harassment thread looked at the situation and noted out loud to the group, "Notice how it's not an alcohol test." Someone else in that room noticed the same thing that I noticed. The choice of test is specific. An alcohol test doesn't build an OD narrative. A drug test does. I am not a drug addict. I am also not suicidal. Due to my religious beliefs, I will never kill myself. I'm not starting over on New Game Minus.
Is Flesh Simulator like a Buddhist or something? What's his? Because it sounds like he believes in reincarnation, right? What's his religion?
I'm stating this clearly and on the record in front of an audience because I've watched this playbook get run on other people, and I know how the next chapter is supposed to go. It is not going to go that way. Because here's what Bernard Goldsmith does not seem to have fully processed. I am not low tax. I'm not isolated. I'm not in crisis. I'm a person with a camera and a microphone and a very good memory and absolutely nothing left to lose by telling the truth about him in public. You will have to kill me personally. Good luck. If something happens to me...
So intense. Oh, man. Some of the things this guy says in his videos, like, this should be in a movie. This is like, you can't write this stuff. Somebody's got to take this into their script about, like, I don't know. You pushed me too far. It's real anime villain vibes as people. What did he used to say? Sephiroth posting or whatever?
You will have to kill me personally.
That's so intense.
Good luck. If something happens to me, if I die under circumstances that are being described in advance as an overdose, if I am institutionalized on the basis of manufactured evidence, if, I don't know, a restraining order is used to strip me of my firearms in the period immediately preceding any of the above, this video will tell you exactly where to start looking. Recently, one of the people behind the repeated attempts to get me to relapse, and part of the clique responsible for spamming AI-generated deepfake videos of me being tortured and killed, accidentally spilled the beans on Bernie's plan to file a restraining order for the
Okay, and what's this? So this is something.
Accidentally spilled the beans on Bernie's plan to...
So this is from Falconry Finance here. Restraining order and supporting materials and forms are now at the print shop, and I'll be heading over there to sign them, make 2 copies, and then drop them off at the courthouse. After that one's granted, I will start working on the next one. Any and all guns will be seized. Okay, so this is like, I mean, okay, you're in the chat right now, Mr. Finance. You have to admit, this does seem like you're making a plan. This is like premeditated, like fucking with a guy, right? You're using whatever the law to take his guns away. Nobody spilled the beans. Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I'm a little confused about. He's like, someone spilled the beans and showed me this tweet, but this is a public tweet, isn't it? Anyway, I've been openly telling him I'm going to take his guns. Okay, I mean, that's a little weird, I would say, but I also feel like this is, I think this is, I don't know. I would say this kind of goes against the argument that Mr. Finance is trying to suicide troll Mr. Simulator. Why would you take someone's guns away if you were trying to push them to end their life? You're taking away the most surefire method of doing that, right? So, yeah, I think that, this is a real weird moment where internet beef has, escalated into fucking with each other in real life. And both of you guys are doing this, Falconry Finance. Like, Flesh Simulator's doing it to you. You're doing it to him. I don't, it doesn't look good, I would say. But, yeah, I do think, at the very least, I will say this is kind of an argument against the whole suicide trolling accusation. But, yeah, I mean, I think everybody involved in this really needs to touch grass.
to file a restraining order for the express purpose of disarming me. Now, considering the fact that Bernie is in California and I am in Maryland, and his goons spam deepfake videos of my violent death, as well as my home address, it's pretty clear.
What is that? Sorry, did I miss him explaining that earlier? Falconry, the little falcons, the little falcons. What do you call your fans? The Falcons. They are trying. They're spamming deepfake videos of Flesh Simulator's violent death. Is that true? Falconry says, I'm the target of a wild, illegal stalking and harassment campaign. I've done nothing to this very crazy man. Okay. Well, all right. I hear you. Yeah, I mean, I mean, it seems like there's a lot of trolling going from in both directions here. You know, this is kind of like the dad coming in the room where the two kids are fighting is like, I don't care who started it, knock it off. You know, this is my role, I guess. But like, okay. I will say, I do agree with what you're saying, because as much as Flesh Simulator is speaking about the harassment campaign against him in a way that I totally sympathize with, I know that a similar harassment campaign is also directed at Falconry Finance. Like, people have been going after him as well. Like, especially now, right after this video's come out. This video's got almost 200,000 views. I'm sure you've been getting a lot of hate, a lot of DMs, a lot of online harassment. Like, this is horrible. It's an awful thing to go through. I would not wish this treatment on my worst enemy. Nobody deserves to experience this, in my opinion. I have a admittedly extreme opinion about this. But, you know, I mean, hey, listen, I don't know how to solve the problem, but it seems like there's a little bit of at least a little bit of blame to go around. Is that fair?
What the goal of this might be. But he continued. He brought up Bernie's plan to then sue me civilly, and finally.
Okay, this is the thing this is the thing he leaked, I guess.
Continued.
What does it say?
He brought up Bernie.
My recovery is to practice and sharpen my legal skills and eventually get a job. And I'm assuming this is a quote from Falconry Finance, and also possibly money from Destiny and anybody else who republish these vile falsehoods. I'm also here to make jokes, but my madness has a method, and that method is a legal strategy to slowly develop a record through lower risk, lower barrier evidentiary proceedings and determination until when the time comes to sue Destiny for repeating what Flesh Simulator repeated what Lucas said. Oh, geez. Okay, I'm really losing the thread here. There will be a big fat record to point to and say, hey, judge, look at this. The harder I go on these people, the less likely I will suffer from this in the future. I am butchering the chicken to frighten the monkeys. No way, man. My hands in this are totally clean. That's something I wrote. So you wrote this. So this seems like falconry. Mr. Falconry Finance, I do think this seems pretty intense. This is I can't even follow this. Are you trying to sue Destiny as well? And anyone else who republished these vile falsehoods. Now I also get, and now I want to be empathetic here. I know Flesh Simulator has accused you of some pretty heinous things. I know the last video he accused you of being a pedophile. That's rough. I don't know the full background of that. At least some of the evidence I thought was a little silly. Some of it to be honest, haven't looked into yet. That's my bad. But, and I understand, this is a private message. I've said a lot of things in private messages I wouldn't want to be leaked out. Or I don't know, what is this? Is this in the Westside Tyler thread? Or, I don't know what this is. I filed a restraining order against Lucas as a warning to Tom. Sorry, I'm not sure who these people are. Lucas is, I don't know. Tom, who's that? He decided to double down. Oh, Tom is Flesh Simulator. Is Lucas Destiny? I thought Destiny's name was Steven. Oh, what Lucas said. Sorry, this is getting out of my sphere of knowledge. He decided to double down instead of leaving me alone. Destiny does deserve to be sued. Yeah. I don't on principle disagree with that, but yes, I'll eventually sue Destiny for this. He messed up. Now, I actually haven't seen any of Destiny's coverage of this. I guess he took Flesh Simulator's side, but I don't know. I just think it's bad for your soul to commit to destroying someone like this. And hey, I've been around the block. I've made enemies. I've had people brutally fuck with me before. And believe me when I say I get the feeling that I think you were having here. I truly do. I think this is a little bit more intense the accusations you were getting are a little bit more intense than what I've experienced, but I get where you're coming from here. But I do think, God, I don't know. This is really the evil legacy of the fucking, something awful, I guess. That kind of online trolling. You done goofed. I'm coming at you through your IP. We're going to take you to real life court. This isn't an internet beef anymore. This is something real. And I don't know. And this is just my opinion, but I do think, you are kind of doing a little bit of what Flesh Simulator's doing here, right? Even like the Sephiroth posting, I am butchering the chicken to frighten the monkeys. No, you're really upset about an argument you got into online, right? You're not painting your face red, and doing a 2-hour-long video about it like Flesh Simulator, but I don't know. It's tough. And I know it's so easy for me to say this. And yes, you should read the 40-page document I sent you. You did send me this document. It's about the harassment and stalking. It's way over the top. You know what? I'm sure it is. Yes. Okay. I wasn't going to mention it. Yes, you did send me a 40-page document that I think was like what you had. You're suing him for. What was it again? Like a what's it called? A restraining order? I started to read it. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I didn't really know what I was looking at. If you want to give me a little bit of context there, I'd be happy to go over it and maybe give my thoughts. But I really didn't know what was happening. You sent it to me. I read it. I looked at it and I was like, "What is this, man? Sorry, what am I looking at? Can you give me a little bit of context so I can follow it?" And then I think right after I asked that, I think your account got banned on Twitter, so I didn't. We never continued the conversation. But I would be okay to look into it. About the harassment and stalking. Yeah, okay, that's fair. And I am aware. I'm looking at only the one side of this argument. I'm sure. I know for a fact Flesh Simulator has done some shit too. You're minimizing the extremely crazy shit these people have done to me without even looking into it. I've done nothing to these people but make fun of them. Yeah, I think that's fair. I filed a restraining order against Lucas. Why not let me call in? I would be down. I feel like that would definitely derail the stream. And fuck, there's still so much left to go through. I can probably skip a lot of this, but if you're down, you can call in, but I want to at least get through. Let me get through Flesh Simulator side of it. I'd be happy to talk to you after if you stick around that long. Is that fair? Because I do want to get through the video. This isn't a both sides thing. He's really, really, really crazy. Okay. All right. I hear you. I'm listening. I'm not trying to victim blame here. I think you both deserve your time to say your piece. Let's finish watching this.
He's planned to then sue me civilly. And finally, to use these evidentiary proceedings as a lower risk, lower barrier way to frame me for terroristic threats.
Was it also here to make jokes? Was this the part of the Westside Tyler server where...
As a lower risk...
This is the part where you guys were all like, what are you here for? Oh, what's your intention with joining the server? Well, I'm here to make jokes, but my madness has a method, and that method is a legal strategy to slowly develop a record through lower risk, lower barrier evidentiary proceedings.
Risk, lower barrier way to frame me for terroristic threats. Remember that language. I called him out on this publicly. His response was...
Sorry, I'm trying to follow here. Scared of burning award. Falcon Refinance. This Canadian arsler spilled the beans on your TRO civil suit framing me for terror threats. Just plain lol. Just like you framed Hal Turner. Haha. Okay. I don't know these people, but all right.
On this publicly. His response was, try to stop me. I am. See, Bernie lives in California. California has a process by which a temporary restraining order can be sought to compel the surrender of firearms. This process exists for legitimate reasons. It is also, like any legal mechanism, capable of being weaponized by someone with the right connections and sufficient motivation. Goldsmith has those connections. He said so himself. He told the Westside Tyler Discord server that he was, quote, more fetid up than flesh, a boast that lands differently when you understand that his business partner is a CSIS asset and his fraternal brother is the Chief Justice of the court that would hear any such petition. Now, let me tell you about Hal Turner. Hal Turner was a right-wing radio host who basically got turned on for being a federal informant. But here's the question. Was he? Because it turns out this is not the first time Goldsmith has done this. In his own words, in the Westside Tyler server, Goldsmith described what he did to Hal Turner. I wrote a fake letter between him and his FBI handler and released it so the white nationalists all decided he was compromised and kicked him off.
Okay, so that seems kind of fucked up. I mean, right? That's a little bit weird. I did frame Hal Turner. Okay. For the real, at least Lotax at least fought Uwe Boll. Yeah. I mean, people were pissed at him for doing that too, but I have to hand it to him. He did get his ass kicked by a guy. That was one of the dumbest fucking sagas. Anyway, what is Falcon Refinance? Listen, I could tell you, but I can just show you. He's in the chat right now. This is Falcon Refinance is Bernie Goldsmith, the person who Flush Simulator's latest video is accusing of basically killing Lotax, the guy who created something awful.
I also took down.
And I want to be clear where I stand on this. Basically, some of my opinion so far. I think it's ridiculous to accuse him of killing Lotax. I think Lotax killed Lotax, you know. I'm sure that all the people making fun of him online and telling him to kill himself didn't help, but I think it's pretty ridiculous to make the claim as concretely as he is here. But I would also say I do think Falcon Refinance. So far I think you're probably guilty of being a bit of a weird internet person who has, I don't know, framed Hal Turner. I don't even know what that means. I did do this. Okay. Well, that's good to hear you admit it.
Hal Turner. Sounds like, one or two additional things away from mortal turpitude there, Bernie. He fabricated a document. He released it strategically. He destroyed someone's platform and reputation. And he bragged about it.
Oh, Hal Turner has a Wikipedia page. Should I read it? Maybe I'll check it. Okay. I don't know the story with Hal Turner. Let's check it out. The Green Lantern. Hal Turner radio show. Harold Charles, Hal Turner. Okay. Oh wait, but his viewpoints typically encompass Holocaust denial, white supremacy. Okay, have included calls for assassination of government officials. All right. Doesn't seem like you would need to frame this guy for anything. But what's the activism and assault claims? Okay, he tried to get the Republican Party nomination. Broadcasting website issues, origin of China eminent. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Is it gonna say in here like Flush Simulator video had some real anti-Semitic? Yeah, I'm sure. It's not worth it. I'll fill you in. Okay. Yeah, we can go over this in a bit. Let's get to the let's finish this video.
About it to an audience while actively running the same playbook on me.
Because gang, I don't know about you, but like I've been waiting for like evidence here. I'm waiting for evidence, and what I'm really looking for is proof that Falcon Refinance killed Lotax. There's so many things he's like, I got the evidence and I will show you, and I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing anything.
Same session, he announced the next phase.
And we keep going into more shit. Now is about the right time to drop a black flag up.
was about the right time to drop a black flag op where we create a fake but plausible and extremely scandalous leak. From the same session. Also from Bernie. I want him to complain about being the victim to increasingly insane things. We should get into him the idea that we have exhumed and stolen the bones of his ancestor.
Okay.
Where have I heard that tactic before?
So that's weird. I don't want to like understate it here. What do you think about those quotes here? I mean, I don't know. This one makes me. This has got to be a joke, right? You should get him into the idea we've exhumed and stolen the bones of his ancestor. Is this just riffing? Is this just people having a fun time online? I don't know. I don't know what the deal is here. I mean, I know people do this kind of thing. I know people who have done this kind of thing where they're like, oh, we got to find a way to frame him. We got to find a way to do it. I'll cop to that too. Okay. What do you mean though? This is really something you were trying to do? This was real? This wasn't a joke? Damn. All right. This is about Refrigerator Gate. Okay, this was what you said was the thing that the Westside Tyler server did that was actually fucked up, where you conspired to, what was it, spread a rumor? You wanted to do an op where people believed that Flesh Simulator was shorter than his refrigerator? Was that what it was? I mean, wait, refrigerators are kind of tall, right? Refrigerators are not, that's not even like that short, is it? How tall is a refrigerator anyway?
The idea that we have exhumed and stolen the bones of his ancestor. Where have I heard that tactic before? He named the tactic Black Flag Operation. Fake, but plausible. He described the exact method he used on Hal Turner, announced he was deploying it again, and did all of this in writing. There's also this.
Okay. After claiming he's shorter than his refrigerator, we were looking for more absurd things to accuse him of. Okay, man. Well, that's fucked up, dude. Right? And I know, I know I know it's true that you have also been the victim of targeted group harassment from Flesh and his simulators. Flesh and the Simulators, the latest fucking boy band. But, you know what I'm saying, man? You see how this looks, right? Robert Pattinson voice. Yeah, I mean, I think that's bad. I think that Flesh Simulator has accused you of a myriad of things that I find kind of ridiculous. But I don't know, man. I can't get on board with using your precious time on this earth to go after people in this coordinated way. But we'll talk about it in a minute. Maybe I'm missing some of the context here.
Maoist landlord is taking out multiple fascist family members.
Okay. Maoist landlord, if you guys are familiar with Flesh Simulator's last 10 videos or whatever, all of the videos that I've made streams about, mostly about this guy, another Twitter account that has kind of been fucking with Flesh Simulator.
That's my family.
And I would say, I think it's pretty clear the Maoist landlord took it very far, much further than is okay.
Maoist landlord, aka Noah Gabriel Strickler, is an account that Goldsmith has claimed to have trained. The account that doxed me.
Okay, he's handled legal threats from a much larger channel with unhinged follower base with a surprising amount of tact. That's the Falcon training. And this is another thing I always think about online. When beefs happen, and there's you see a channel or, a Twitter account with 1 million subscribers going after a Twitter account with 1,000 subscribers or less. That is so brutal. You should never do that. If you are a big channel and somebody's fucking with you who has a much lower follower count, it's actually so fucked up for you to quote tweet them or even reply, because you have a bigger account. I see it happen all the time. I think people sort of forget that they're on Twitter and that there's this very toxic dynamic Twitter has where the larger account is going to come after the smaller one in a very disproportionate way. People tend to look like, oh, this guy's being mean to me. Well, I'm going to put them on blast. And it just happens. And I think it's really a failure of empathy. I think you really need to, if you've gotten that big on Twitter, you probably know how brutal it can be. I'm sure Flesh Simulator does. And so for him to come after Maoist landlord, even as brutal as Mouse Landlord did, that's always going to lead to getting his unhinged follower base, whatever. People, the most unhinged people who follow you are going to brutally attack this person. So sometimes I think you got to just take a step back, but I don't know. So okay, that's the Falcon training. I mean, if this is just about Falcon Refinance helping out a small channel who you see getting bombarded, I think that's fine. Like, this is good, right? This is not about attacking Flesh Simulator. This is about helping a smaller channel deal with, again, the thing that I keep saying is like one of the worst things that can happen to you online, targeted group harassment. So this is, like, I don't have an issue with this at all. I hope that makes sense, guys.
An account that Goldsmith has claimed to have trained. The account that doxed me and my family in March of 2026. Here's a fun fact. Despite the fact that Goldsmith claims that he first learned of this whole beef when I DM'd him, and he took credit for training Maoist, on March the 20th, that was not actually the first he had heard of this beef, because he was asking about this beef on March the 12th.
Oh, yeah, I don't think there's, I mean, I can't see this de-escalating. I don't know what to do. Yeah, my advice, and this is not, I don't think this is really good advice, but my advice would be to just disengage, not talk about it anymore. But I mean, it's already gone so far.
In his personal little, Loby left-wing suicide troll goon account growth group chat, of which Noah was a member. How do I know this? How can I cite this?
Okay, so there's, I'm still struggling. Now I am struggling to follow this. I thought I was confident I'd be able to kind of explain this to you guys, but I'm struggling to follow this. Noah, who's Noah again? He's not Maoist Landlord, is he? Or is he Maoist Landlord? Fuck, I forget. He's another guy who, he's the reason Flesh Simulator painted his face red, right? Because he had like a Halloween costume where he painted his face red to be the devil or something like that. And Flesh Simulator's like, I know your secret. You dress up as the devil for Halloween. And it's like, yeah, I dressed up as Darth Maul for Halloween once. That's basically the same thing. Actually, to be honest, I dressed up as Darth Maul for Halloween 7 times probably. I did it once and I was like, that was sick. I'm going to do that every year.
You'll have to take my word for it. I'm sorry, I can't tell you where I got that information. Or this screenshot.
Okay, what's this? Now what's this one? Sorry, okay.
Can't tell you where I got that information. Or this screen.
What is happening? Who is acting like a weirdo? Remy replied to Falcon Finance.
Screenshot of you doing it.
Flesh Simulator and Eigenkirkbot are beefing. Eigenkirkbot is Maoist Landlord. Yes, I agree with Brutus Bathory, I think earlier said, someone killed me for knowing who Maoist Landlord is. Yeah. Okay, wait, what's the thing here? What's the...
Or this screenshot.
Okay, this is not... What am I supposed to see this as, like...
Of you doing it.
Of you doing what? Wait, sorry, I missed what he was accusing you of.
Of which Noah was a member. How do I know this? How can I cite this? You'll have to take my word for it. I'm sorry.
Sorry, gang. I gotta go back. What is he accusing you of?
Has claimed to have trained. The account that doxed me and my family in March of 2026. Here's a fun fact. Despite the fact that Goldsmith claims that he first learned of this whole beef when I DM'd him, and he took credit for training Maoist, on March the 20th, that was not actually the first he had heard of this beef.
So this is why it doesn't
because
matter.
he was...
This is why it doesn't matter. This is also a thing. Like, you will see this, once you know about this, you will see this anytime someone is getting the fucking mob pile on them. Someone's getting canceled or just like attacked. Any kind of thing like this. You focus on little things that no one else cares about. And it seems like, if I'm reading this right, Falcon Refinance told Flesh Simulator, I only heard about this whole thing with Maoist Landlord like when you messaged me about it. I didn't even know about it beforehand. And he has actual receipts, I guess, proving that Falcon Refinance did know about it before Flesh Simulator messaged him. But the problem is, okay, yeah, you caught him in a lie, sure, but that doesn't matter. Who cares? Like, I really don't. That is not anything. That's like a little white lie. That's like something, this guy's freaking out. Okay, let me just say this so he'll calm down. This isn't like something egregious. This isn't like, a fucking gotcha moment. We're nearing the end of this video. Oh, I guess we're not even. Okay, I'll let it play for a while. But it's just nothing. And you will always see people who are being canceled or who are being attacked online. They will do this. Instead of focusing on the main thing that they should be focusing on, that people are actually interested in, they'll focus on little things that are important to them. You know, I'm sure to Flesh Simulator, this seems like a betrayal, but no one gives a fuck. Who cares? I don't care about this.
Asking about this beef on account growth group chat. This, got that information, or this screen.
Okay.
Yeah, Bernie. Here's what Bernie had to say when I asked him why he was helping the person who just doxed my family. The Falcon tells it all. What can I say? He's my boy. I trained him. I set him loose. And he knows weakness. That's how I train him. He sees it everywhere in this world.
Oh,
No, I should do this in
I
Bernie.
mean, that is funny. This is fun. This is funny, but like, I mean, I can see why saying this to somebody with the exact synapse misfires as Flesh Simulator would really set him off. You know, you are talking like a guy who's in a secret society. I get that that's the joke, but
He sees it everywhere. The Falcon tells it all. What
he's reading it and doing an impression of Bernie.
can I say? He's my boy. I trained him. I set him loose, and he knows weakness. That's how I train him. He sees it everywhere in this world. Once they're loose, I've no responsibility. This is the internet. Bad things happen to the weak. They're caught and eaten.
Okay, whatever.
Making him sound too cool.
It seems pretty clear. Yeah, that does seem like a joke. That seems like a pretty obvious joke to me, but.
You know, that is what Bernie sounds like. We have clips of him talking later in this video. He sounds like the rat that runs the bank in like a pre-1940s cartoon that has to have a disclaimer in the beginning of it.
That's pretty funny.
This
No,
is
you're
tough,
not a
man.
lawyer.
I'm putting you in front of a judge. Yeah, I am a lawyer.
A judge that you
Buddy.
fucking know. From Oddfellows.
Well, that's your problem.
Oh, it's my problem? What? Why is that my problem? Is it going to be a
Because
problem?
he'll be dragged into Yolo County and subjected to their discretion, my friend. Like all of the
Why?
stuff that you've been saying.
Wouldn't a judge be, completely unbiased? Why is that any worse than any other county?
Look, if you have a problem with the judges that I'll be bringing your case before, you
You're
can
acting
always
like you're fucking
complain.
Kaiser Soze.
Yeah,
You're talking about
that's
me getting
because
kicked out
I
of
am
college as a
Kaiser
goddamn
Soze,
20-year-old.
friend.
Are you an attorney again yet? Like, actually? Will you say that you're an attorney? Are you an attorney?
I need you to
You are
calm down.
43
Calm down,
goddamn
buddy.
years old. Are you a licensed attorney right now? Can you legally be hired as an attorney, or is your license still suspended?
My friend, you need to calm down.
We are going to make
Jesus
you climb the
Christ.
monkey bars both ways. Now, for the benefit.
What does that mean, by the way? We're going to make you climb the monkey bars both ways. What does that mean? That sounds really menacing, but I have to admit, I have no idea what that's supposed to. We're going to make you climb the monkey bars both ways. What is that? What is that? Is that like swing both ways? Is that like a bisexual thing? What does that mean? We're going to make you climb the monkey bars both ways. We're going to fucking videotape you. Anyway, weird clip for him to put in. I guess he just wanted to illustrate Falcon Finance's voice. I don't know. His voice, he seems bothered. I will say that. Falcon Finance seems pretty calm in this. But anyway, all right.
Friend, you need to calm down.
We are going to make
Jesus
you climb the
Christ.
monkey bars both ways. Now, for the benefit of anyone who might wonder whether Mrs. Simulator was real, she is.
Like, this is also fucked up, guys. I mean, like, I don't know. But someone at some point, I thought it was, I don't know, Noah or Malice Landlord. Honestly, I lost track. But somebody fucking, what was it? Like, doxed his IRL girlfriend or fiance. Like, someone brought her into all this. His family, people were making fake accounts of his brother and posting a bunch of insane racist shit and like getting his brother in like trouble with his job, you know, whatever it was. Like, that is so fucking intense. Like, that should never happen. No online beef should ever get to that point. I mean, obviously it will because people are psychopaths, but.
Goldsmith's response in the Discord when someone raised that question: produce the woman. The throngs demanded. He can't produce her. She's fake, so why not claim he murdered her? A former Sullivan and Cromwell attorney in a group chat proposing to accuse me of murdering my girlfriend. I don't know what to add to that. Oh wait, actually I do. Shortly following this, a now deleted image.
Oh, Noah is Malice Landlord? Oh, okay. Thanks, Hot Goblin.
which was posted by Maoist Landlord in the Westside Tyler Discord server. A reply to it mentions a Dismantling the Patriarchy award. Following that, someone else asks, "What's this?" To which Maoist responds, "Mrs. Simulator, allegedly."
Okay, I guess we're just going to take his word for this because he's not putting these on screen.
Now, Maoist later claimed that what he had posted was simply a Wojak meme. This is brought into question by the fact that the picture with which Mrs. Simulator was doxxed and threatened with rape by a string of accounts claiming, by full name, to be members of my family, was of her holding a Dismantling the Patriarchy award. Maoist.
So, Falcon Finance, it's not illegal to accuse someone of murdering a fictitious person. So you're talking about Flesh Simulator's girlfriend? You would say that she is not real? That's interesting. I mean, I don't know. Like, what? I mean, why would he lie about that? He also has doesn't he have a thing where he's, anyway, I don't know. I don't know. I don't have the receipts on me to prove that Flesh Simulator indeed, put a ring on it at some point, but I don't see any reason to disbelieve him on that. And I don't know, it just seems cruel to accuse someone of murdering their girlfriend, even if they are fictitious. We're outside the bounds of the law right now. This is internet trolling, okay? This is still, after all these years, mostly the fucking Wild West. She's not real. Okay, well, I'll tell you during the call. All right. Well, we got to finish this. We can
posted her picture in the Westside Tyler Discord. He was the only one who had her name. Reminds me of something Bernie said earlier. Maoist is taking out multiple fascist family members. Another interesting thing about this. At March 15th, 2007, the first account to, at the very beginning, initially doxed my girlfriend, before the ones pretending to be my family showed up. I initially had assumed that was the accounts Mark Harden and Simps Biden, that it was the same person as those accounts. The reason I assumed this was that that account was created about 30 minutes after Simps Biden got banned and posted this. After finally finding and tracking down and locating the...
Sorry, was it? Flesh Simulator, what are you going to do? Get me banned again? Okay.
And posted this. After finally finding and tracking down and locating the person behind the accounts Mark Harden 911 and Simps Biden via his kitchen countertop, I was able to determine that he was not actually the same guy as March 15th, 2007. And so I like
that Falconry Finance repeatedly is like, the track is so sick. Like, this is a video like assassinating your character, and you're like, you gotta admit, it's fucking good music though. Listen, this is my mortal nemesis, but the guy can put together a fucking very fucking dope repetitive track background. This guy knows what he's doing.
Really care that much about him. Whatever. He was just being silly online. There was another person who had had 2 accounts banned the day before that post was made. Maoist Landlord's Twitter was suspended the day earlier. His YouTube channel was banned. What, are you gonna get this account banned too? Maoist Landlord, aka Noah Gabriel Strickler of Richmond, Virginia, was March 15th, 2007. He was also Samuel Simulator. He was Karen Ziffulator. He was Slow Simulator. He was all of the accounts pretending to be my family to use racial slurs, to dox and threaten to rape my girlfriend and post her employer, try to get my girlfriend fired, and then send those tweets to the employers of my family members to try to get them fired.
So if he doesn't have a girlfriend, how did Noah dox her and post her info and shit?
Oh, also, I just remembered another thing about how it was pretty weird how Bernie was having...
Okay, this is important. Okay, thank you, Bold Bebo Lou Woo. I just restarted the stream after shutting it off for a bit, but I've seen the Westside Tyler thread for myself, and I saw nothing but people making fun of his fridge and complaining about his cringe. Okay, and you know what? That's not illegal. That's not illegal, okay? I haven't seen the Westside Tyler thing. I don't even really know who that is. But if that's all it was, okay. Should also point out Westside Tyler has a strict don't defend me rule. Okay, what does that mean? What do you mean by that?
Extended private one-on-one voice calls with a 15-year-old, wherein he directed them to recruit others into a cell. Brings that Curtainer connection into the light again.
Okay, so this was one of the weakest parts of this. Overall, not very strong, accusation video, I would say, was the connection between Falconry Finance and Curtainer, where it's like, look, they had an interaction on Twitter. I think they're business partners and they do this and blah, 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 blah. But this is a accusation of pedophilia, I believe. It really brings that Curtainer connection back into the light. It's like, let's hear what he has to say. What is it?
And then he explicitly said that he did that publicly on record.
He did.
Here is the audio of him doing that.
Okay.
What the fuck was up with you having multiple 4-hour-long voice chats with a 15-year-old?
That was like
you couldn't tell? Because your argument was you couldn't tell, but you had there was the length of the fucking voice chat log in the fucking video you posted.
Show me a screen cap of that because
I can't say it's a fucking video. You posted it.
Yeah, well, show me a screen cap where there's some kind of notification or sort of record of me chatting with this guy for 4 hours. Like, my recollection is I listened to this guy for about 40 minutes under the pretext that he was a quadriplegic soldier that I had to listen to.
You believe that a quadriplegic soldier sounded like a 15-year-old for 40 minutes?
Well, these guys who sign up to...
It sounds like you just listened to a 14-year-old for 40 minutes on the first time, and then the second time you called them...
he was a quadriplegic, so I was like, this guy's got a limited view of the world because he can't move around, so I might as well just listen to him.
Okay, I mean, listening to your voice, I guess I could see how, maybe your hearing is higher pitched.
Because I got a prepubescent voice, yeah.
I can't help it. Flush the Meter is funny sometimes.
Of course.
Yeah. You don't think it's creepy that you're a 43-year-old man with a prepubescent voice that is talking to...
He's gotten totally distracted from the point he's trying to make. You going after his voice.
15-year-olds on voice chat for hours?
I mean, no, it wasn't for hours. You say it was for 4 hours. It was for about 40 minutes. We can get the logs for that.
The first time. How long was the second one?
Less than that. Substantially less than that.
So we agree that you spent an hour? One-on-one
about an hour
a
total.
15-year-old?
He was voice calling me, and I don't know. I posted the entire chat log between us.
Me that I was talking to. You said
he contacted you because he came from your Discord.
You should find others. You told them you should find other people and recruit them into a cell. Those are your exact words.
No, those aren't. You just made up some extra words for me.
Okay,
I said
what were the exact words?
I said, go start a cell because he had been talking to me for about...
Okay, so we agree that you told a 15-year-old to go start a cell.
Yeah.
What is your issue? You are a fucking freak, dude.
All right. I mean, I am just confused. I don't know who's this guy? There's a 15-year-old who, this is what I'm getting from this. Some 15-year-old kid said that he was a quadriplegic soldier so that he could talk to Falconry Finance. Falconry Finance talked to him on multiple occasions for 40 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever, added up to about an hour, and didn't realize this person was 15 years old, thought that he was a former soldier. I don't really get it. What was the context of this? I'm so fucking weirded out. The beef. Yeah, no, this is a good, you put it well here, Mark. The whole beef seems serious, but this back and forth audio is so goofy. Yeah. I like when he gets distracted by you listened to a 15-year-old and you thought it was well, I guess based on how you sound, maybe your hearing is high pitched too. It's what the fuck are you talking about? He goes on a whole tangent. Anyway, okay, all right. So whatever. Okay, you talked to a 15-year-old online. You didn't know he was 15. You thought maybe he was just a soldier whose voice hadn't changed or had some kind of I don't know. Maybe his voice had changed. I don't know. I don't know how he sounded. Anyway, okay. More things we can talk about.
Fuck you. Fuck your dead ass dog. I'm possessing your hip like fucking Liquid Snake, Jesus. And now I'm going after you and your faggy cult. Goodbye. To close out.
Jesus Christ, that is nuts. I mean, but this is fuck you, fuck your dead dog. That's ugly, man. That's ugly. You know? I can't believe he included that. I can't believe he included that in this fucking video. That makes Flesh Simulator seem, I don't know. Going after your dog, that's rough.
Snake, and now I'm going after you and your faggy cult. Goodbye. To close out, Barrett Brown has been investigating these same people for longer than I have. You should read his work. Lucas Connor.
But I don't know that I haven't seen Barrett Brown do any I've seen him talk about Curtainer, but I haven't seen him talk about anyone else in this. And Curtainer is barely involved. The only connection here is Curtainer talked to Falconry Finance online. Like, in the clip that Flesh showed, at least, it was like a back and forth, reply. 4 replies from 2 people. Like, that is not, like, what the, is that enough to bring in, you should go read Barrett Brown's work? Because I'm familiar with his work. It's good. It's interesting. I've read some of it on stream before. You know, we got Weave, Peter Thiel shit, like, you know, this is his Substack. This isn't like where he's posted most of his work. But has he done stuff on anyone else? Has Barrett Brown covered Falconry Finance at all, ever? Has he covered, like, Maoist landlord? Oh, Lucas Connor. Okay. So he has, so that's what he means by these people. All right. He's been talking to Lucas Connor, who told him a bunch of crazy, juicy, but delusional stuff about me. So so I guess I was wrong. So he has covered you, Falconry Finance? Is there articles of Barrett Brown about you? Or you're saying he has been talking to this guy? Is that going to happen?
Documented what Goldsmith did to him and was sued into silence for it. In Yolo County, in front of a judge who knows Goldsmith from their shared fraternal organization and was the mentee of the person in the picture. I'm not going to be sued into silence. Partly because I've been very careful of the distinction between documented fact and opinion. Partly because I genuinely don't really have enough money to make it worth his while. And partly because if he tries, I will consider it confirmation that everything in this video is correct, and I will say so loudly and repeatedly until one of us runs out of breath. Bernard Goldsmith is not a shadowy figure operating.
Always the part at the end of the Flesh Simulator video where he goes full anime villain mode. Honestly, this is kind of the most enjoyable part. He's got the House of the Rising Sun in the background. You know, the guy, you know, he's lazy. He's a lazy video editor, but he does know how to set a mood. You know, he can set a tone really well. He's a filmmaker. I'll give him that. He is genuinely talented at this stuff.
Beyond accountability. He's just a shadowy figure. And finally, here's my message to Bernie. Every single thing that you have accused me of is something that you actually did. That's smart. This way, I can't countersue without looking like I'm just copying your civil complaints beat for beat. You're expecting this to just go into a, you know, Your Honor, you gotta believe me, you've got it exactly backwards. He's the one that did this stuff to me. And for you to win because you're friends with the judge and you spent months attempting to discredit me by repeatedly lying about me using benzodiazepines. I stopped taking those 8 years ago. And you know, that's something we might have in common. Didn't you have some manic rant that you posted around Christmas time about something you also stopped taking? You know, this plan may well have worked if you had kept your goddamn mouth shut and you hadn't spent the last 6 months bragging to anyone and everyone who would listen in public forums about your devious, diabolical galaxy brain plot to pervert the justice system. Now, I know that you're all still hyped up from successfully suing a pro se defendant. Was that your first trial? First thing you've won? You had a good thing going, Bernie. You really built a community. But you dropped the mask just a bit too early, and your voice cracked, and you choked. And you asked if you could please try that again, but you did it on the big screen in front of everyone. The surprise has been spoiled. A ruined orgasm of a villain reveal. It's the usual suspects if instead of losing the limp, Kevin Spacey just tripped on his own shoelaces and ate shit on the steps outside of the police station. And now this is the only thing anyone will ever remember you for. And they will hate you. Bernard Robert Goldsmith. The Worm Cow.
Boom. Okay.
Actual real last thing, though. Bernie, I am going to personally ensure that you can never practice law again. I'm going to get you disbarred for real for moral turpitude. You were giving out legal advice while not licensed to practice law because you didn't pay your license fees. You were a suspended practitioner. Also, the whole, malicious and vexatious litigation thing where you were like, I'm going to vexatiously litigate them. you shouldn't say that on record. The part where you said you were going to frame me for terrorist threats, I don't think that's going to look very good. Shotguns Direct. That's a funny story. There was a Discord server that Bernie got kicked out of, apparently, because he was talking about how he straw purchased 24 shotguns to give out to people at riots. That is called a straw purchase. That is, you're not allowed to do that. You can't just go buy 24 shotguns and bring them with you to riots to give out to the rioters. That's very against the law. And then what else beyond that? Low tax. When you made Low Tax kill himself, and then you were like, I made Low Tax kill himself. There's no statute of limitations on that in the state of Missouri, where he did kill himself.
Agreed, Mark. Yeah. Why is there no music over this?
That is technically voluntary.
This is like the after the credits scene, it feels like. This is like the scene where you find out that Flesh Simulator Expanded Universe is going to merge with fucking Spider-Man, whatever.
Manslaughter, which is a murder charge. And then finally, the way the RICO Act works is to RICO a group. That's the law. It's to go after like the mob and stuff, gangs, organized crime. If you can prove that certain predicate crimes are met in any two, then they're always real serious crimes or specific crimes. You can RICO everyone in the case. What's a predicate RICO crime? Is large-scale straw purchasing. And you know what else is? Murder. Fly, be free, Falcons. You know how you guys have been laughing at the dwindling number of simulator accounts. Oh, there's only a couple left, blah, blah, blah. I've been making people take off the profile pictures and take simulator out of their names so that I can have them all put them back on when this video comes out to further crush your heart.
Cool. All right.
Fuck you.
Whoops. I did not mean to click that. Okay, so there we go, gang. That's the whole video. We got through it, and we're not done. We have more. There's more to talk about. There's so much more to say. Falconry Finance. If you want to quickly, you're on Twitter again, right? You got your Twitter back. I think I saw you on there. But yeah, if you're able, I probably Discord would be the easiest way to do this. If you want to come online. If you want to come on the stream, okay, yeah, get in my Twitter DMs and let me know your Discord whatever name, and we can link up. We'll make it happen. It'll take a little bit for me to figure it out. I'll be honest. I know myself. I'm gonna need to do some shit. But give me 1 second, gang. I'm gonna let this play. The intro video from Nash Keune. Not quite sure how you say it. Small channel, just starting out. Good shit. Here is the link. Jump into that shit. Support a good creator here, okay? Nash. And I'm going to take a quick bio break. I'll be back so soon. Okay, I recognize I don't want to leave you guys on the cliffhanger here, so I'll be very quick here. But anyway. Check it out. Check them out. Nash Keune. This is about Peter Thiel, the Antichrist. I'll be back in like 1 or 2 minutes.
So people get restive. They begin to lose faith in the idea of modern progress, and eventually they stop believing in it altogether. And now they have to reach for more atavistic ways of being and thinking that make everything even worse, and the world just comes undone. And maybe Peter Thiel's personal fixation on the stagnation of technological development is not shared by that many other people. But it's a version of the general modern-day capitalist mania for constant growth, just on a bigger scale. He complains about stagnation because his expectations of growth have been frustrated. And Peter Thiel's example shows us the outcome of this mania for constant growth. Apocalyptic thinking is the same shape as scheming together unicorn startups. It's hockey stick-shaped graphs just pointing upwards or pointing down. The flip side of the uncreative inertia of stagnation is the destructive chaos of, the Book of Revelations. And in the same way, the growth mindset is haunted by premonitions of Armageddon, personal and possibly worldwide. As long as we dream of endless growth, we'll just be condemning ourselves to live in the leftover dread of our nightmares of total ruin. like Peter Thiel. The famous story of how Peter Thiel came to invest in Facebook so early goes something like, everyone in Silicon Valley, everyone at Facebook, they were always talking about bringing people together, connecting the world. But Peter Thiel, he saw the reality. Facebook, all of these websites, social media, it was going to eviscerate us, disconnect people, tear them apart, make them dumber, less thoughtful. It would be an envy machine that ruined us as individuals and as a society. So he bought in. Peter Thiel knew how horrible it would be, and that's why he invested. Thiel had portensions of the dying of the light, and he didn't rage against it. He found a way to make money off of the darkness. Disgusting stuff. Just putrid morally. And while business people and tech people will bow down at the altar of Peter Thiel's prognosticatorial prowess, this was a pretty obvious prediction. This massive web of inhuman connections, of course it would just make life worse. I foresaw that. And I was like 14 when Facebook got started. And I didn't need a trash literary critic to think it through for me. But Peter Thiel did. Specifically, he followed René Girard in his thinking. Girard's one idea is that all desire is mimetic. We learn to want, we learn what to want only by looking at what other people have and what other people want. And then, because these things are scarce, we fight over them. Now, I want to emphasize that Girard isn't saying that envy is an important thing or that envy moves people a lot and that we should be mindful of envy when we're reading. We should be mindful of envy when we're trying to interpret texts, that maybe we have like underemphasized envy sometimes. No, Girard is saying that all desire is mimetic, and that's where violence comes from. And we should be reading all books and history, politics and anthropology through that idea. Now, there are more like stages to it. There's like a whole thing about scapegoating, but there's no reason to worry about the rest of the theory. We're already in dum-dum territory. Because the second that you find a single desire that goes back to an individual taste or attraction, then you've disproven the whole theory. There's this fun paper by Joshua Landy where he goes through all these different ways to show how Girard is wrong. But just to borrow one, Girard says that childhood is like the time of imitation, which
Cool.
to a degree is true.
Okay, Falcon Refinance, you threw your Discord name in the chat. Okay, crazy move. But all right, how do I find you on here? Okay, actually, let me, you know what, I'll let our boy Nash over here take things for now. One second.
True. Children will, imitate each other. They'll copy their siblings, their neighbors, their cool uncles. They'll, play house and take turns as like mommy and daddy. This is one of the main ways that we learn how to be a human, by cribbing off of other people's homework. How hard would it be to invent personhood from the ground up? But no, children don't only imitate. It's not all mimesis. Like Landy says, you can't get a child to eat vegetables just by eating vegetables yourself and expressing your satisfaction.
Oh, wait. Did you send it over Twitter? Okay, this is annoying.
Satisfaction. Then even on the off chance that you can momentarily trick them into trying the vegetable, you can't make them like it. Their personal taste kicks in. They just go back to demanding French fries and dino nuggies. Yeah, there. So much for Girard and his...
Okay, Mr. Finance, I've sent you a friend request. Shitty interface, yeah. Well, I find it good for... Oh, yeah, there you are. Okay, cool. Okay, we're getting it going. One sec.
Overwrought theory. But what kind of person finds Girard appealing? Well, for one, maybe somebody who's not terribly well read, though he might want people to think that he is. People to think that he's smart. Girard can be so obnoxious to read if you know the books that he's talking about. He goes off on Proust, and I have epigenetic memories of Nordic book burnings flood into me. But if you haven't read Proust or Shakespeare or Dostoevsky, then he reads them for you. Now it's like you've read Proust and Hamlet and Crime and Punishment all at once just by reading this one book. Like that joke in Metropolitan where the main character says that he likes to read literary criticism instead of novels because when you read literary criticism, you get the novel and the literary critic both at the same time. You know the novels now and you can make thoughtful sounding pronouncements on them in public. Girard is, I think, like a one-volume compendium of cliff notes for people. And then there's the theory itself, like the psychology of it, how inhuman you see people. Because to be human is to be stochastic, to be inexplicable, have an idea that just comes to you. You can't trace it back to any one definite starting spot. Some ideas, some urges, instincts, hopes, wants that just come unbidden, seemingly spontaneously. But in Girard, we're just automatons of imitation, or maybe like reflections in a mirror. People have no more depth than glass. And then society is just a bunch of mirrors set in front of each other. It's like a carnival hall of mirrors. Peter Thiel found this theory appealing. Apparently, this is how he sees people. And you can see how this kind of thinking would associate with commerce. You don't appreciate the full interiority of people, so you get rich off of them. And now, your riches depend on not appreciating.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Bertie. So I got you here. You can hear me, right? Okay, cool. Okay. Just give me a second here. I'm gonna try to get the layout going, and then we can talk. I'm gonna mute you for 1 second, though. Cool. I'll let you know.
Appreciating the full interiority of people, so you get even worse. Like I said, capitalism is born from ugly habits of mind and soul, and then it just intensifies them. And maybe there's an end to what you would take from fellow humans, but not from the envy robots who happen to surround you. And so Girard slides easily into the capitalist craze for endless growth and endlessly increasing profits. There's that famous clip where Peter Thiel is talking to Ross Douthat, and Douthat asks if humanity should survive, and Peter Thiel stutters for like 12 seconds, because why would he care if humanity survives? And finally, there are obvious ways that Girard dovetails into apocalypticism. We're all fighting for the same things, and if those things get more scarce, then there'll be more violence. And more violence means it'll be harder to produce and distribute those things. So there'll be even more violence. It's a death spiral. But of course, people fighting over scarce resources, that's not unique to Girard's theory. What is maybe a little bit particular to Girard's theory is seeing people as automatons, people as cause and effect.
All right. Okay. So, Falcon, I'm going to turn you on. 1 second. Your sound, that is. Okay. Okay, you're unmuted. Welcome to the stream. Testing. Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. And I think, what a video. What a film. What a film, in fact. We've just watched the, another Flesh Simulator hit piece on our guest, Valkyrie Finance. How does it feel to be the subject of a Flesh Simulator video? You're up there right now with the greats, James Alefantis, everyone else he likes to talk about. Epstein. Oh, sorry. I guess you're not coming through. Hang on. I think this should help. Try now. Hello?
Testing. Can you hear me?
Okay, I think that's good.
Can you hear me?
I think that's good, right?
Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah. I don't
sorry,
know.
how does it feel?
I don't know how I felt. Like at first I was a little frightened because I'm like, oh my God, this guy's making this video. But then I kind of looked at it a little more closely and I was like, man, he's making me sound super lit. Like I'm the secret boss of the internet. It's like the guy who killed low tax Kianka with his mind. But he does make some claims in the video that are concerning and wrong. Like that thing with the 15-year-old, like he's been repeating that online forever through this conflict. And it was like a 15-year-old who came from his Discord who was messaging me a bunch, like over and over again, and pretending to be a quadriplegic war veteran. And like
Okay. Yeah.
as his
Tell us more
excuse
about
for
that.
wanting to voice talk to me.
So who's this person? How did they come into your Discord DMs or whatever it was? This was
So before this all went down, I was being invited by Flesh to be a microphone on his upcoming podcast. So this would be like December of last year, which is where he got all that background information on me about the Oddfellows. Like he's trying to make it seem like I'm threatening him by saying, hey, we've got like all of the judges who are going to mess with you. But no, that's when we were on friendly terms. And I was like, hey, you got like a conspiracy podcast? I've been in a secret society, you know?
Sure.
Telling him all about that. So no, I haven't been like bragging. I mean, he'll just come out and say like that I was saying on the record that I know all the judges. And that's not true. I never said that or anything like it. And this thing with the 15-year-old, like I didn't realize it at the time, but he came from Flesh's like server and he was messaging me a bunch and he was like, I really want to get on the phone with you. I want to get on the phone with you. I posted the entire chat log between us.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you were in his server when you guys were working on starting this podcast together. And I guess that was the one that became the, what's it called? The Gladiodrome or something like that? Is that his?
Yeah. Gladiodrome is his current podcast. I don't really care for it. Glad to not be on it now that I know all this stuff. But this is before Flesh like lost his mind and went to like a hard right tack. Like he and I were friends because I find him to be dramatic and funny.
Yeah,
and,
I used to really be a fan of him. Yeah, for sure.
Like and I think he is still a fan of me. I'd be a fan of him if he just I get over what he's doing right now. But
there's you were willing to squash the beef. It sounds like.
Not with a Nazi, but if he wants to take a look at his views,
sure,
because he's an avowed National Socialist at this point, and when somebody says that he's a Nazi, you got to believe him.
I mean, he's like he wouldn't call himself a Nazi, but he has like some definitely like white supremacist beliefs.
Well, yes, he would. He would call himself. He would call himself a Nazi. He has. Oh, I'm quoting it. I wouldn't call him a Nazi unless he had said it himself.
Oh, okay.
And also said stuff like his dream job when people were pointing out that he can't be a Nazi because he's Jewish. He was like, you know, being a capo at the camps is my dream job.
Okay. Well, I mean,
and so when people are like, hey, are you xenophobic? He's like, yes, proudly so. Are you racist?
Listen,
and then he'll prevaricate a little bit and be like, yes.
I'm as woke as the next guy, right? You all know me. I'm a real soy boy over here. But I will say I do think that you are kind of reading his words as truth in the same way that he's done to you, right? Like when you're joking around, he'll be like, look, he admits it.
You know, okay, so I would say that I've never really twisted the stuff that he says. Okay. I've never engaged in like what he does is he'll know something's wrong, but he'll have the quotes to be able to push it to make it seem like something's the case when it's not. And even though he knows better, he'll be selling his audience on it. And I don't do that.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay, so all right.
And as far as like who's right, I'm not like a moral man in this situation. I'm somebody who is making fun of somebody on the internet and having fun doing that. It's kind of like making fun of somebody in a schoolyard situation. Only that other person loses in the insult war and then brings a gun to school the next day. Like, that's what this is like. Like you don't call somebody a pedophile. I mean, he said that I was maintaining a military compound in Nebraska with tunnel complexes that I was using to rape children on an industrial scale. Like,
where did he say that? Was that in the last video?
People are hard on me for suing him.
Yeah.
I've got it on his Twitter stuff, and he's been like, he blocked me, and I have a rule. I don't bother people like following them around if they block you. But he's been coming onto MySpace on Twitter and accusing me of this stuff. And I have the recording of that one, the Nebraska tunnels thing, and other stuff. So like when I say, yes, he's accused me of this stuff. Yes, I will never say that I will never falsely accuse him of accusing me of something because I've got this shit all in writing.
Okay.
Right. I'm going to go before a judge. I'm going to tell him, hey, this guy said this. that leads me to believe that he is that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So it seems like, okay, so you
and I
guys
don't
were
see-
friends, like
Go ahead.
online friends for a while. You had,
He's funny. Yeah, he's
like,
a funny,
yeah.
charming guy.
Sure, yeah. And it seems like, you know, I can
He's
identify
hilarious.
you like to make jokes. You're a funny guy. You're, you know, kind of like
Yeah.
a fun, trolly type of dude. And so is he. Like, you guys are so similar in that way. And I think, like, from what I've seen, I would say, I mean, it's hard to say because I don't know all the details, but I think I would say Flesh Simulator is more deranged and has been doing more, you know, vicious attacks on you and other people than
I'm
you
a
have
weird
towards
guy.
him.
I hang out on the internet and
Yeah.
I look for weird stuff. Like he
Yeah,
posted
sure.
a picture of himself in front of his refrigerator where he's obviously taller than his refrigerator.
Mm-hmm.
And I spend a day or two insisting that it's photographic evidence.
Right.
If you know the trigonometry, that he's actually shorter than his refrigerator. And this drove him nuts.
It
And that's
did.
funny.
Okay. Like, yeah, like that is funny. I'm not going to disagree with that. And that seems mostly harmless. But I mean, there are some things here, right? Like, I don't know the full thing with whatever, Hal Jordan and
Lucas
stuff.
Connor. Oh yeah, Hal Turner.
Or Hal Turner,
That
that's what it
neo-Nazi.
was.
Like I was
Yeah.
kind of like burnishing my resume. Like Hal Turner was a shortwave radio internet Nazi guy who, like Flesh Simulator is doing now, would like claim that these conspiracies of people were coming after him and doing all these stuff to him, and he would raise money on it. So, for example, Flesh Simulator has raised $9,000 off of this beef through a GoFundMe site.
And that's just from the
ostensibly
recent
to
thing?
pay for legal. Yeah, that's just for the
Like,
recent thing.
from
and
the-
like
from
a
the
week
last video
earlier,
about
he had
you.
raised 10,000. Yeah. Well,
Oh,
the last
wow.
video about me, he posted his metrics on it. He earned $450.
Okay.
Like a day after it came up. I'm guessing he'll probably earn like 3K. So while he's doing all this stuff, remember that he's making money.
Okay.
And before the $9,000, he had raised $10,000 from his fans. Ostensibly, I don't know if you know the journalist Evan Loves Worf on Twitter.
Yeah.
He had been trying to raise $10,000 to give ostensibly to Evan Loves Worf so that he would go to Somalia and carry it around in his pocket, and he could keep it.
Okay.
But the whole goal was to get him kidnapped by Somali pirates. So he raised the money for that a couple of weeks before he started this beef. So like, you know, it's
Interesting.
It's a financial thing. He's got incentives to cause internet craziness to happen. And at the outset of all this, during his war with
interesting.
Maoist
So,
landlord,
Can I interrupt?
Noah
Can I just
Strickler.
clarify here?
Go ahead.
Your theory here is that Flesh Simulator kind of realizes that he looks unhinged right now, but he knows that the more drama he gets into, the more money he'll be able to make. So your assertion is that
I think
he's doing
that
this
it
all on
started
purpose.
with the money thing, but now it's mental illness. Like when he had first, you know, that speech that I gave him, I trained him, and he sees weakness in this world everywhere. That's when he was messaging me, asking me about this beef, and I had misunderstood what he was doing. The first part of that conversation, I didn't realize he was coming to me to like confront me with my guys going after him or whatever. I was advising him, hey, this is great. Like, have an internet beef with this guy. It'll be like a DJ war where the DJs on two different radio stations are yelling at each other, but it's all kayfabe. Like, both of them are pumping their listener counts. Like, I directly told him, this is what you got going on. This is great news. But apparently he didn't think so. So I was like, all right, yeah, you got me. He's after you. He's part of a legion I've trained.
Well, do you have like, okay,
So
so you are like a bit of a troll here. You know, I think we both agree on that. He's like a bit of a troll. Do you have like a troll, like a code of honor personally, Bernie? Like where you're like, it's okay to troll.
Yeah, he was going
for example,
after
like
little
Nazis.
accounts. He was doxing. I'll go after Nazis and I'll disable them if they have a platform. This all started out because he was going after like these little bitty accounts for posting SpongeBob gifs at him. And you're missing out on some of the funniest stuff. I'll have to send you some of the stuff I'm filing in court. But he's been making posts saying that the 764 isn't it. In fact, this thing he's facing that I am ringleading in some way.
Sorry, this is Flesh Simulator is saying that 764, the like kind of like terrorgram kind of like style.
Yeah, 764. Me and Kurt Tanner are after him.
And he's saying that's you and Kurt Tanner is running it. Is that what he was saying in that video? There's so many things he brings up, and I'm like, where is this going?
So he posted stuff. Yeah, you got to pay attention to stuff that he posts. The video makes no sense if you don't follow his posts. But so he's indicated that the pictures of SpongeBob that were posted to him are part of a 764 offshoot cult of people who worship something called the Noctulian Freaky Bob in the temple of Bob. And that's our thing.
Right.
And we get children to give us illicit photos on the internet. And then by his description, have them carve hammer and sickle sigils into their chests while they're on live chats with us on the Discord.
Now, I'm not too familiar with
so I wouldn't sue somebody unless they're like saying this stuff. Like, this is like, how can I not sue? Like, this is like, I'd be fun. I'd have fun with this. Except I got people in my real life asking, like, what's the deal with this? You're a pedophile?
Yeah.
Like, you've been talking to 15-year-olds? I've had people like sending me messages saying that they want to cut all my fingers off. He's got a lot of currency with like neo-Nazis. So I was getting a lot of like Nazi pictures from people. Somebody was calling into the police department or trying to get folks to call into the police department saying I had given out 24 shotguns during a riot.
He brings up the straw purchasing thing right at the very end of the video. I mean,
makes me sound so rad. It's like and he's distributing shotguns during a riot.
I guess he's like, these are all things. So I agree. Like, it's a little intense. Like, I feel like he looks kind of unhinged here by going after you, naming all these things he's going to sue you for or whatever. He's going to find you guilty of.
I've never done shit to the guy except make fun of him. To be honest, he tries to group all of the actions against him together to one person and say that he did all this. But no, it's just the whole internet's making fun of him because he's very obviously easily twerked off.
And I'm not innocent of that myself. I've made a bunch of videos about him with kind of thumbnails that I would classify as making fun of him. But I got to say though, like, you've done a bit more than just make fun of him. Like, you have also engaged in this sort of legal thing. Taking him to court, like talking to people about how you're going to fuck them over with your lawsuits.
That's why I've got so people have been of your opinion. They've been like, well, why are you picking on these guys? And in fact, they, would blame me a little bit for it until they read the documents. Like, that's what I'm telling you. I've got this 40-page document that was submitted to court, and it describes all of the extremely heinous stuff that Lucas Connor has been mailing me and my family for about 4 years now. And what happened was Flesh decided I'm responsible for the woes in his life. And then he went up to Lucas Connor and he saw all of these accusations to make up against me sitting on the shelf, waiting to be taken down and promulgated. And then he did. He started being like, yes, I have sources that say this, that Bernie was trying to adopt a child just to molest it, that just really bad stuff. And so that's what I'm saying. You got to read this document and be like, oh, this guy's life has actually been pretty well targeted by these people. Like I've got thick skin.
Do you want to go over that? I mean, I have it. I can pull it up here. Oh, wait, do I still have you on, are you still on Twitter?
I'm currently writing the one about Flesh Simulator. So he's right. Like the reason why he put out that unfinished video is because he thought he was on a time limit. He thought I was going to serve him with papers that Monday, and that would necessitate him not talking about me until the trial or whatever. And so he popped that out, but he was misunderstanding. Like, a bunch of people that follow him and make fun of him have been saying the fear starts Monday, because he said that once and we found it very menacing and hilarious. So we just say it all the time. In these live spaces that we have on X.
Yeah. Okay. And that's not against the law, but all right. So I don't know. I'm feeling a little bit conflicted here. I mean, your thing is you are trying to go after Nazis, deplatform them. Flesh Simulator is at least Nazi adjacent. I know he's been on some like white power podcasts. You're saying
if you can't take a man at his word when he says he's a National Socialist and wants to be a capo.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Those words.
I mean, I do feel like he likes to troll a little bit too. I don't take everything he says 100% literally, as I don't take the things you say 100%
Well,
literally.
it lines
But
up with
I
his
agree.
political views,
Yeah,
unless he's
totally.
joking about those two.
Yeah, I agree
so
with
then
that.
you're like, well, who is this man really?
He definitely is a white supremacist, whether or not he would actually love to be.
Yeah,
a
he's a
capo.
right-wing white supremacist who claims that he's a Nazi. And
I'm not going to disagree with you on that.
He says foreigners smell bad, they rape people, and they get together and they come over to our lands to take advantage of white women and all that stuff. Like, yeah, that guy's a Nazi.
For sure. And I'm trying to see things from your perspective here. I know that when I've been in situations like this, I get very frustrated not being able to say, oh guys, you're getting it wrong. That's not what's happening. Like what are the things that Flesh Simulator has accused you of that are the most, you feel like are most in need of a fact check? Like, he's called you a pedophile. That is got to be a big one.
Yeah, he's this whole situation where he's been his Discord functions like the 764 group, and that he has his members identify themselves and engage in greater and greater acts of transgression that are recorded. And this, the reason why they structure things that way is so that you kind of cross the pale, and then you have blackmail materials on you. In this instance, he was preventing people from accessing his Discord unless they typed the N word. Okay. So that they could be screenshotted doing that. And then it goes on from there. He requires people he created something he calls the simulators, and you have to engage in
I'm familiar with the simulators.
acts. You have to argue with people. Yeah, he started this, he had this Google form where they would create a MetaMask wallet, and that would be linked with an NFT and a company that he had created called Dynamic Solutions. And if you look at the way that he's describing the Actionist thing, he's just describing a pay for trolling company. Like, you give us money and my people will harass somebody until they stop bothering you. And he has envisioned the way of transferring payments between himself and these people. This is
so sorry. Flesh Simulator advertised himself
criminal
as
activity.
He's advertised himself as I will harass someone.
The company is named Dynamic Solutions.
Really? Okay.
And I'm going to swear to this, and in front of court, and I'm not saying anything that's not completely backed up in black and white by text. So when Flesh says this stuff and he's like, yeah, I have the evidence, he never gives it to you. Me, I give it.
Okay. Well, do you
you can see the type of case that I'm building. Yes.
Do you want to send me the evidence? You want me to pull something up?
I'll send you a draft. I can send you a draft of the order that I'm writing up.
Okay. This is different than the 40-page thing you sent me before?
Completed.
Okay.
Yeah, so the one that I sent you before was Lucas Connor, and the one against Flesh will be pretty much the same, where I make claims and then I back those claims up with quotes, and those quotes have attachments that I refer to on the document itself, so you can go look at the tweet. Okay. Be like, oh yeah, I guess he said that. The deal with Flesh is he says a lot of stuff. He says a lot of stuff.
That he does.
And if you take the effort to collect it and put it together, it's bad stuff. It's dramatically impermissible, and quite clearly the processes of somebody going through a mental breakdown. Like, the ideal thing here would be for him to not have guns anymore. Like, that ship has sailed. He's not going to be able to have guns, and to get some mental health help.
I mean,
and maybe stop drinking.
Okay. The gun thing, I feel like if you were really trying to get him to kill himself, you wouldn't be trying to take away his guns. So I think that's a good argument against his whole.
The idea that he's being gang stalked by a group of people who have the political wherewithal to own the judiciary in a county in California for the purpose of stripping him of his guns, so that he can be murdered at a later stage, and we could frame it as an overdose.
Right.
Does that sound like something a sane person would say?
It doesn't sound like something a sane person would say, but I don't think that necessarily means that something is untrue. A lot of times with these sort of online harassment mobs, when you describe it accurately, it does sound like a gang stalk. It is gang stalking, right? In a lot of ways, people can be.
Well, in this case, we don't have a centralized apparatus like he's created with the simulators.
Yes,
he has a method of distributing payments to them and disciplining them. For example, when simulators go over the line in a way he doesn't like, or if he wants control over them, he threatens to revoke their shares in the company, Dynamic Solution. So he's giving out shares in this company for the purpose of, I guess, coming up with doxing info about people that's plausible that he can spread, but it's actually salacious and maliciously false. He's been giving some paranoid stalkers of mine like social verification and attention in a way to encourage them to make these weird claims against me so that he can republish them.
Right.
In a convincing way, because they have to be separated from the schizo, because the person who's authoring these claims is clearly nuts.
Okay,
But
I want to
alienates it from
focus
them
in on this though, Bernie, because like
Okay.
there's a lot of things to talk about here. I know that so he's accused you and Curtainer of being in some sort of offshoot of 764 with the Noctulian Freaky Bob
Right.
stuff.
That's sourced
That, like-
completely from Lucas Connor.
Okay, and you are, but what you're saying is he runs his Discord like 764, like it's another kind of like.
It shares some features. So what
okay.
he'll do is he'll investigate stuff and then I'll copy it.
So
And
did you
this
want
little bit
to?
where
And
he's
you
getting
said you
people- Go
had.
ahead.
You said you had evidence of that. Do you want to? We can look at that now, or
I'll give it to you. I got to get this thing written first and served, and
Okay.
that'll happen within the week, and I'll get it to you.
all right. So
But
this is a little
you
sneak
can
preview
find
of that.
like
Okay.
screenshots of him bragging about, we don't have these problems anymore because we make people say the N word.
Uh-huh.
No, he types it out, but
Yeah.
and if you look at it and you're like, oh, okay, so you have people first do this, then you have a screenshot of them doing that, then you have them financially tie themselves to you, then you get them to pick fights in public with their
Mhm.
completely renamed social media account that has simulator on it, so they don't even have an individual face anymore.
Interesting.
Um,
So he
it's-
really
yeah,
the
it's
whole
like-
simulators thing, and at the end of the recent video. So if you guys aren't aware, everyone on Twitter who has their simulator in their name somewhere, and usually their profile picture is like Flesh Simulator symbol with like the two eyes, but there's some different background usually. Those are
He's got a
called the
template that they
simulators.
modify.
It's like how Lady Gaga fans are called the little
And
monsters.
he
His
issues
fans are
them
the simulators.
commands in public.
Uh-huh.
While he's in
Yeah.
negotiations with people, he'll say, I have your docs.
Yeah.
And I have not yet given the simulators the green light to do these things to you. Now what you must do is never post again, or else
Uh-huh.
the gloves are off. And then that was Maoist. Then Maoist started posting again. He's like, well, it looks like somebody didn't get the message. And then he signals his simulators to mess with people. Like it's a formalization of sort of like a already occurring internet phenomenon, but he's found a way to direct it himself right now by pretending to be the victim of various things that he himself is perpetrating.
Right. It's funny, man. Like, I mean, I feel like you guys are both, I think I for sure align more with your politics than with his, but you guys are kind of similar, right? Like, you guys are sort of doing.
He doesn't have politics.
Oh, that's.
I don't think he truly has politics. I think his situation is more of like riding the attention wave. He doesn't have coherent politics, which I suppose gives him this kind of like eclecticism that you can see with white nationalists, where they pick and choose stuff, and they have the luxury of doing so, and they're not really bound to. I mean, I can recommend you some books on fascism if you want to see like the dissection of this, but no, he has no real core beliefs.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. I think I mean, I don't know if he has any core beliefs or not, but I guess I'm just having a little trouble here because I feel like at the same time, I hear you saying, I've done nothing but make fun of him. And yet I've seen him posting things that you've done that seem like definitely more than just making fun of him, but like doing coordinated harassment, talking to people about how you're going to fuck him up.
Posting claims about him. Like, he doesn't really have any evidence.
But I've also seen you say, yes, that's true. I'll cop to that. I did that. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Like, I mean, a lot of
but for certain things, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Like,
I won't lie. Like if he's got me, I'll say, yeah, you got me.
And that's to your credit. But like, what would you say? Is there anything that you've done here that you regret with your, campaign against Flesh Simulator? You're trolling, your honorable troll, trying to deplatform Nazis' actions.
I'm going to tell you,
I'm going
to tell you, like, I have been conducting myself in a very restrained way, and all of my public statements have been engineered in such a way that you could take them out in isolation and they wouldn't really be that damaging at all, because I haven't done anything bad on the scale of what he's done. I've been really good.
Yeah,
like,
and that's fine. But I
haven't really aggressed against him except to make fun of him, and I don't regret making fun of him. I don't regret any part of this because I can put out anything that I've done, in the light of day in this circumstance, and I'll come off okay. It's when you start making claims without evidence against me that I look bad. This guy that was sent to me from his Discord who's 15, and as soon as that event happened,
so
I
okay, the
messaged him, and I
15-year-old
said,
thing, like, I mean, I honestly, I don't think I really care about that. That just seems like you talked to a guy online.
well, that's been a
whatever.
number one thing because it's
yeah,
like
okay.
pretty much the only proof that he has of any kind of anything.
Sure.
And
Well,
so
we can talk about that in a second.
To have
but just
a public-facing account, people like come to me
Yeah.
over and over at his instruction to accuse me.
Yeah, no, I shouldn't.
Of
I don't want to
grooming a
hand
child.
wave. I don't want to hand wave that away completely. Yeah, because I'm sure that like that's his main citation that you're a pedophile. So yeah, we can talk about that in a second. But just to stay on topic for now, we'll get to the 15-year-old thing because I'm sure you have.
I
you want to
regret
correct
nothing.
the record on that.
I regret nothing. He can.
Cool.
You could follow me around with a tape recorder and a video cassette, and you could tape everything that I've done, and I could show it to anybody in authority, including particularly teed off judges. I look fine. I'm not the one starting trouble here,
So
and I'm not the one who needs trouble. He's the one who needs motion in order to get his money. Like I haven't even talked about all the ways he's been earning on this.
Right. No. Well, yeah. You mentioned he's raised some money off of it, but I just want to say, like, I totally get what you're saying about how, what others see as aggression is just you making fun of him. All I've done is make fun of him. Like, I totally understand.
Barely even that stuff that's very obvious. Like I don't lie about things that could ever be taken seriously. Like for example, the refrigerator thing is a great example. I will take a picture of him standing in front of his refrigerator and being taller than a refrigerator and claiming that this is conclusive evidence that he's shorter than his refrigerator. Right. That's the level of stuff I've been doing.
Totally. No, I get what you're saying. It's just like, wouldn't you say that like a lot of, horrible things can be done on the internet that are still admittedly pretty funny? Like I do think the refrigerator thing is funny. I also think like Fleshly Eliminator's Discord making people type the N-word to join, whatever. Like that's kind of funny to me, even though it's fucked up.
No, I don't like that when it's being done to children. Because I came to him originally, like this is who he's getting. These are the people
like you guys are both
he's getting to do these like prank calls. Like people are calling up my number and screaming that I'm dead.
I guess my point. I get my point here though, Bernie. Sorry, my point is, couldn't Flesh Simulator say the same thing about what he's done to you? All I've done is make fun of him because like a lot of the things
say the same thing, but that's because he lies like nearly constantly.
Okay. But I mean,
in fact, what he generally does is he like perceives a threat and then he accuses us of doing it.
Like, where do you cross a line from this is just a joke to like, I'm actually like contributing to making this guy's life like measurably worse. We're going to spread a rumor about him being shorter than his refrigerator is funny, but it's like, it comes to a point, like, oh, we're going to like, what was it? I forget what he posted, but you said in the chat, this was during the same conversation about the refrigerator in the Westside Tyler Discord, or you had said something.
Oh yeah, let's claim that his girlfriend is dead.
Right. Like, okay, that's fucked up, man. That's not funny.
No, it's not. Not after.
Even if it was funny, like
he's
that's still not okay, right? Like, you want to talk about that?
No, I mean, if you know that the girlfriend doesn't exist, and pressuring him for this falsehood that he's been repeating for like years, like he'll invent attributes of this girlfriend. He'll invent things that she's okay with, that she laughs at, that he does. Okay. Bad things. He'll say that she's 1/4 Chinese, 1/4 Japanese, 1/4 Swedish, 1/4 Swiss, and all this other stuff that it's just obviously the lies of somebody who's making something up.
But how do you know that? How do you know? Just because it seems like a lie?
Because we've been looking at his inconsistent claims of this person over time, inconsistent and self-serving, like nakedly self-serving claims about this person over time, to conclude this person either doesn't exist or it's a pastiche of somebody he used to be with, because she was with him for something like 10 years, which means she's been with him since he was 19 and a drummer in a band with completely different politics. They've been together, cohabiting and unmarried after 10 years. That's
she's been with him since
and the other thing is like
was cool. She was with him when he had hair. What makes that hard to believe? He's
been using this person very cynically, if they exist.
Okay, so
I mean, like somebody that they
like. This is a thing, man.
She's not real, man. She's not real.
I heard you say this in the chat. Like I saw you say this in the chat, where I'm like, oh, she's not real. Don't worry, I know for sure she's not real. And this is sort of like the Flesh Simulator, where he's like, I have the evidence, but like, I don't really
If
find
there
this
is a real
convincing.
woman, then like she's been misrepresented by him over a period of several years to the point where the person that
Okay.
he publicly articulates, the person of public like discussion, is not a real person. It's somebody he's made up. There might be a real girl somewhere, but I don't see her being with him while he is blowing up the kitchen by putting a rocket engine in his coffee maker. I don't see her being with him while like somebody he doesn't have another adult in his life. That's he's nailed these. Are you familiar with him nailing all of the names of his various aggressors on Post-it notes into the drywall of his place and connecting them with black string and strings of dental floss?
Yeah.
And then like continuing to like
but bro,
make
like
theories. I'm on that board.
Yeah, no, but I mean
I'm the
I
one
saw
who's
that, yeah.
getting a gun pointed at his name.
But
like that's crazy.
Like your argument is that because he did this thing, there's no way he has a girlfriend?
I mean, yeah, I don't see him cohabiting with another adult person and not getting at least a little bit of feedback to tell him that this is crazy. Like you can't nail stuff into our walls, Fleshy.
All right.
Like,
Okay.
and
So,
also,
I mean,
you know, it's just.
I think that I find this really unconvincing. I mean, hey, maybe you're right. Maybe he doesn't have a girlfriend, but this is not conclusive evidence. And even if, let's say you're right, let's say he doesn't have one. I mean, why, like, I guess it just seems also
because
fucked
he's
up
making statements in public that are designed to cause people to threaten my family with violence.
Right. But
repeatedly in the hundreds. And
No,
when he
that's true.
says that he's getting threats, he's lying. Like the stuff that he's doing is specifically calculated to get people knocking on my door and trying to kill me because I'm a pedophile.
Right, which
threatening
I think that's completely
have
fucked up.
my face redecorated, like to come and beat me until I can only eat out of a straw, to cut my fingers off. Like this is the stuff that this is his weaponry. This is how he feels good.
Yeah.
By putting this stuff into motion and seeing the power that he has over others on the internet. And okay, man, like you can do that, but don't do it against me.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, yes.
I can face this guy in court because I've done nothing wrong. And I've done nothing even antisocial in this situation. Like questioning whether a guy has a girlfriend and joking about, you know, like stealing the bones of his ancestors. That's internet stuff. That's funny. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean,
but
I
having people.
I read that as a joke.
Having people do these things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no. Anybody
but
who
what
would
about
put this stuff
accusing
in
him
front
of
of
killing
would
his
read
girlfriend?
it as a joke.
What was it that you accused him of killing his girlfriend? Which doesn't exist?
Well, I didn't publish it. We were talking in the chat, and he's gone over this chat with a fine-tooth comb. Right. So I'll tell you, this is the worst that he's been able to find.
Okay.
But yeah, as we're like dreaming up, brainstorming things to talk about to tweak this guy off. Yeah, like he doesn't have a girlfriend. Right. He doesn't. Okay. And if he lost his girlfriend over this, then that's even worse. Like, oh my God.
Why?
But no,
why does that make it worse?
That's nowhere on the scale of publishing detailed accusations that he's engaged in pedophilia.
I agree.
That he's grooming people online with extended 4-hour conversations. That shit he's just making up.
Like
did you notice how the age of the person went downward throughout the conversation? That's another thing he does. He'll pluralize single events and just sort of lie about the circumstances of events that he's actively talking about to the point where you realize, okay, this guy's got a flexible version of reality and it's very complimentary towards whatever it is he's focused on at a moment. But if you take a step back and you put all these assertions together, they're ridiculous. They're crazy. Okay. I mean, he's obviously a complete liar.
Yeah. I mean, okay, so I think
to menace people.
You get what I'm saying.
And tricking children. Like these are children, man.
Let's talk about that.
I think convinces to harass.
So I want to get into that. But I think you get what I'm saying, right? Like to me, like you can see how it looks. Like it looks like what you're doing may be funny, but it is also a little bit more intense than just making fun of a guy online.
I'm going to tell you, you have no idea what I've been doing because you've been looking exclusively at the sort of stuff he's saying is being done to him, and they're lies.
Since we have you on here,
it's the same thing that happened with Hal Turner. He would lie constantly, and the one time that like he lied and said my server was hacked in order to raise money, just the way that Flesh Simulator does. And so when he says my server was hacked, that opens it up to somebody turning around and saying, yeah, I hacked your server. Here's an email you had with your FBI handler asking for more money and talking about the various things that you do for him.
This is Hal Turner or Flesh Simulator?
As a honeypot. Yeah, Hal Turner.
Okay. Well, let's keep it on
The
Flesh
same-
Simulator.
this
I don't really.
Same, yeah, okay.
I want to ask though, because so I told you we would get back to this. So the whole thing, and I understand why this would be like something you would want to correct the record on. So tell me about the 15-year-old person who you thought was a disabled war veteran. What was going on with that? He was in Flesh Simulator
So
server.
literally, this guy was on Flesh Simulator server, which he has alternatively said did not have children on it. And then when that became undeniable, he shifted it over to, well, the mods that I had secured to look after this server, they're all transsexuals and had turned into inviting children on the server and grooming them for sexual purposes. So like first there's no children, then there is children, but it's somebody else's fault, some minority group that had been his friends. Like these are his comrades that he had trusted with moderation abilities on his server. And suddenly when things go wrong, it's what did he call it? Troon's groom and something. It was like a 3-part rhyme that he accused his moderators of.
Ugh,
so like
So
I just say
so
you gotta pay attention to the lies this guy's saying.
right. I mean, I don't know any of
Somebody
the
like me who keeps track of them.
I don't know the controversy. I'm not in his Discord. I don't know that whole thing, but
Well,
I want you to have an opportunity
he had to leave one Discord because it was full of kids.
So we
Go
can
ahead,
talk about how his server has a lot of children in it, if you want. But I want to hear like because I know you want to correct the record on this, right? The 15-year-old that you talked to, like what was the deal with that?
He came from Flesh's server where basically these guys are like internet pranksters. You've seen this before, where they all like gas each other up, and in fact, like you can see from his way of requiring people to have internet fights and to claim untrue things and have a fight about it, that he's basically priming these people to commit antisocial acts on the internet. And so there's this one guy from a server who presents himself as a quadriplegic veteran and just starts typing at me nonstop. I've posted the entirety of our logs, our chat logs, which show nothing amiss. Like that's how you can tell he's like lying, is because once you get the full chat logs and you're like, okay, I see what this is. This is like this guy sending me like 20 messages and I'll be like, yeah, that's cool. So like I posted these and there's no evidence of any kind of stuff like that. But the way that the kid had gotten me was by pretending to be a quadriplegic vet and being like, I really want a voice call because there's stuff I can't say with text. And I'm like, what do you mean you can't say with text? I don't like talking to people about stuff that you can't say in text. And he's like describing this process of communicating to me by blowing into a tube. And I'm thinking, all right, Jesus Christ. Okay. This guy's in living hell. It's like Johnny got his gun, like that story about the World War I guys locked in his body after being crippled or whatever. And so I'm like, fine, okay. So I sit there and I listen to this guy with his reedy voice, which I figure, okay, he's got like nerve damage in his neck. All right. So the conversation was the most boring in the world.
Do you sound like a kid or do you just sound kind of weird?
I can't really tell.
Okay.
Because listen to my voice. Like I sound like, I don't know, like I could be a kid. And so when you've got somebody with a disability like that, you're going to be like extra whatever weird presentations they have. And so basically I was listening to this boring fucker for 40 minutes. And then I was like, okay, yeah, that's great. That's enough. And then end the call. And what does he want? He wants more. Like he keeps bothering me for like weeks.
So
to
what's
get another
your
chat
read?
in, and I'm like, okay.
So the way you introduced the story about how the kids on the these internet prankster children on the Flesh Simulator server are sort of like, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't use the word groomed, but they're trained to become these internet pranksters or whatever, these antisocial online
I don't think
guys.
he intentionally caused this person. I don't think he intentionally engineered this situation. I don't think that this person was like a spy.
But what was this guy trying to do?
He generally caused like the milieu. Pardon me?
What was this fake quadriplegic war veteran? What was he trying to do? Was he trying to frame you as a pedophile? What was his goal?
That's a question, because what he could do if he did that was immediately go back to the Flesh Discord and be like, hey Flesh, I got some hot intel on this guy. He talks to 15-year-olds. You know how I know this? Because I'm the 15-year-old. Like these guys are anxious to please him, not just for whatever monetary benefits he promises through his dynamic solutions company. Like he's been giving these people shares in exchange for trolls. He paid Lucas Connor $300 to mess with me.
Lucas Connor. Okay,
Like, there's a
who's
payment
Lucas
between them
Connor?
that I have record of.
I
Lucas Connor is a trans man who lives in Massachusetts who has Ehlers-Danlos syndrome that's very crippling. They're also extremely psychotic. And they have focused on me for about 4 years. They initially came as a fan when I had the UAE Exotic Falconry and Finance Company, and I had a LinkedIn profile for it, and I was encouraging people to claim jobs. This person decided to
So this guy's a
claim
former
the
Falcon.
role of
He's one of the Falcons taking flight.
well, yeah, tried it out. Yeah, I was
All right.
welcoming anybody.
Sure.
And they were like, yeah, I'm going to be your PR, chief of PR. And I'm like, that's fine. So they started printing business cards out for themselves and getting more and more like just basically following me around and being a yes man. Until one time when I was like trying to stay at a house or an apartment of some other fan in San Francisco because I wanted to go to a doctor's appointment because I was having a medical crisis. They ended up like getting the phone number out of this person under the pretext that they were my psychological nurse and personal assistant, and then started telling this person that I was a crazy man, and off his meds and like an alcoholic and psychotic, and that it was dangerous to have me staying at their house alone. And so I lost that accommodation, and I found out that this person had been doing this, and then I'm like, don't talk to me again. And from then on, they've been at me for like, it's got to be the majority of their waking hours every day.
All right. So
you know, and somebody with that much time and concentration, they will affect your life.
Okay.
So if you read the 40-page document, I outline all the stuff that they've done. It's crazy. It's really crazy. And Flesh found this person, and they were like, I'm going to give this person attention. I'm going to pet their ego a little bit and milk them for accusations against Bernie Goldsmith.
Yeah.
And that's what they did. So all the pedophile stuff was sourced through them. And so now that that person has been restrained and shown to be a wacko legally, all he has left is this 15-year-old that maybe he got up to the job to like come fuck with me.
Maybe. It sounds like this guy was already kind of up to it.
He's a quadriplegic veteran is a great way to generate.
Oh, the 15-year-old guy. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
If you have no regard for the actual truth, it's one of those facts that you can wave in front of people without telling them the full circumstances, and it looks really bad.
Yeah, I'm sure that's
really
frustrating.
Bad in the sense that
yeah.
I would be a pedophile. It's not really frustrating because I don't care.
Okay.
But other people who did not grow up on the internet, or people such as yourself who take his claims at face value without doing the background investigation, you're his bread and butter. Like the fact that you're grounding on this is his dramatic over-the-top videos instead of, let's say, the 40-page document I sent to you, and you're busy drawing conclusions based upon his ability to very, very cleverly switch facts around, not provide any any evidence.
In my
defense, plenty of opportunity to do so.
In my defense, when I watched the video, this is not the video we just watched on stream today, but the last video where he mentions you like offhandedly
the other one,
at the
when
end.
He opens up
and he says
and names me with like 6 people.
Right. And I understand you being upset, but he says in it like, this guy's a pedophile because of this and this and this. And I paused the video I was watching. I was like, that is not evidence of being a pedophile. That's crazy. And then I kept playing it, and he was like, and this other thing where he groomed an underage girl or something. I don't even remember what it was. I'm sorry I'm getting that wrong. And I was like, okay, I don't actually know about that.
The accusation
so
was I had a compound in Nebraska with tunnels underground that I was using to rape children on an industrial scale.
Okay, well,
that was the claim.
I mean,
I got him on tape doing that.
Oh,
times.
Damn! Check it out, gang. We got Flesh Simulator himself has entered the building in the chat here. He says, "You going to talk about the 15-year-old you were voice chatting with, Bernie?" We did. We did actually just finish talking about
he knows the
guy.
circumstance. He knows the circumstance, and he'll repeat it so long as it will gain currency among half-informed people. And he'll use that. I mean, this is how pogroms got started. You would just say the rumor over and over again until enough people with an interest in looting a guy's house would all decide that they believe it collectively and go kill him and take his shit.
Yeah, that is a bit of a dramatic comparison, I think.
No, it's not. This is exactly how it happens. This is exactly why it's against the law.
So let me see if I can.
Exactly why these accusations are treated extra specially in court.
Let me see if I can since Flesh Simulator is here and he wants to know about the 15-year-old. Let me see if I can correctly. What's the word?
He's welcome to join this call.
What it was that you said. So there was a 15-year-old guy who was on Flesh Simulator server. He reached out to Bernie. He pretended to be a quadriplegic veteran, sent all kinds of messages. Finally, Bernie agreed to a chat. They talked for 40 minutes. His voice did sound kind of high-pitched, but Bernie was like, I don't know, maybe that's something about being quadriplegic. I don't know. It was really boring.
Nerve
his
damage,
conversations
man, in
with
the neck.
nerve damage, sure. And then, he had another couple conversations, and then you're just like, okay, this guy's weird. There's something off about him.
No, just one more conversation.
Oh, just one.
20
Okay.
minutes. And I'm like,
Okay.
I don't have to listen to this
An
guy.
hour altogether.
And you know what I did immediately after that? I messaged Flesh Simulator and I said, you've got a problem. I just had this interaction with somebody from your server who was underage.
Mhm.
This is a legal problem. And his response was, yeah, I know about it. That's why I left the server.
Yeah. Flesh
You know,
Simulator
and
also
then subsequent
says...
to that, he denied there ever being kids on his server. So
Flesh Simulator also says, you literally said you were going to blame me for killing my girlfriend. And we did also talk about this, Flesh Simulator. I want to be totally...
that's all he's got. That's all
thing.
he's got. Your girlfriend
Well,
never existed, Flesh.
okay.
If she ever did.
I mean, I think it's fucked up to accuse someone of murdering their girlfriend or, whatever it was, whether or not
Never
they
accused
exist.
him. Just talked about it.
And,
just talked
okay,
about
this is
whether
something
it
that
would
you
be
talked
funny
about.
in a brainstorming chat.
Right, okay. This is something you talked about in the Westside Tyler discussion
In the same
board.
conversation where we're talking about
refrigerator
pretending
thing.
to steal the bones of his ancestors and lie about
Right. Okay.
whether he's taller than his refrigerator or not. So this was taken out of context. You know what? It's juicy if you repeat just that detail.
Mhm.
And I'll agree it doesn't look great, but it's all
Yeah.
there is. It's all he's got.
Yeah, man. I mean, I don't know. Flesh Simulator says, since when
I'm
am
an
I a
upstanding
self-proclaimed
citizen,
National Socialist?
non-pedophile. Yeah, he says straight up that he's a National Socialist.
Okay,
I have those. I
well-
have that screenshot. I have those quotes. It's gonna be really hard for you to eat those words in front of a judge,
Mhm.
baby.
I mean, and this is my thing,
Especially
right? Like,
if you have viewpoints that align with National Socialism.
I don't know where Flesh Simulator said what. I don't know. Like, I'm so out of the loop on this. I thought I was more in the loop, but I'm not really. I do think both of you guys like to joke around. I think you guys are very similar people in a lot of ways. Politically, you guys have a lot of disagreements. I'll say that. But you guys both like to make fun. You guys like to tease. You like to cajole. You like to be a little funny online, be a little trolly online.
Yeah,
And-
but this guy lost the plot.
Like,
he lost
I
the
mean,
plot somewhere.
I hear both of you
the
guys
internet
saying-
is a place to have fun, not to try to
Yeah.
get mobs to go after
Well, yeah.
somebody for pedophilia that didn't occur.
Right, I agree. I think that's the worst.
He's
I
like
totally
a
disavow
child.
that.
No adult would do this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I totally disavow internet mobs or coordinated harassment.
Can we get him in here?
campaigns. I mean,
'Cause
why
whenever,
not?
Whenever
I
we
guess.
talk, I totally
If-
demolish him. Get him in.
If you want Flesh Simulator, you can.
Bring him in. He's too much of a coward to do it, but he listened to this whole thing. I guarantee you. He's been lurking at our X spaces, and he'll just jump out of the
I don't know.
floorboards and start screaming at us. That's where those quotes come from. It's not me going and chatting with him. He comes over and then starts arguing with us.
I'm down to have you on Flesh if you want. You can come in. Message me on Twitter. I think. Do I have you? Maybe not. 1 sec. Let me try to get this. No, 1 second. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like maybe
wait,
this
you
is
can
what
do-
we
you
need.
can do a break
Maybe
if
this
you
is
want.
what maybe this is what we need to heal the
Let's
world.
do it. Your numbers
Uh,
will love this. People love it whenever he comes on to talk because he's a freak.
I do. Okay, yeah, we do have a message history. Oh no, we don't. Okay, accept. If you want. Okay, great. Flesh Simulator is going to join the call.
Yeah.
I'm messaging you on
Awesome.
Twitter right now. Let me know your Discord handle, and I'll friend you, and I can bring you in on the
I've
call
got
here.
quotes to pull from. Let me pull up the document that I'm preparing to file against him in court and swear to.
All right. Well, this sounds like this stream that's going to be
Good
played
old brawl.
in a
Come on, it's
courtroom.
good.
And let's try to squash the beef here, fellas. Let's try to get past it. Let's try to get past it all.
I'm willing to squash the beef if he's willing to have a more mature outset
Okay.
of political views. Like,
That's my
stop going after people
extremely
in real ways.
unrealistic. Okay. 1 moment.
Sorry, I'm pulling this shit up. Because he's been doxing so many people, the most current guy who's twisting his nuts is named One Shot, and was specifically came forward because he knows that nobody has his docs.
All right. There's a way I can add
he's
people
not
to a
vulnerable.
call on Discord, right? Oh God, I'm such a
Yeah, there is.
noob. How do I do this?
While you're working on it, I'll just read some nice quotes.
Sure. One sec.
I would weld
maybe I
Bernie
have
into
to,
a 55-gallon drum and leave it in the sun if I were allowed to.
hang on. Let me, I think what I'll do is, I think I got to start a new chat, right? With all of you guys.
Whatever you want. I'm here for it. Just tell me what to do.
Shoot. Discord is also like different when there's like a lot of people. Wait, no. Oh, geez. I'm such a, okay, I got to look this up. Group call Discord. Tell us a nice story that doesn't have to do with Flesh Simulator. Let's say the Flesh Simulator stuff for when everybody's on. One sec. Oh, here it is.
Oh, Jesus. I mean, okay, so here's something. People just tell me that I'm a weirdo, that I'm a strange person. And I think about this and I look at all the normal people I see around in this country and I'm like, yeah, I'm more likely to trust a weirdo than a normal person in these times. I am licensed. This is him. I am licensed to carry a handgun in 45 states and the District of Columbia. I only take my gun off to shower and I put it in a Ziploc bag. I have a 1.5-second draw to fire time. My parents' house has 360-degree coverage with hardwired thermal cameras. I have a good relationship with my sheriff. Everyone in my family has firearms training. I drive an impeccably maintained 1993 Volvo Dodge 940, sweet spot between modern safety features or not having an OBD2 port that just passed inspection. I drive the speed limit. Let's see.
All right, I think I figured it out, but I got to hang up with you and call again in the
That's great.
3-person chat. So one sec. All right, I just hung out. I just hung up on Falconry, and now, gang, enjoy this brief 3 seconds of quiet. Take it in. Things are gonna get like intense, I feel. But here we go. Whatever. I don't know. You only live once, right? Let's do it. Okay, I'm gonna turn off my video. What's up, gang? All right, can you guys hear me? Hey, okay, we got cool. All right, let me do perfect. I can hear you, Flesh. Bernie, you there? Awesome. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, you have anything you want to say before we get Bernie on? Fair. Okay. Hey, Bernie. That's Tom. Okay. All right, yeah. So let's go through these claims here. So we can start with the Flesh Simulator is a self-proclaimed National Socialist. Bernie, do you want to recap what it was that you had said? Oh, wait. Oh, sorry, guys, you're muted. Hang on, I need to fix my OBS before we get into this. How about yeah? Say some stuff so I can just check the. There we go.
My basis for calling you such is a tweet.
Sorry. Okay, so I just got your audio working, guys. I just got your audio working. Yes. You are now. I'm introducing you to the chat here. My bad. Oh man, people were really
hello, everyone.
All right, so we have them both. I think what we're going to go over a few of the claims that Falconry has just made, and we're going to give Flesh an opportunity to respond. I feel like that's only fair. And we can go back and forth. Maybe this is optimistic, but we can go back and forth and maybe settle some misconceptions here on both sides. But Flesh, you were saying Falconry had called you a self-proclaimed National Socialist. Is that right?
Yes, he did. And I would like to rebut that fully. I am not a self-proclaimed National Socialist. The comment that he's referring to is a reply I made to Dreg, J-Reg, the...
yeah, I know Dreg.
Another,
Dreg.
Yeah,
awesome.
You know Dreg.
Yeah. Toronto guy.
I made a suggestion completely tongue-in-cheek that we should have a sort of race-neutral, or like race neutral, anti-clanker National Socialism, with like
like an
like
anti-AI,
obviously a joke.
Yeah.
Like
So the quote that I'm taking from is, "I'm an anti-clanker, racially integrated National Socialist."
Oh, okay,
Is
so
that were you lying?
that's a joke. I mean,
yeah,
that
I would say that's
direct.
pretty clearly meant to read as a joke, right? It's an anti-clanker thing,
Right.
and a lot of the anti-clanker stuff
It's a-
maps on to like anti-whatever, like racist shit, right? Like that's kind of the part of the joke of it.
And the whole concept of a racially integrated National Socialist is kind of an oxymoron.
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
we can get into the technical details, but I'm using it as an outright admission, and the way
But
that
that's
I'm
really
powering
unfair,
that is
though.
I'm looking at all the other things you say, which line up pretty precisely with a white nationalist socialist guy.
Like what?
Which is, you're a proudly xenophobic. You promulgate theories about rape gangs of immigrants running around harming white people. Like
I would say,
I mean,
like from my perspective, I have never seen
your fans are Nazis. I've been interacting with them. They've been promising to cut my fingers off. And then you made a joke.
Yeah, I think that's
after checking the police blotter from my town.
I think that's fair, but it's different. It's different. Yeah, somebody has like racist whatever beliefs. That doesn't necessarily make him a National Socialist. I think you can criticize Flesh Simulator for saying racist things. I do, but
sure,
calling him a self-proclaimed National Socialist, I have the proof. But then it turns out to be like an anti-clanker like joke. Like that's sort of similar to what you've been saying, Falconry. That no, these are just jokes. Well, this thing I said about his girlfriend, this thing I said about the refrigerator, I was just making fun of him, you know? Like I think both of you guys
It's very different in my case because the guy's widely promulgated views are in line with that. He's basically a fucking Nazi. I mean, I wouldn't call him a Nazi outright unless he had said that. I'd instead describe him by his views, which in fact are white nationalists and Nazi views. Yeah. They're designed to please your audience, which is white nationalists and Nazis. And that wasn't your audience when we started.
I think that's unfair to say. Like,
no, it's not.
It's fair to call me a reactionary. It's fair to call me a chud, but I am absolutely not a Nazi. Like, that's ridiculous, and you know that's ridiculous, Bernie. Like, and the fact that the thing that you're holding on to as your your key piece of evidence here is a joke I made about robots. Like,
it's not a key piece of evidence. It's the thing that ties it together in a package. All the other things.
Okay, but I could say the
things
same
that you
thing.
Profess.
I could say the same thing about you taking credit for Lotax's death. Like,
well, I mean, yeah, like that. I would say
that's the other thing I'm really interested in.
Like, I would say the same thing about that. Actually, wait, Bernie, can I pause it for a second here?
Of course.
I think that's a perfect comparison, Flesh, because to me, your joke about the anti-clanker thing reads clearly as a joke, as does the thing that you're bringing up about Bernie. Like when I read that, I was like, well, he's not being serious about that. Like you guys are both funny, trolly guys online who are, to you, it's really obvious when you're making a joke, but when you're reading each other, you read each other very seriously. Is that fair?
Sure. Yeah, I'd say that's fair.
No.
Okay.
I read this guy at his word, right? I look at his positions and I say, okay, that lines up with it. And then I think, well, I can't call him a Nazi unless he's called himself a Nazi. Oh, he just conveniently did it for me. All right, this looks like a lot less of a joke when you line it up with the other things that he said. And that's adding context. That's not taking away context.
That seems like you're taking my words and twisting them.
No. To take somebody's words and twist them would be to give them a false impression. I am convinced that if there is such a thing as a Nazi, you're it.
Okay, then Nazis really aren't that bad then. If like what?
No, they're not. They're quite alluring. They're really great for people of your income class, like lower, sort of bourgeois people that are losing. Like what, you dropped out of college because of drug problems and your social status is like slipping away. Your earning potential is going away unless you can generate spectacles and get cash on the back of them.
I mean, okay, Bernie, can I say something?
You're like a Nazi for pay.
I would just like to say, Bernie, I feel like you have, like Fleshly Leader said, it's fair to call me a chud. Like that's, it's not the same thing as being a Nazi, but he's admitting, yeah, I have like right-wing views, or like that's how I interpret it anyway. When you say you're chud, you have views that
if
like
he didn't have
people
all
like
these other
myself,
views, I would absolutely take his argument that it was a joke, and I'd leave it at that. But
I think it's totally fair to criticize his views, but like I think you're losing in my eyes on the point of you're a self-proclaimed National Socialist, which is also, to me, it just seems like a kind of a pointless thing to continue to pursue after he's already said, yes, it's fair to call me a chud. Like it's just, we're splitting hairs at this point in a kind of unproductive way. It doesn't even help your argument. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, the point of this is that I'm going to be right. I've written this out, and he's going to have to make this argument that he's making now.
All right, that's fair.
To a judge.
You can still
and he'll have to convince the judge that it was all a joke, Your Honor, but it's going to be against all of these other quotes that I've got lined up from him that match that precisely. And in fact, my entire argument doesn't rest on the fact that he's a National Socialist.
Okay,
that's just background info.
The other thing, though,
is I think he's been doing that's wrong is calling me a pedophile.
I think it's kind of, it's not helpful to continue down this because we've heard Fleshly Leader's response, you had yours, but why don't we let you, Bernie, since that was Flesh's thing he wanted to like clear up, what's something that Fleshly Leader's accused you of? And it's your turn. Like, what do you want to clear the air about or like argue? Because you've also been accused of things.
I would advise Flesh to cease his conduct and start being a good boy. Just be a nice guy. I mean, you don't have to be a mean person on the internet. You don't have to like bully people. Okay. You don't have to like threaten them constantly. You don't have to come up with these villain speeches. Like pretty much all the people who you're facing right now who are aggressing against you in your eyes are people that you've offended through your public actions, like picking on Lobi accounts, saying outrageous things, picking on people who really haven't done anything to you at all, simply for the need of having conflict. And I understand that. Like, I know it started out with probably like I'm getting paid for the more people that come and argue. But now it's like it's becoming inextricably linked with who you are, Thomas Gaunt. And it's really going to make your future prospects very difficult if you've got this on your back.
This sounds like an implied threat, first of all. And second of all, it's like...
No, it's somebody who knew you as a friend.
You were never my friend if you treated me this way, man.
Like you came to me one day and accused me of creating a conspiracy to harm you just because one guy had a falcon in his name, and then like you start making
you claimed to have trained
that
guy after he doxed my family.
Yes, that was obviously a joke. You don't show the first part of that conversation, do you? For a reason, I would guess.
May I read your quote?
Sorry, Flesh.
We've all seen it. We watched your video, so
I would like to read the quote, please. If you watch the video, okay, the Falcon tells it all. What can I say? He's my boy. I trained him. I set him loose, and he knows weakness. That's how I train him. He sees it everywhere in this world. Once they're loosed, I've no responsibility. This is the internet. Bad things happen to the weak. They are caught and eaten. When I was like, bro, why are you holding a meet and greet for the guy that just doxed my family?
That never happens. Like, I don't understand why you accused me of getting like 5 or 6 people to come and attack you at that meet and greet, which is why you didn't show up, which is crazy. The meet and greet that I supposedly organized was this guy, Maoist Landlord. He's in a band, and he invited you to go squash the beef with him at this club. Go show up, and then you didn't. In fact, you two had planned to have
You literally said that Maoist Landlord meet and greet.
Because it's a spectacle. How is that not helping you?
But my point is, it's kind of messed up for you to be posting like, hey, Maoist Landlord meet and greet, when Maoist Landlord was the guy that, just doxed the entire family of someone who was ostensibly your friend.
It wasn't really. I think he posted a picture of your grandparents, all this other like grand doxing stuff.
Legal names
and you called his mom in the middle of the night. You called his mom
I called his mom in the morning to be like, hey, can you tell your son to stop doxing me? No.
The morning at 1 a.m. in this instance.
I tried to call him and no one picked up. In the morning was when I called his mother.
It's just creepy. And then I've been on these chats where you're like telling people that you don't want to hurt their family.
That's not what I said.
That they have a family.
That is not at all what I said. What you were referring to is when someone basically messaged me being like, hey, this is who this guy is. But look, he's just a troll. He doesn't mean any harm. He's got a wife and kids. And I was like, look, man, someone mentioned you got a wife and kids. I'm not going to fuck up your family by suing you, but just please stop.
Oh, that by suing you is no. You said I don't want to fuck up a family. Because if that's you, I don't want to fuck up a family. That's exactly what you said. I've been
by
listening to
suing
this.
you.
Nope.
Okay. Well,
Nope. That's why everybody was
okay,
freaking
is
out.
there
Everyone,
a-
we were all freaking out because what you said
was
was
I
really
cut
fucked up.
off?
You
Was
were
I
like,
cut
that
off
sounds
when I
like.
was saying that?
No, you weren't.
Like you're doing now? Can you pull the? Okay, I'll go find the full transcript of that because I guess I need to if you're going to be
Go listen
fucking
to it
suing
because
me.
everybody
I'll be
was
honest,
terrified.
I've sort of lost
personally by what you said.
I've lost the plot a little bit. I'm not sure exactly what we're talking about here. I feel like the most
I-
productive thing we could do with this conversation is like use this opportunity to sort of clear up some things that you guys have said about each other. I know that we cleared. I'm satisfied
You
with
want to talk about the pedophile thing,
self-proclaimed.
basically?
Sure, yeah. Actually, I think
Tom,
you would
you're a
appreciate that too,
danger
right,
to
Bernie?
yourself and others, and I'm suing you to have your firearms taken away because you've been threatening
You
me, my
live
family, and
3,000 miles away from me.
you've been causing and knowing this will be the outcome, causing
How
people to
will
threaten me and my
taking my
family.
guns away from me help you?
I feel
think
like
you're mentally
taking your
unwell. I think the primary thing it will do
Okay,
is
but
to help you.
can we? You're not trying to help me. You're trying to punitively like misuse the civil harassment restraining order to get my guns red flagged. Like
That's an
you're
argument
being
you
a
can make
dick.
in court. That's an argument you can
Okay,
make in
sure,
court,
but
but
like
it's not going to look very good
please be
against what
productive
I'm
here?
putting up
Like
before the judge.
I
Of course.
would actually like to talk to you about the the pedophile thing. So like I'm open
Yeah.
to a discussion about this.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Yeah, Bernie, you wanted to. This was the thing you were most upset about. This accusation. Understandable.
Yeah, very much so. So at first, the pedophile accusations came from a friend of yours named Lucas Connor, who you described as an indispensable ally, and who you gave $300 to cover the fee for serving me papers.
I mean, I donated to a GoFundMe.
Do you believe? Well, the purpose of the GoFundMe was to support Lucas Connor in their lawsuit against me. So yeah, I would say that's
like as the defendant.
Do you believe that Lucas Connor is mentally well?
So you sued
Yes.
Lucas Connor?
You think that
Bernie?
that person's mentally well?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Truly, you would swear to that?
Yes, I do.
Good Lord.
I mean, that's sanity is in the eye of the beholder. You're allowed to think whatever. I don't personally know anything about Lucas Connor aside from what Bernie's told me. This
And for the record,
conversation.
Bernie is suing this person also for defamation.
And so you contributed to a
That's not
GoFundMe.
true.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
What I'm hearing is Flesh Simulator contributed to a GoFundMe for Lucas Connor, who was being sued by, like he was the defendant in a case.
And suing me in federal court.
Okay, you guys are both suing each
Lucas
other.
Connor started this out by
That's a
suing
different
me in
suit.
federal court.
Okay.
That is a different suit.
Okay. So you were contributing to
You
the one
are
where he was a defendant.
countersuing.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Bernie is countersuing, and I donated for the defense fund for the countersuit.
All right.
Are we recording this call?
Well, I mean, this
Yeah,
is
it's
streamed.
public. Of course we
What
are.
do you mean? Yeah, it's on YouTube. Is that a problem? You want to dial some things back?
No, I love it.
Okay.
No, I'm great.
But what does this
I'm
have to do with the
100% great with that
pedophile thing?
admission.
Does this connect to the pedophile accusation?
Yeah, because the primary source of the pedophile accusations were from Lucas Connor, who has been claiming that, and this hallmark accusation was repeated by Thomas a few times online, that I am dating a child impersonator who acts at all times as if they are 10 years old and who photoshops their nude photos for my benefit to appear prepubescent. Those are the claims that Lucas Connor made. Lucas Connor's insane, and that you picked up and decided to repurpose.
I haven't heard that. Was that something that you said, Flesh Simulator?
So the actual basis for my pedophile allegations, if you would like to hear that, I've got an email.
You switched that up. You switched that up.
No, like the actual.
Later on, it's the 15-year-old.
I repeated those allegations. No, it's entirely different. This is something that I really haven't published that much of, but this is the actual real core basis for my allegations that you are, up to no good. I'm going to read this. Hello, I'm sending this from a not very used email. This is from June 12th. I was watching your video and heard about UAE finance. I was mutuals on Discord with him in another server and has been in his server, although I don't know if I've ever actually posted there. After watching your video, I sent the information to one of the server moderators who banned him. What's interesting is that the moderator mentioned UAE's name matched a criminal complaint they had access to from a former member of the server. Apparently, he is a co-defendant in an ongoing CSAM/grooming case. Don't have much more information about this, but make with it what you will.
The word criminal was in there, wasn't it?
A
You
criminal
missed that
complaint.
word.
Yeah,
there
no,
you go.
So you do know what I'm talking
What does
about.
that
You do
mean?
have the.
Yes, I know exactly what you're
So
talking
you have.
about
So you know the email I'm quoting,
Okay.
which is I
because
would
you've
say
posted it
pretty
before.
That
Yeah.
sounds
Okay. So you do know what I'm
serious.
posting.
Do you want to explain what
Yeah.
that is, Bernie? What is he talking about there?
What he's talking about is probably the mangling of an accusation made by Lucas Connor, who sued me in federal court and then took that opportunity to characterize the civil process that I was undergoing as facing charges of child sexual abuse material distribution, just for the purpose of defaming me. And so
Okay,
this
but
is sort of like the
But
tail
what's
of that. And
is
so
it-
what you can do is you can milk these psychos for these
I mean,
accusations and then spread them and essentially launder them with your platform and reputation in a very compelling way you say things,
didn't
even though they're
you,
not
in
true.
your own words,
So that's
admit to
not true.
distributing Lolicon for 4 months?
No. To see, that's the
Okay,
other
but
wait,
you
wait,
thing.
wait.
Like
literally said
I
that you
well, that's
did.
something different. That's something different. Can I
that's
just?
an insane way to interpret what I said that you have on tape. That
You're-
nobody else really interprets it that way.
You're talking
except
about the
for crazy
4chan
people.
stuff, right? The lolicon
Yeah.
thing. But before we get to that, wait, I
And I'll make
just
it
don't
for the
understand.
record right here. My participation in 4chan was contingent upon the elimination of that board. And
Okay,
that's
yeah.
what they did so that I would participate.
And can I just ask Bernie, like, I'm still kind of confused about the, I know you're saying the accusation was like a misinterpretation of the trial about this like 10-year-old impersonator or whatever it was. What was the actual truth of that was like a misconstrued version of? Like what was that?
That Lucas Connor sued me in federal court in Massachusetts, claiming that I had done $76,000 worth of damage to them because of my orchestration of 40,000 people into a lynch crew to try to do them physical harm.
Okay.
And the source of this damage, the $76,000, was the loss of her possessions or his possessions from a storage unit that he stopped paying rent on. And so this was kicked out of court with what's called a 12B6, which is failure to state a legal cause of action because it was craziness.
But
It was absolute craziness.
Chill Goblin is
And
asking you, really. You're kind of answering a
well,
different
this is the
question than what he
basis of
asked.
it. This is the basis of it. This person made these accusations in that
Okay, but
trial,
can
and
you
that's
get to
the
the point?
only sort of official federal whatever concerning child whatever that I have been
Okay,
facing.
but we're not talking about
And
the
the
official federal
co-defendant
whatever.
she's
We're talking
mentioning
about the
is my
actual
mom.
occurrences.
The what?
There are no occurrences. It's a crazy person, a literal crazy
So
person
it's
that you've been milking.
fully untrue. Like nothing about it. There's not even a
Yes.
germ of truth to this at all.
There's not.
Okay,
there's
there's
not.
a lot of
There's not a.
screenshots
There's
I've
not a
seen.
grain of substance to it.
Okay, but there's
Okay.
that seems awfully specific, and I've seen screenshots of them in your Discord and them talking about formerly being a victim to the production of child sexual abuse material.
You're talking about
and,
Lucas?
You know,
Lucas?
You're
and-
talking
no,
about
no,
the. You're
not
talking about
Lucas,
the 26-year-old woman that Lucas
yes.
has been stalking. In addition to me.
Well,
There are at
what-
least a
what is
dozen
the
other
base-
women that Lucas has
Okay,
stalked
what is
criminally.
the actual description of your relationship with this 26-year-old woman?
Nothing. They were in my Discord.
So you at no point had any kind of romantic anything
We
with
started maybe a little bit, like I think this is
Okay,
a little
so a little
personal,
bit.
but like they were like, "Hey, I'm interested in you." I was like, "Hey, that's nice." But then Lucas came and made that impossible, so nothing really
them? Were
happened.
you and Lucas dating at this point in time?
No.
Did you and Lucas date
Okay,
at some point?
No, this is like I don't think that Lucas and I were ever dating. We talked back and
You
forth
don't
online a little
think
bit.
you don't
Well,
think you and
produce some
Lucas were
records
ever
for
dating?
me. Produce some records for
Okay,
me.
but that might be Lucas's interpretation.
But there are counter assertions. It's like, well, what is internet dating? Is it
Yeah.
feeling somebody out? Is it figuring out whether you're compatible? Like
So
you're
you
kind of in a
internet
feeling
dated.
out stage. No.
Why was Lucas? Why did Lucas put his possessions into the storage unit?
They did that before we ever met. And in fact, the situation
Why were
that
you going
caused
to
the
meet?
destruction of their the situation that caused the destruction of
Why
their
were you going to
property.
meet?
Pardon me?
Why were you going to meet?
Meet where? I've never met this woman. There were
You
never
said
any
before-
or
you
pardon me,
said
man.
You said before we even met.
Yeah, before we even met online is what I mean. That's what I'm
Before
talking
you
about.
even met
where-
online.
All
Okay, but
Yeah.
were there plans for you to meet in person and for Lucas to come to California? Why did
No, that's their claim.
Oh, okay.
So that's Lucas's claim.
Yeah, Lucas is crazy
And-
as shit.
So you didn't want Lucas to come to California.
No,
Why was Lucas going to come to California?
because they're crazy.
But that's not
They
a
were
good...
never
like,
my
what was
psychiatric
their-
nurse. They were never my
what
personal
was-
assistant. Like literally, they've been
So
bounced
they
out
were
of
gonna
court,
be
and
your personal
everybody but
assistant?
you can. No, they claimed to be my psychiatric nurse and personal assistant when they were like harassing some other woman whose place I was staying at. Like they're a fucking crazy person, dude. And everybody seems to realize this from very limited interactions with them, except for you.
I mean,
the
to be
reason
honest,
I don't
I
think...
feel like this is kind of, I don't think this is really interesting. Okay, there's a person named Lucas
Yeah.
who is involved in all this. I think you guys have bigger fish to fry in this whole online
Yeah,
disagreement, right? Like,
Sure
Flesh
thing.
Simulator, did you want to go next? Do you have something you wanted to clear up that you've been accused of, or questions for
I mean,
Bernie?
well, okay, in terms of things I've been accused of, like Bernie has repeatedly claimed that I'm addicted to benzodiazepines, which is, I
That's
would
not
just like
true.
to say, yes,
That's
you
other
have.
people who've been doing that.
You've been
Okay.
amplifying it, and there's one. Okay, let me find the quote. Um,
I think you've got a drug problem, but I don't think it's benzos. I think you got an alcohol problem, buddy.
okay, but you understand the way you frame this is like, here we go. I baited one of Flesh Simulator's trail cameras with RC benzos, and then baited another one with some lab quality E. Guess which one he hit up?
Yeah, the joke there is if
Which
somebody
that
were
seems
to
like a joke.
sprinkle some benzos, yeah,
That
if somebody were to
seems like a-
sprinkle
It
some
does seem like a
benzos
joke,
or
but it's
some
a joke.
E, it's a joke at
It's
your
a mean
expense,
joke, but,
and
yeah.
I guess
It's a
that
joke
hurts.
at my
That
expense
does hurt.
that is very much. It's a joke at my expense that is, like furthering an accusation made repeatedly, completely falsely.
Okay,
By
you're getting a
people
little out
in-
there.
What?
I understand, like,
You're getting a little out there in terms of like this is connected to that. Like I can make fun of you for like I also say estrogen, like because pretty much everybody in the chat and Tyler Westside Tyler's Discord chat has been
Yeah, you all
speculating
were
that you're a
speculating that I'm
transsexual.
transgender. Yeah, no, I'm not.
like, I can understand it being like, pissing you off, Flesh Simulator, to read a joke like that. Like, that's a mean
But you
joke.
characterize that.
But it's
you
not.
characterize
That
that,
isn't
Tom,
something
as
serious.
me trying to get you to relapse.
No, I didn't characterize that as you trying to get me to
Yes, you
relapse.
did.
I characterized your followers' conduct, particularly Vigil, aka Benzo Buddy, as him trying
He's
to get
not
me
my
to relapse.
follower. I never met him except through you. Like all of these
He's in your
people, I
comments.
only know because you went after us.
He's in your comments.
Yeah, that's anybody can be there, Tom.
He's posting AI generated videos of me being tortured. He's creating
That's
AI
a plural.
videos.
I am only aware of one video of that nature.
So you've got someone who is in your comment, and what was the post that was under?
I have no idea.
That was the post you made about, like, any and all guns will be seized. You're
Yes,
trying to fraud.
you
You're trying
should
to
not
file
have
a...
guns, Tom.
Okay, but you understand how it looks bad if, under your post about how you're going to take my guns, there's people posting AI generated gore videos of me being killed.
Oh yeah, can I ask
right?
about
Those
that?
people aren't me,
that
Tom.
okay, that
Yeah,
wasn't
there's a video of somebody
falconry?
getting attacked with a weed whacker.
There's a
and,
set of like
somebody-
maybe 10 of those videos. That was one of them.
like Flesh Simulator.
I've
Like,
only
that's
seen the weed
horrible.
whacker one.
I think like that's incredibly fucked up. That's like a way over the line, like trolling, in my opinion. But
Sure.
you're saying that because these are people posting it who have interacted with Falconry and Finance, or they're fans of his, that like
They're now
it's
part
his
of it, and I'm
fault?
responsible for them.
Well, the
But-
reason that the connection, the actual core connection, is that you shared your plan for the civil harassment restraining order and then the civil suit, and then trying to get the prosecutor to file like federal terror threat charges against me. You
It's not
shared
true.
that.
I
with
don't know
other
where that's
people.
sourced, the terror threats thing. Where'd you get that one?
Well, when I said, you were going to do that and frame me for terror threats, you said, and I quote, "try to stop me."
Yeah.
Okay.
You're going to see what you see in court, and you're going to complain about the judge if you want, telling the judge to his face that he's part of a secret fraternal organization and a plot to have you assassinated and have that
No, I
framed
didn't-
to be an
no.
overdose. You can argue that to the judge. You can argue to the judge that they're biased because they're from YOLO, and I know all the YOLO County judges, or whatever you want to do. That's fine.
Do
You can
you
try
know
to
what
stop
we're-
me.
YOLO County judges?
I'd like to know about that, Bernie. What's the thing about the judge in YOLO County? You have a connection
So
there?
Flesh Simulator has a picture of me getting my inner guardian medal
Right. Yeah, I got it up
from
on
the Davis Oddfellows,
Yeah.
and Chief Justice David Rosenberg, who's retired, by the way, is putting this
Yeah.
medal on me. I think it's 15 years ago, and this is
But
the
who
evidence
was
that he
his
has that I
mentee?
know all of the judges in Yolo County because I'm an Oddfellow, which I'm not. I haven't been one for like 10 years.
Who
Are we
was
going to go on with all this stuff
You're still a
who
bit
that
of
was
an
you
odd
just
Justice
fellow.
claim that are wrong?
Rosenberg's mentee?
I'd say a lot of people would consider David Rosenberg to be their mentee. He's like an architect of this sort of judicial stuff here.
Sure, but was the judge in your case against Lucas Connor one of
Not to my
the
knowledge. It was surprising to me to learn that he might have an Oddfellow connection because I'd never seen the guy before, to my recollection. And in truth, I don't have any choice about which judge sees these cases.
We agree that the judge presiding over your case against Lucas Connor was also an Oddfellow?
No, I don't know that. I've heard that claim, but I don't have access to their rosters, and I've never seen him at a lodge meeting that I can recall.
Okay.
But it was some time ago.
But
Lucas
you haven't been
Connor's-
to a lodge meeting in a while.
I'd say over 10 years, my friend.
Okay, but this is kind of beyond the point here, Bernie. I'm not
It's
trying
a
to
claim
get into a
you've
legal
made.
battle with you because it seems
I'm
like
going to
it's
get
going
in a
to be
legal battle
pain in
with
the
you
ass for
because
both
you've
of
been
us.
doing very illegal things and harming my reputation in ways that are legally
So have
cognizable.
you.
I mean,
Not really.
I think you guys have both
Yes,
been
you have.
harming each other's reputation. Like
You
guys.
can write up all the stuff that I've done and see how convincing it is to tell the judge that this guy's with me because he's replying to my threads, that I somehow control him. When across the aisle, I'm going to be pointing at you and saying, this guy has people rename themselves to be Simulator, to represent his
You have
brand.
people rename themselves to have a
he's
falcon
shown-
in their name.
He's
This is
shown that
ridiculous.
he commands them to stop or engage in harassment at his will. Like during
just
negotiations with somebody,
Okay, but
you
you just said
publicly
that you
called them on
train your
people.
falcons. Like, come on, you got to realize that this is
My Falcons are not part of a
internet
criminal
risk.
organization called General Dynamics. Or pardon me, what is it? Dynamic Solutions.
It's not a criminal
Yeah.
organization.
I mean,
Yes, it is.
I was
The
curious
way
about
that you
this.
described it very much is, and I'll assert that in
So
court.
the dynamic solutions thing? This is Flesh Simulators, Discord, like
software company
that you.
It's not a Discord.
Oh, sorry, but people on your Discord get shares of it or something like that. Falconry was explaining it earlier. I don't know if I totally get it.
So it's completely separate.
Oh, okay.
Like it is. I did recruit. So the Discord. To answer all the Discord questions, there is one Discord that is the simulator Discord that I do not run, that I do not hang out in, that is just a kind of separate thing entirely, and it's got maybe 30 people in it. Then there's the Flesh Simulators Lake of Rot, which is my actual community Discord, which I also don't really post in or hang out in, and that one is the one where all of it's moderated by community vote, and it's kind of just a social experiment. That's got maybe 1,000 people in it. Then the original Discord, the one that Falconry Finance claims was my Discord, and for how long is very dependent on what he needs it to be. That was simulated flesh posting. Falconry Finance and I
Simulated
will
Flesh.
agree
Sorry,
upon
Flesh
this.
Simulator. Was this Simulated Flesh? Was this the person who was like maliciously impersonating you on Twitter? That guy? Or that's
No. That's a totally separate thing.
Sorry.
I'm talking about.
This is one of your fans.
Is moderated by transgender people who are grooming children, according to you. Which of these services is that one?
Currently is the one that I don't know the current name of it. I haven't been in it, so I haven't been active in it since January of 2025. It's the one that used to be called Simulated Flesh Posting, that I haven't been active in since January 2025.
And now it's full of children, according to you, and transgender moderators that are grooming children for the purpose of molesting them.
No, I didn't say that. Also, this was the one that you were the moderator of. That, like, you stuck around
trans
as the
groom and
moderator after I
coom.
abandoned
What is that? What is trans groom and coom with respect to children on that server?
Trans groom. I don't know what are you talking about?
It's a post. I'm quoting your post, claiming that these guys are.
That was a joke. Okay,
I understand.
I'll admit that was a unfortunately transphobic joke that I made after someone came forward claiming to have been groomed by a transgender moderator of that server after I had left it.
And then after that 15-year-old talked to me and claimed to be a paralyzed soldier, I went straight to you and told you, hey, man, privately. I told you, hey, you've got a problem.
When was this?
I don't know. This is right after I figured out this guy was a kid and contacted me and came from your server. So I immediately went to you and said, hey, man, I see you got a problem here.
But so was that in April or was that in January of 2026?
I don't know. Does it sound like I was grooming that kid if I came to you
No, I never
directly and
said you
told you
did.
about this?
Now, Flesh
Yeah, you're
Simulator,
telling me that I've been grooming a 15-year-old, and my interactions with this guy
this
is
is
the
just-
basis
yeah,
of
okay.
those
Just to jump
accusations.
in here, guys, my takeaway from your latest video, Flesh, was that you were asserting that this conversation with a 15-year-old
Yeah,
was
I
evidence
do think
towards
that,
Bernie
but
being a
It would be
pedophile.
anybody's
like
takeaway.
I don't think Bernie was grooming them in like a transgender way. I think it was more of a
Oh.
go do terrorism kind of way.
Oh, when you hear grooming, you think
Even though you've seen the
Oh.
entire chat log between us, did you see any content in that chat log
Because you
other
were-
than the word form
actually,
of cell that
Bernie,
would
Bernie,
indicate
Bernie.
that?
You know what? I actually forgot to bring this up earlier when we talked about this because the accusation in the video was that you were trying to get them to start a cell. What was it?
Yeah.
Did you do that?
What was that for that?
What's that about?
He said he was lonely, and I said, "Well, go start a cell."
Okay.
That was
Okay,
it.
but
There's no
you gotta
backup to that. No start a
comes
cell
off
to
as
do this,
really
and you
weird.
have the whole text log, dude. Yeah, it's really weird in the eye of the beholder if you want to like completely twist that out of its context.
It's objectively weird for you to be telling a 15-year-old to go start a cell. I'm
Well,
sorry. I
I'd
think
say
that's
that
objectively
what you're accusing me of is more than objectively weird. It's illegal, it's criminal, and you're going to be in court over it.
Do you have a defense though?
Yeah,
I mean,
truth.
What is defense?
I would say the defense would be that
Truth is an
was
absolute
joking.
defense.
Right? That's a
Okay,
joke.
but the truth.
No,
what I
like
said,
you can.
Okay, all I have said is that you did that, which you did. There's no whatever implication someone may draw is up to them.
The implication that you
Sure.
drew was how you reported this to the people around you and to your audience, and that
How did I
caused,
report
and
it?
you knew it would cause
I reported
threats
it
of
in a way
violence
that
against
was-
me.
I didn't know that it would cause stress and violence against you.
Yes, you did. That's how you
Wait,
operate.
Flesh, like you think you
And
don't
I
think
know that you know because you talk about that online. You talk about sticking your simulators on people or holding them back, whether you're going to give them the green light to harass somebody or not. And
But
Dynamic
Mr.
Solutions, you haven't really been able to explain that as anything other than a criminal organization. I'd be happy to read to you
Wait, hang
the
on.
paragraph
What
of
it
this
is.
event.
Mr. Simulator, you can't
Yes.
say you didn't expect people to, attack Bernie based on the things that you said in your last video. Like,
I think I expected
right?
them to criticize him.
Really? Like, you accused him of being the guy who killed Low
I
Tax,
expected them to criticize him.
pedophile.
You said I murdered Low Tax with my mind. That's
No, I
fucking
didn't.
crazy.
I did not say that.
Suicide trolled him.
like suicide
And you
trolling,
did this
which
on
is
the
like
strength
which
of
is
a website made by an obviously schizo guy. Was it Dennis Wyman? Is his
You
name?
also but you also
You don't have any ability to tell fact from fiction.
Okay,
And you
but
don't
that could go for
understand
both
whether
of
the
us.
things that you're saying will be understood as jokes or not, especially
could
when
go
you're
for both
dabbling
of
into
us,
like
especially
far
considering
right-wing
the fact
violent
you-
extremism. I
Okay,
dabble
but-
in making
okay,
fun of you
hold
for
on a
being
second,
shorter
hold
than your
on a second, hold
refrigerator.
on a second.
You talk
Hold
about
on a
being a
second.
Nazi.
Okay, you're just going to keep talking over me. I'm going to continue talking as well. Like, the thing here
Yeah.
that's really the key piece of evidence for that is that you said, all except that. You took the claim that, you trolled Low Tax to death, and you were
Is
like,
that
yeah, I'll
really
accept
like
that.
even if somebody says that, is that really enough for you to believe that?
Again,
To
man,
You
believe
claimed
that
it on an
I
actual
caused that
socialist
guy
based off
to
of
commit
must
suicide?
be
Or is that
correctness.
looking for an opportunity to characterize me as a murderer and then taking it?
like I will say,
Really
I
believe
will
that,
step
or
in.
did you
Same
just
thing
take it
about
as an
Nash.
opportunity to smear me?
All right,
step
if you're going
again
to keep
here,
talking over me, Bernie, I'm going to do this.
Okay, fair enough, Flesh.
I'm
I
sorry.
just want to say, like, I also take that as a joke. I'll take that about Low Tax. Like, I don't take that as an admission of the crime of whatever it would be, second-degree murder or whatever. Like, that seems like a joke. Like,
Sure.
okay, if that's what you're saying. Like, I think this is what I'm saying. Like, both of you guys make a lot of jokes.
I
You
can
guys
accept
both
I
make a lot of
misread that.
edgy jokes.
I
and
can
see
accept
you
I
guys both
misread that as
misinterpreting
overly
each other.
serious.
Right?
Yeah, I will fully accept that it's possible that I misread that as being more serious than it was.
Okay, that's something. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, yeah,
I'm,
so
I'm
it
a
seems like
fairly
maybe
literal person.
we might be reaching the end of this
I'm a
conversation.
literal person when it comes to others' words.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, Flesh.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I said I'm fairly literal when it comes to other people's words. And I'm, fairly sarcastic when it comes to my own, which is probably not helpful.
Yeah, I mean, I think I see both of you guys making that mistake, and it makes sense in such a heated, situation. Did you want to say something
yeah.
about that, Bernie, or did you have something?
Oh, I'm giving the man airtime. I
It's
have things
okay.
I could think about saying, but go ahead.
It's okay. Thanks for having me on. I just wanted to say my piece. Good talking to you, Chill Goblin.
All right.
Tom,
Thank you
this is
for
good of you to
discussing
come
with me,
on.
Bernie.
Cool. I mean,
Oh,
hey,
we
listen,
lost him.
It was hey, it wasn't the perfect you guys become friends again and
What are you talking about? That was great radio, man.
Flesh Simulator renounces his chud ways, but I felt like there was like a little bit there where you guys kind of at least got to understand
on
where the other
Tom
one was
for
coming
coming on.
from. Yeah.
It's
for
an
sure.
impossible beef to maintain so long as people are being
And-
straight with each other. But if
yeah.
we keep reading things into each other's words, like
Oh my God.
believing I'll accept that is enough basis to say that I killed Lotax with my mind.
Right.
Like, it's like there will be no end to the beef if that is the way people interpret things. And there won't be, because I am going to take this guy to court. I've already done the legwork. Go ahead, sorry.
I was just saying, Malice Landlords in the chat right now. 1 million Malice Landlords.
Oh, yes.
If only you were here like an hour ago.
He's the original guy that he went up against.
Yeah.
Like the original priest, the high priest of the Noctulian Freaky Bobs.
The Freaky Bob, yeah. You guys, what was it? The 764 fucking child terrorist fucking...
Yeah. So are you bringing Maoist on?
Socialist.
If so, I'll stick around. If not,
No,
I think that I
I
can leave and you can do a little
I don't see much
little
point in that.
aftercare with your chat after what we
Yeah,
just
no,
put
I think
through.
we all need to kind of hold each other and remind each other that,
Remind each other
That's not
what it's all about.
That's not what this stream usually is. It's not usually what we do. But okay, yeah, I appreciate you coming on, Bernie.
This has been great. Thanks
I hope
for chatting
this was
with me.
helpful. I feel like I understand your side a little bit more, and I'm glad that I wasn't just playing Flesh's side without giving you a chance to, whatever. What's the word? Fucking refute some of the things he was saying. So yes, we will say goodbye to.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
Falconry.
I'm gonna pop off.
All right, pop off, pop away. Goodbye. All right, we're all alone again, chat. I hope you guys are okay. I don't know what I'm doing, guys. That was intense, right? I hope I did a good job. I was just trying to keep the conversation on track. And I also have ADHD, and that was not necessarily an easy thing for me to do. But I at least focused on the most important thing, which was putting up pictures to look at while the thing was going on. Yeah, seems like, I'm seeing like a lot of people in the chat here. You both fucking suck. Thanks, Gob. Great work. Listen, as long as I come off looking good here, that's really what I care about. I'm sure this is probably going to do well on my stream. So that's the other important thing. Thanks, guys. You really, the most important thing, hey, we may not have buried the hatchet. We may not have squashed the beef, but what you did do is help a struggling channel, the Extra Chill Goblin, second channel for streaming. You really helped me. And isn't that the most important thing at the end of the day, right? Isn't that socialism? Redistribute the views. Now, if you're here because you're into drama, you can check out my other videos, which are usually not about this kind of thing. I had stuff I wanted to talk about tonight. I did not intend to talk about Flesh Simulator and falconry and finance for 4 hours. But, life comes at you fast. What can we say? I wish both sides had stopped themselves before it came to such a head, let alone enter a courtroom. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I am surprised that, like, things even got this far. Like, if I was suing someone personally, this would not be something I would do. I would not come on a stream and talk about my lawsuit and stuff like that. That seems counterproductive, but I'm not a lawyer. So the only lawyer here was falconry and finance. I make no judgments on the whole of anyone's character, but both of you came across pretty badly here, fellas. Best of luck in the future, though, and I hope you can kiss and make up. Honestly, my advice to all parties involved, including everybody watching the stream, Malice Landlord, all the usual people in chat, and myself, is to just spend less time online. Okay? Go out and talk to an old friend, okay? To call someone you haven't talked to in years who you're like, fuck, I miss that guy. Do that. Next time you're like, oh, I'm going to plot and scheme about this guy. Like, you're not in Game of Thrones. You know what I mean? You're not Littlefinger. You're not Cersei Lannister. You're not any of the guys on the new version of it. You're just the guy. You're online Twitter guys. You're YouTube guys. You're 4chan guys. I mean, well, okay, 4chan guys do that kind of thing all the time, but that's not that big a deal. We can all take a deep breath, walk away, and criticize each other's politics without orchestrating a grand scheme to ruin one another. That is what my thinking. That's where I'm going to leave this. What's your next video about on the main channel? Bohemian Grove is right. Yeah, I've been working on this thing for so long, and I feel like it's just like whenever I do Bohemian Grove shit on stream, it does not really do well. So I'm kind of like nervous that it's going to be like, I do my big Bohemian Grove video that's taken me like 9 months to do, and then people won't watch it. I don't know. I get all in my head about this stuff. And I had prepared a big, massive Bohemian Grove Obsidian board to go over tonight about the occult history of Bohemian Grove. Which, God, should I go over it? Should I go over it anyway? I feel like no. I feel like the move right now is to do something short. Because the Bohemian Grove shit, I can do that anytime. I'll save myself the trouble next week. But here it is, if you want proof. I got this huge fucking thing. I did so much research for this. This is actually a big thing where I read through all these annals of Bohemian Grove. That's what their little yearbooks are called. And found like all these old pictures. Here's a picture of the cremation of care from 1881. 1881, and it goes back even further than that. It's a painting of the cremation of care. This is before they had the big owl statue. Anyway, I was going to go over this. I thought this would be fun, but it's just going to take me too long. Believe me, I do want to go over it. So we'll save this for next week, I think. We'll save it for next week because I think it's interesting. And a lot of people have some misconceptions about this. But I got other stuff. What do I got? Give me 3 minutes. Give me more than 3 minutes. Give me like a few minutes. I do want to go over some things, but maybe we do need before I get. Yes, I know I'm edging you guys so hard with this. Yeah, still haven't done a full vid on the main channel about Bohemian Grove. I've done several on the things. You guys love it. You promise. You guys promise you'll watch when I post it. Yeah. All right, I have something, though. Okay, wait. No, I had another thing that I was going to go over. This is funny. This is a funny one. Has anyone heard of... I wouldn't imagine that many people have heard of this person. Her name is Data Republican. That's D-A-T-A, Data. First name Data, last name Republican. And actually, it's all one word. Her real name's... what's her real name? Here, one sec. I got a New York Post article about her. Let me pull this up. This is kind of funny. In a chill goblin topic kind of way. Where were we? Here we go. Okay, Data Republican. So this is an article from 2025. This is from a while ago, but it introduces us to the main character here, who I feel like probably most of you guys don't know. But Data Republican, she's deaf. She is this is a weirdly written sentence. The deaf woman, CEOs, bureaucrats, and Hunter Biden fear Elon Musk's Doge secret weapon. So this is a woman. Here she is. Jenica. Jenica? Her name's Jenica? What the heck is that? She named after a typo or something? Jenica has been unmasked as Data Republican. Clever name, right? It's like Data Republican. And she's like a data engineer or something like that. A computer programmer. She got big because she started replying to like Elon Musk tweets with like, "Hey, Doge, here are some things you guys should cut." And she sent them like a bunch of like USAID shit, and Elon Musk would retweet her and be like, "Looking into this." But she's like, here's like an example. "Hey, Doge. Hey, at Doge." And then she puts a little dog emoji. "Here's a quick billion for you to cut. These 8 large quasi-government NGOs brought in a yada, yada, yada. Okay, here's a bunch of shit." And then Elon Musk goes, "Noted." Gorklon Russ, I guess he called himself that at some point. But here she is, looking pretty serious. And she's deaf, right? Some kind of, I think that's what her deal is. Anyway, but that's her. She's like into conspiracy. She's like an election denier. She's like I think she's in a feud with Candace Owens, where it's like she's like actually a little bit more pilled than Candace Owens is, and she sort of thinks Candace Owens is like part of the deep state. She's a little bit of a interesting character. But anyway, this is all background information for the pretty funny thing that happened. Now she's deleted the tweets about it, but I have it on an archive where she went, she tweeted this out. What was this? I forget when. I think this was okay. This was 2 days ago. It looks like. So 2 days ago, she tweeted, "It's not okay when the deep state sets you up to commit a crime. I've never been more angry in my life." Okay. I walked in with good faith, ready to collaborate on Cuba. So nuts. Because this person is like, she's not technically in the Trump administration, but she like, the shit she comments on Twitter gets done. Like, it's nuts. It's beyond just Doge. Got shoved, which already would be crazy. Got shoved a bunch of hard copy documents to leak. Didn't check them before accepting. Gave a non-committal answer. Yep. Markings that would have gotten me in big, big trouble. Okay, so what's the claim here? Well, the claim is she said that that someone in the government leaked her documents and was like, release these. And she didn't realize there were secret markings in them, I guess. So watermarks or something. I don't quite know. Or something that shouldn't have been declassified. I'm a little unsure what she means by this. The markings weren't crossed out. I consulted people, and if this were a sanctioned leak, they would have just sent over email. They tried to entrap me. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, I'm already a little bit confused. Also, that's funny that, like, I guess the person who saved this page, their Twitter icon is also saved in here. Advanced hosting. All right. The actual documents were nothing burgers that did not benefit them at all to release in public. And just so there's no doubt, I've screenshotted everything. Just to be clear, you want me to leak the material you gave me? Unredacted? Happy to help your efforts. So this is apparently with a government, I don't know, somebody in the government. And the person goes, it already contains all necessary redactions. If you'd rather report on already open source stuff, that's fine too. But I wanted to give you the option of breaking the story as a sort of gift. What the hell? What the hell? Okay. I mean, this person seems really nice, actually. The person talking to her, like, hey, I'm just trying to help you out. I just thought it would be a nice little surprise for you. Yeah, it's a bunch of secret documents from the government. You get to be the special person who gets to put them online. I thought you'd enjoy it. Like, they're so nice to each other. Happy to help your efforts. Anyway. And then she's like, wrong. I did not fall for your trap. She's like, I caught you. You tried to get me to commit a crime. I have witnesses. Data interpreter, I guess this person wants people to date interpreters. Data interpreter will testify to all this. So I don't know who data, I guess it's somebody on the fucking data Republican team who was like, no, let me interpret this. I'm the interpreter. Let me interpret this. No, has some secret stuff on there. Praise God that he protected me. And my kids do not have to visit their mother in jail. So this was so confusing. And when I originally saw it, I was like, what the hell are they even talking about? This sounds like some kind of a fever dream. I was like, maybe it's like somebody tricked them and was like, oh yeah, I'm from the government. Yeah, sure. And here's some documents you can like maybe someone was trolling them. Because I was like, what is this all about? Gang, this was a real thing that did happen because we had the Undersecretary of State, Sarah B. Rogers, verified account. This is the official account. What's her name? Sarah Rogers, working at the State Department. Absolutely nuts. Commented on this thread. By the way, this is the person who's the Undersecretary for Public Diplomacy. Diplomacy. Is that how you say that? Diplomacy? No. Diplomacy. Public diplomacy. Diplomacy? Diplomacy. That sounds right. Anyway, I don't know. I'm not smart. She comments on this. And she goes, lol. These are my text messages and documents. The markings are FOIA redactions, required even for voluntary disclosure. To prove this isn't a trap, I will happily disclose the documents myself. Here they are. And so, okay, first of all, absolutely nuts that they're sending shit. The government, the U.S. government is sending, like, one of their fucking emissaries right now is this totally insane person, data Republican, that they will like, they admit to being like, hey, yeah, here's some shit. I won't put this out to your followers. Here you go. A gift for you. Like, they do that. What else is insane about this? That she's the fucking, what is it? Secretary of Diplomacy, Undersecretary of Public Diplomacy, and she's starting at this thing. Lol. Oh my God, this is hilarious. This is not very diplomatic, I don't think. I feel like this is kind of fucked. Here they are. Well, an internal Global Engagement Center report, never before public, reveals how the former State Department office worked with foreign governments to monitor so-called gender disinformation. While doing so, GEC betrayed their stated mission and targeted domestic criticism of a Biden administration appointee. So it's like, oh, yeah, the Biden was spending so much money on trans people or gendered disinformation. I looked through this a bit, actually. This was kind of interesting. So this was from this like research thing where they were looking at, the Global Engagement Center. What was this actually trying to say? Data Republican's a great alternate Star Trek character. Oh, God. Yeah. I'm pretty sure there was an episode about that where Data finds a version of himself by Noonien Rue. What's the guy's name that made Data? I don't remember. Noonien Sue? Was that it? Anyway, I don't know. Who made another version of Data who's actually quite reactionary. But, this was like saying the Global Engagement Center, and this was like in court, they were like, oh, the GEC doesn't do any work domestically, and we do not have any position on any U.S. media outlets. Is that the same with Real Clear Politics? We simply do not do any work in the United States media. Is that the same with Daily Wire? We do not do any work in the U.S. media environment. And that was a lie, because they do work with the frickin' domestically. They had an explicitly foreign-facing mandate. Okay, yeah, got it. But then what happened? They worked with international partners to collect examples of so-called gendered disinformation for their report. They framed the issue as if crude stereotypes and online insults were the work of coordinated foreign threat actors. And this part actually does seem kind of weird. Gender disinformation is weaponized by both state and non-state actors to silence women, discourage online political discourse, and shape perceptions toward gender and the role of women in democracies. Disinformation, I'm also like, what does this even mean? Is this like woke trans stuff, or is this just like anything to do with gender? Disinformation content that plays on gendered stereotypes and sexualization of women is part of the adversarial toolkit, utilizing a unique combination of dissemination techniques. I mean, I assume the reason they wanted Data Republican, the person who was like, excuse me, at Elon Musk, at Doge, can you please stop USAID from helping minorities? We've got money that we're spending on trans people that could be going towards, I don't know, nothing. When we could be lowering taxes on the rich, why are we trying to help trans people? Stop it. I assume that would be the interpretation, but I'm not even sure. Gender disinformation, like this could be, like a lot of gender disinformation is like done by fucking left-wing groups or right-wing groups. Like this could be, I don't know. Like, it depends on what you think is disinformation. Like, you might be like, hey, look at this gender disinformation about, how we should respect non-binary pronouns, right? Like, I mean, I'm not even sure that this is a super woke thing. I guess it must be, though, if this is what they wanted to focus on. The report and a corresponding database, only available to U.S. officials and foreign government counterparts, were developed to inform responses to patriarchal, traditional, and anti-gender values and the development of regulations that are sensitive to gender-specific issues. All right, yeah. Honestly, I'm losing interest in this, but the important thing is, so this also, okay, another thing, sorry, I'm jumping all over the place here. I'm still a little rattled. Give me a second. This person is like, hey, to prove it's not a trap, I'm just going to disclose the documents myself. But she doesn't actually do that. She summarizes them in tweets. Like, where's the Google Drive link? Like, give me a link. Give me a link to the DOJ website of all of this shit that you are planning to leak. It's also nuts, right? Because, like, usually I would imagine this is like definition limited hangout shit. Because why didn't they just release this publicly? Like, they could have just done this themselves. Like, she's like not at all concerned. She's like, lol, I wanted you to have a moment. I thought it'd be nice. And it's like, and then it's fine for her to release it. Like, she's not going to be in any trouble for this. Then that means that the whole fucking system, the administration, knew that this was the plan and had no issue with it. Like, and then, but then they get to frame it as a leak. Oh, we got a leak. They didn't want to get this out. Oh, look at this fucking thing. Oh, Biden was helping trans people or something. Or he was trying to go, actually, I guess he's trying to go after transphobic people by calling it weaponized gender disinformation. Anyway, we're definitely not going to read this whole thread. But it's like, you're not posting the whole thing. You're just posting screenshots and like tweet summaries. Anyway, very stupid. But so Data Republican posted this, and most people I saw, at least, there were some people being like, oh, that's crazy. Yeah, gendered disinformation. Right, sorry. Not gender disinformation. Gendered disinformation. I might have been saying that wrong, but it's kind of hard to say that right. But yeah, I mean, I looked over their whole page. And they're like, let the record be known, I did not name you. You named yourself. This is an invariant. If I had done as you requested, I would be a criminal right now. I don't even get what they're talking about. Because you can't be arrested for being like a whistleblower in this case, can you? If you get leaked classified documents, and aren't there like, I thought there were like protection laws against that. If you get leaked classified documents and you don't redact anything and just put them out, that would put you in jail? Really? Like, I mean, I've never heard of that happening. Is that? Anyway, if I'd done as you requested, I'd be a criminal right now. It's one thing to try and fire me. It's another to rob my children of their mother. I mean, this is I don't know what the context of this tweet was, but does it really need to be said? Don't kill your children no matter what. She retweets it. It really is that simple. What? What are you talking? What was that conversation? I don't even want to know. But anyway, this is the thing, right? You got the paranoid right wing, and the right has encouraged this kind of conspiratorial paranoia for years and years. And like, you know, Trump himself is obviously like a completely deranged conspiracy theorist. And once you get enough of these people, these paranoid reactionaries, they are going to suspect you of shit, even when you are legitimately trying to help their unhinged career. They are going to bite the hand that feeds them sometimes. Yeah, very funny. I caused a lot of online furor this past weekend and caught the eye of Candace Owens. This essay is written in my own voice because I wanted to be honest on everything that happened. What? What is this about? The trap needs no trapper. Is this even about the thing, or is this a different thing? Sarah B. Rogers. Oh, it's a Twitter article. Okay. Oh, God, it's so long. Charlie Kirk is gone. The work of keeping a coalition from devouring itself is now ours. Was that his job before? Because he was not... I don't think he was trying to help the coalition from devouring itself. He was beefing with the Groypers. I'd like to begin by thanking one person who provided support above all, and it might be a surprising name, James Lindsay. I don't know. Why would that be surprising? We had a rocky start, but then we realized that we both only wanted to fight communists. This is so funny. Oh, boy. I feel like you really get a glimpse inside these people's brains sometimes, people like this. Podcast with Lara Logan was over my book, blah, 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 blah. Okay, here's what happened without embellishment. I was handed a bunch of documents marked sensitive. I had a responsibility to handle them correctly and no institutional cover while I did it. I consulted with others. For instance, Tulsi's staffer said that this is who she's in contact with. Like the FBI head, whatever, the head of intelligence or whatever Tulsi was. Staffer said that such documents typically carried markings like authorized for release by order of blank. I also confirmed with 2 State Department executives that what happened to me was deeply non-standard practice. I mean, yeah, okay, that's fair. It does seem like that's pretty weird what happened. Documents were hard copy, given to me without commentary. Oh, she got them in real life? Along with repeated requests to leak them. My first public read was that I'd been set up and that the markings were a trap. What do you mean markings? What do you mean? I corrected my own record before anyone could extract the correction out of me. That being said, that is the only disavowal I'm willing to perform. I will say when I got something wrong, I will not restore my standing by spending someone else's. What? I am not following this. To see what I mean, first look at the structure of what I walked into. Hand a person sensitive documents, and every move they can make reads as guilt. Keep the documents, and it is possession. Publish them, and it is leaking. Act on them, and it is undermining the document, or the government. Say nothing, and it is complicity. Wow, these people are like, she would be better served in life. Well, I mean, I'm sure she's doing quite well with her chosen path, but we would all be better served if instead of doing this, she'd gotten a job writing for like Homeland or something. Like, write a fucking spy book. You don't need to do that about your real life. That was what instigated the panic in me. There was no non-liable move I could make with those documents. This is exactly the kind of procedural trap that has ensnared many good conservatives like Jeff Clark. I had no reason to trust the actual person giving the documents. Every action becomes evidence. This seems like AI, right? Something about that. Every action becomes evidence. I don't know. Am I too paranoid? I sort of think that everything's a little bit AI. But also, fucking everything is a little bit AI. Fuck. I don't know. Even when I see these like bulleted lists like this, do we got any M dashes? That's still, no? Okay, this is a regular N dash. So maybe not. Anyway, I'm not going to read this whole thing, but going back to, oh man, so I don't care. I'm so confused and want to stay on topic here. If the undersecretary could simply post them herself hours later, why did she route them to you with the marking still live in the explicit request to leak? I am not in the underbelly, so I'd like to understand this better. The best explanation is what she gave me. She wanted to give a gift to get on my good side and did not realize the asymmetry of the ask between handler and receiver. All right. I mean, yeah, I agree it had the markings of a trap. Oh, okay. Your biggest mistake here is behaving as though what they say is what they actually mean. Yes, we must carry the flame. Oh, I totally agree with that. Totally agree with carrying the flame. Picture the bridge. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Excuse me. This is for 100% AI. When passion, look at this inspirational James Lindsay quote. When passion turns to dogma, when disagreement becomes treason. What? That's not a complete sentence. That what? When this bad thing happens, when that bad thing happens, then what? We ended that? Ended there? What the hell? Okay, I don't know. That is not an inspirational quote. That sounds horrible. Anyway, I just thought this was funny. It was funny because this person fucked up in a way where people are just making fun of them now when they could have had like an actual scoop, and also revealing of how closely the fucking deep state is working with these right-wing lunatic conspiracy influencers. So there you go, Data Republican. These documents hit different, totally. Yeah, no, right? I can't even really put my finger on it sometimes. I just get a funny feeling. I get a creeping feeling up my spine that I'm like, oh shit, this is clanker talk. This is clanker speak. Anyway, gang, I don't know. We only got a couple things out. I feel like I should do one more short thing. I don't just want to put out fucking Flesh Simulator content this week. Oh, anybody got anything interesting? What do we got? You know, I could really go for a short video, like a Vine. Anybody seen any good Vines? I don't really have any good Vines. I don't have any good Vines myself. Finally recalling the Lisa Simpson meme where it said, he has an anime profile pic. He has forfeited his right to kneecaps. Okay. That's a little bit intense. Lisa Simpson. I must have something else. Hang on. Going through my shit. It's a 15-minute video. Don't really care. Oh boy. Yeah. Okay. Gang. I'm gonna do something. But give me a second. I do also need to take another break. So I will put you once more in the capable hands of Nash Keune. Oh God, I don't know how to say it, and I feel like there's a lot of ways that are wrong. So I'm just gonna say Nash K. Give him an old follow. I'm gonna play another short section of his video on Peter Thiel and the Antichrist, and I'm gonna go and relieve myself. I'll be right back. Oh, there you go. There, he's got the full. By the way, I can see in the background here, he's got the full quadrilogy from Rick Perlstein, Barry Goldwater. What's it called? The fucking I forget what it's called. But these are amazing books. Nixonland, The Bridge, and Reaganland. Amazing historical books. Really, really good stuff. Anyway, I can see him on a shelf. Anyway, just a little shout out to Pearlstein. Oh, I forgot I muted this. Hang on. Unmute site.
There'll be even more violence. It's a death spiral. But of course, people fighting over scarce resources, that's not unique to Girard's theory. What is maybe a little bit particular to Girard's theory is seeing people as automatons, people as cause and effect machines. The wrong inputs, and there's nothing to stop them from whizzing out. Wrong inputs, there's nothing to stop them from destroying the world. Eternal life is an idea that we get from childhood, a hope that we get from childhood. Childhood is timeless. Children pass their days blithely unconcerned with time. I don't mean just numerical time, the regular counting of the clock, but the deeper experience of time, the sense of living in time, of every moment being bound up, shuntered, the constriction of ourselves that we hold so that we can travel aerodynamically down the track of time. As adults, the rare privileged moments of being that we have, the few happy, weighty, charged moments, we get caught up and lose all track of time. Art can shock us into timelessness. Art, which has always had a special connection to childhood and which exists itself in a kind of never always. Art, but any kind of drunkenness. In sobriety achieved however it's achieved. The stretches where we're traveling forward, yes, but not along a track, or at least we don't feel the track. We don't feel ourselves jerk against the metal as we're battered straight. We don't feel it, so we stop expecting it. So we can quit, if only for a brief moment, bracing ourselves for it. Baudelaire's injunction, enivrez-vous, be drunk, is, among other things, an invitation to be free of time. But these privileged moments of being, why don't they just go on forever? It feels like that should be in the logic of the thing. Unbounded moments that feel like they're just one prolonged jolt. They're paradoxically brief experiences of infinity, a temporary sense of eternity. Their very nature teaches us to expect an infinity that doesn't end, an eternal life of eternity. You could just freeze yourself. We know that Peter Thiel was interested in cryogenics and the possibility of like freezing yourself, freezing your body until medical science gets to the point where it can eliminate aging and death. Then you get unfrozen and you live without aging and live without death. Like, I think that's what they were trying to do with Ted Williams' body. I don't know that that's what Thiel's done. I don't know if he has like a outstanding contract with any of the cryogenic labs that supposedly offered that service. We do know that he's given several millions of dollars to research related to it and a bunch of other attempts at immortality. Famously, there was that thing about blood sharing. They did research with mice and saw if like you gave an old mouse the blood from a younger mouse, if that would make the...
Yo, I'm down for the Oliver Tree conspiracy. Is there like a video about that I could watch? Okay, I will admit, I didn't really know who Oliver Tree was. Oh wait, I shouldn't go back.
Cryogenic labs that...
Just in case I gotta leave again. Okay, so Oliver Tree. Maybe I can just find one. Oliver Tree. Conspiracy. What about that? There's gotta be shit on this, right? Okay, this one's a little long, and okay, it's just a podcast. Oliver Tree and Atlantic Records. The dark truth about... Oh, this seems perfect. Twisted World. All right, I will admit...
Hey, what's
guys,
up, everybody?
I feel like, don't be mad, but I know this guy, like, yeah, his music's bad or whatever. People don't like it. Sure. But I have bad taste in music, I guess, because I did find out after he died and I found out who this guy was that I do have him on my 2026 playlist. What song is it? What the frick? Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, it's a Subtronics remix of his thing, Fuck the Whole World. And I don't know. I fucking, listen, I had a fucking pop punk phase, and guess what? It never really ended. The shit you listen to when you're in high school, you got to be careful if it's too cringe, because you will just like that music your whole life, And what can I say? I don't think I'm alone when I say I was a little bit sad in high school, and a whiny voice over some, what do you call the type of distortion that like punk music has? I can get into a little emo. I can get into a little email. Plus, hey, for my sins, I also like dubstep. I like Subtronics. So I got the Subtronics remix of this dude. I understand he was a bit pilled himself. So, okay, let's hear the dark truth about his passing.
We are back again, and at this point you probably heard the news that the singer, songwriter, artist, viral meme, whatever you want to call him, Oliver Tree, has unfortunately passed away in a helicopter accident at the age of 32. And of course, just like any tragic and untimely death, the internet is of course doing their thing by giving condolences, support, but many people are also asking, how did this happen, and is there something darker behind all of it? With conspiracy theories almost immediately popping up and people pointing the finger at his longtime record label, Atlantic Records, with him making a video only about 2 months before his passing, claiming that they were screwing him over, taking a bunch of his royalties, and no longer giving him the creative control that he once had. And because of that, he would part ways with them around late April and once again become an independent artist for the first time in a decade, leading a lot of people to think that Atlantic Records didn't want to let him get away that easily, so they decided to take him out. And I'm not gonna lie to you guys, it definitely is pretty suspect.
Oh man, it is sad. He died so young and everything. I'm not trying to laugh at that, but it is hard to take this video seriously with all these clips of the guy. He loved painting himself different colors. He loved that.
As soon as I saw the news that he passed, first of all, I thought it was a joke, but once I realized that it was actually real, that video was the first thing that popped into my mind because I had only seen it the day prior. It was like Instagram was pushing that video constantly right before he passed away. However, when looking at something like this, I feel like it's important to not only look at the end and what took place right around his passing, but to go back to the beginning and see how exactly he got in with the record label in the first place, how exactly he built his career, and all the different aspects of it. So don't look at this video as a full deep dive into his career. It's more so just going to be the highlights, but let's go back to 1993 when Oliver Tree was first born. Or, okay, wait, let's not go that far back. Instead, let's take a look at his teenage years, because as many of you already know, Oliver Tree was one of those types of guys that's almost constantly in character, and if he's not in character, you can't tell that he isn't because, well, he's never not in character, kind of like Sam Hyde. And because of that, it's hard to tell what...
Was he a chud? Is the Sam Hyde thing just because he can't tell what's kayfabe and what's not? Or is he a chud? I don't really know.
Fake and what's actually real with him, which I think is part of the appeal because it leaves people guessing and wondering if what he's saying is actually true. For example, he says that he grew up in the...
He would have been a great Dr. Octopus in a Spider-Man movie. The helicopter and perhaps Atlantic Records have robbed us of that casting.
Circus, and he used to ride unicycles, but that's probably not true, but maybe it is. Anyways, the main point is that he always loved music and he would start to make it around the age of 12, eventually getting in with a group of guys in high school who were a rap group called Mindfuck, where he would do a couple performances all over the local area. From there, he would eventually get into the EDM scene and start to make more experimental rock, pop. It's almost unexplainable. I mean, Oliver Tree's music is truly unique, whether you like it or not. I'm not going to say that I was the biggest fan of his music, but it definitely stood out compared to almost everything else I've ever heard. But at the time, he was...
Okay, that's interesting. I mean, I don't know about his music standing out, but he definitely stands out.
But it definitely stood out compared to almost everything else I've ever heard. But at the time, he was actually somewhat rejected.
That's such a funny thing to say. You know, his music, I guess you could say it stood out, you know, at least when you compare it to all other music I've heard in my life. It's like, what? So it's the most unique thing ever.
It from the EDM scene because the type of music that he was making was too weird and out there. So instead, he would start to work on his own and make his own solo music, going under the name of Tree, which supposedly is his middle name. From there, he would start to drop music on both YouTube and SoundCloud.
This is the one I like. Right at the top here. Fuck the Whole World. Subtronics remix. It's hard.
SoundCloud. Now, SoundCloud was mostly a platform for rappers to take off on, but there were a couple different artists who made pop or rock or different types of genres that did blow up on there, although they were very rare. The only ones I can really think of are like Billie Eilish and Oliver Tree. I guess Claro is also...
Okay, this is like just wrong about SoundCloud. So many like rappers blew up on there. This is a little bit less pilled than I was hoping for. I'll be honest. What's the dark truth about his passing? Okay, maybe we get more into it here.
Scooter.
He was a scooter. He was like a professional scooter rider, I think, at some point.
competitions in his early 20s, and he was actually pretty good at it as well. But that would all change one day when he was in the semi-finals of one of these competitions. He was going downhill, and all of a sudden he would hit a very small pebble, fly off his scooter, and break both of his wrists as well as his thumb. And this would lead him
Oh, sorry. So he was specifically talking about non-rappers? Oh, okay. In that case, yeah, then I guess. True.
have 2 metal rods put in his hands, and when both of your hands are fucked up like that, it doesn't really leave you with a whole lot to do to pass the time. So, well, he would start to focus on music once again, realizing that scootering was too dangerous and didn't have a lot of longevity, and that music could. Now, when Oliver really started to get successful around...
See, I got there's a pet peeve of mine, and it's hypocritical because I do this too in videos, but like, sometimes, you do a video I say on a topic, and you're like, I watched a video the other day that was like, oh, fucking, I don't know. What was it? Aaron Schwartz. It was like, how Aaron Schwartz knew about Epstein. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, let's see. And the first fucking thing was like, the first, like, was I think an hour-long video. And the first 45 minutes was just going over the life story of Aaron Schwartz. And I already knew that. I get that not everybody knows about that shit, but I'm like, when does the Epstein shit come in? You really got to sum up this guy's whole life? And then finally, it gets to the point where like, okay, here the summary of his life is over. Now I'll talk about the Epstein connection. And to be honest, I didn't even get that far. I clicked out before I got to that part. I would love to know that. But I'm getting the same vibes here. I'm like, I want to know the dark truth about his passing. But I guess he's like, just let me start at the beginning. I mean, he literally did say that at the start, but fuck. Let me try skipping ahead 10 minutes in. Let's see.
2 years old, he loves to go to raves, and he gives Molly to children, which apparently at the time was super funny. I don't remember ever seeing this one, but apparently it did go super viral. I guess Vine was kind of like the TikTok of our generation, even though I was never really on there.
What's up? My name's Turbo. I'm 32 years old. I love to dance, and I sell ecstasy to children at raves. Hit me up.
And it was through this Vine that he would first get noticed by a major label, being Atlantic. Now, of course, they also liked his song that he had released previously, and that was probably another factor of why they decided...
Okay, now we're getting he joins Atlantic. I'm gonna jump ahead to 20 minutes in. Where do we get the dark stuff? Okay, no, this is after he's died. Okay, okay, let me go back a little bit further. What's this?
Existed. And one of his tracks called Life Goes On would absolutely explode on there and go on to get millions and millions of views on the music video as well as the audio. And it would even get a remix with Trippie Redd and Ski Mask the Slump God, which was a really weird collab to see at the time. It also got a music video on Lyrical Lemonade. So do you see how everything connects? You guys think that I ramble about random stuff and it has no cohesion?
I do dig Trippie Redd too. He's kind of like one of the like pop punk. Like I said, I like pop punk, but I also like hip hop, and I feel like pop punk died hard and it became really cringe. But then a lot of these SoundCloud rappers, they kind of resurrected it in like a really positive way. I must say, in a way where like, yeah, like they made whining kind of cool, again, because it wasn't for a while. So yeah, no, I like.
But see how everything comes.
I like that. I guess he was sort of adjacent to that.
Together. And this music video also includes the Island Boys in it as well. Don't worry, they don't actually rap on the song, thank God. But if somebody were to ask me like 10 years from now what 2021 was like, I'd probably show them this music video because I feel like it perfectly encapsulates what that year felt like. A little cringe, a little corny with dark undertones, with the nostalgia factor starting to be taken into account, as well as some new music coming out of it, but at the same time feeling like it was trying to recapture a bygone age, but not as bad as in 2026. Now, that's any steam whatsoever. Dropped more real. It all became political, and then the world got completely fucked up, and the internet got completely fucked up. But yeah, this...
okay, apolitical YouTuber. News at 11. All right, okay, somewhere around here he dies.
Attention to rappers, you would often see Oliver Tree. It wasn't only the collab that he had with Trippie and Ski Mask. He was always at Rolling Loud. He would always show up in interviews just randomly as a cameo. He was basically everywhere. And that can really be shown by the fact that when he passed away, basically everybody in the world seemed to have a picture with him, and everybody was giving their condolences. Like usually when somebody passes away, even if they're a massive artist, it's like they'll have other rappers giving them a shout out, or if they're a pop star, other pop stars. stars or maybe people in the mainstream industry. But with Oliver, it was like YouTubers, rappers, you had producers, you had different pop stars, you had media people. It seems like everybody on the planet were giving their condolences, and nobody really had anything all that bad to say about him either, because nowadays whenever somebody passes away, everybody seems to rush to the conclusion, were they a bad guy? Did they say something racist? Did they have anything crazy in their past that we can then point to and say they deserve to die, which is fucked up because nobody really deserves to die. Okay, most people don't deserve to die. You definitely don't deserve to die because you said something kind of fucked up on Twitter like 10 years ago, but Oliver didn't even really seem to have that. The only thing that people really pointed to was that at one point he photoshopped his face onto a dead K-pop star. So of course people were trying to say he didn't respect the dead, so we don't need to respect him when he's passed away, but apparently his label's actually the one who did that, and at the time nobody was aware that that was a real person who passed away, apparently. But either way, like I said, it's just a one-off thing, and I don't know, people shouldn't try.
Is this, I don't consider this disrespectful. This feels like the exact thing that he would love. He likes to be a bowl cut guy. He chose that hairstyle. That was his choice. He didn't, that wasn't like a bully did that to him.
Apparently his label's actually the one who did that. Like any younger people.
Okay, what's the dark truth, bro? I want to know. Did the flat Earth, the globe Earth people come after him because he was getting too close to the truth? What happened?
Probably already seen it against your will, so yeah. And now that I've talked about it, you're probably gonna look it up at a sick fascination.
I guess the video of his death. I didn't even know that was out there.
It's only human nature. I don't blame you, but yeah. I would say just don't look it up. And like I said, everybody's first reaction to this happening was, this can't be real. This has to be a joke. This has to be some sort of skit, which would be really fucked up if he actually did end up doing that. But pretty soon after, it was confirmed that he actually did pass away alongside 5 other people, including a Brazilian YouTuber who was pretty famous over there.
Finland. What did I miss? Normally, when you ask me that question, I'm just like, not much. I don't know. I talked about some stuff. Honestly, man, you miss a lot. The stream has been a journey, dude. We brought Flesh Simulator and his mortal enemy, fucking what's his name, Falconry Finance, on to squash the beef, and they didn't squash the beef. It did not go well. But importantly, I think I came off looking okay. I don't think I lost face. But right now, I'm trying to find out about the dark truth about Oliver Tree's passing.
And after the very short grieving period was over and everybody had made their post, I mean, we got Ethan Klein making a post about it where people were actually very respectful in the comments. I was surprised. Even though there's a constant war going on between him and other influencers, people were willing to put that aside for one day to show.
Where's the dark truth? I don't want this is like kumbaya stuff. Come on, you promised me a dark truth. Okay, Logan Paul posted about it. Okay, here we go. This sounds like a dark truth here, right?
Now we know that it was an illegal taxi that wasn't supposed to be in the air, and because of that, there was no real air traffic control that had eyes on it. A lot of people have said it's a big open sky with tons of room. How did 2 helicopters get that close together? But that's the reasoning, because one of them wasn't accounted for. It got too close and they weren't able to get apart. But of course, people are now also claiming that it might have been foul play, because after all, only a couple months before this point, on April 1st of 2026, which, yeah, that's April Fool's Day, so that once again adds another level of irony and kind of puts a little bit of doubt on if this is true or not, but it is actually true, I promise you. Oliver would end up putting out this video right here talking about Atlantic Records and how he had made them so much money, but yet now they won't let him release music, and they were basically shelving him and not giving him any of his residuals. I'll play it right here.
I just got word that my album is no longer coming out. Love You Madly, Hate You Badly is officially canceled, and I'm parting ways with Atlantic Records. Behind the scenes has been nothing short of a nightmare. I have no marketing budgets for music videos, no digital ad spend. Nobody really cares in the building, it seems like. I made a lot of money for Atlantic Records, and they don't seem to remember that. I have gotten no support. They forgot to ingest multiple songs into the system, which means the songs didn't come out. I had a Valentine's Day breakout song that didn't even get released because someone forgot to put it in. I don't really understand how that's possible. I've made them tens of millions of dollars, but they don't remember that. So, the music is owned by them. The remainder of the music will not be coming out. I will always continue to make music. Thank you for everyone who's supported me. I can't wait to release more music at some point at a later time, but for now, there is nothing on the horizon. I'm so sorry, and I love you guys. Thank you.
So yeah, he definitely didn't have any.
I mean, the flaw in the theory that it was Atlantic or whatever, what was the name of his record company? Was it Atlantic? I can't remember. But the flaw in the theory that it was them that went after him is like, no, they do that all the time to everybody. They fuck over artists. That's how you make money in the fucking music industry, right? That's how you get rich. And they don't need to kill anybody. What was he going to do? He was going to do a interview with the therapy gecko about it and expose them to the world. What was he going to do? Was he going to ride a scooter off a cliff and have a parachute that said Atlantic fucked me over? Why would they kill him? I don't know. I assume that's what people are getting at.
Anything good to say about them, and in fact he would even end up canceling an entire project because of the deal that he had. And after that, a lot of people would start to wonder,
did he do country music or did he just dress like this one time?
Is he going to continue to make music? He says he wants to, but will he be trapped for years like many other artists who can't get out of these shitty deals? But luckily for Oliver, he actually was able to get out of it. Now unfortunately he wasn't able to get most of the masterings back for a lot of his tracks, which means that he can't make any residual income off of most of his biggest hits and can only really make money off of stuff that he releases after he got out of the label. But despite that, he had made a pretty healthy chunk of money during the time that he worked with them, with people claiming that his net worth is around $6 million. Now that's only on Google. There's no way to tell what he actually has in his bank account, but either way, he would almost immediately leave on a world tour. And when I say a world tour, I don't mean like the average world tour where people go across America and then do a couple places in Europe, maybe stop in Russia pre-2022 and then immediately go home. He was actually going to a variety of different countries that most artists never touch, which goes to show how wide-reaching his music truly is. In fact, a video would also surface of him doing a free show for a very impoverished city, basically making all of those kids' dreams come true, with them getting pretty well a one-on-one show with him, like an underground type show. And he just did that out of the goodness of his heart. On top of that, another clip would start to surface of him talking about how he didn't want to give any of his money to his family, or if he ended up having children, he'd put them through college, but he didn't want them to grow up with a silver spoon in their mouth. Instead, he wanted all of his money to...
I keep laughing at his fucking outfits. None of this is dark. Where's the dark stuff? I'm skipping ahead.
Really overvalue these deals. Whenever you see like 6 million, 10 million, you're thinking, holy shit, life-changing money. But the thing is, they have to pay that back, and oftentimes the labels put them in a position where they can never make enough money to get out.
Mr. E, can you link it, or can you tell me what it's called if you can find it?
Basically meaning that their music and character completely belongs to them. And Atlantic probably could have done that to Oliver Tree as well. They probably could have copyrighted his character and not allow him to use it after the fact. So he's pretty lucky that he was able to get out with that character. But that only leads more into the conspiracy theory, that maybe that's why they wanted him gone so bad. And I'm not saying this type of thing doesn't happen in the industry. I mean, after all, 1017, Gucci Mane's label, is pretty infamous for almost all of their artists passing away, with many people thinking that Gucci Mane is basically putting out life insurance policies on all of his artists and then cashing out in a big way. But once again, I also don't really think that's a conspiracy. I just think a lot of people that he signs are in a very dangerous lifestyle. And is he putting life insurance on them? Maybe.
Man, I'm disappointed. The whole video is going to be like him being like, well, here's what really probably happened. And okay, yeah, dark truth. This is dumbass clickbait title. Please do better. Okay, so yeah, he's like dancing around the idea of it being a conspiracy, but then coming down and being like, guys, it's probably not real. Like, what is this, a Chill Goblin video? Come on. No, I want the real pilled shit. I want the pilled shit. Wait, I bet I can find shit on Reddit. Conspiracy. Let's check. Oliver Tree. Oliver Tree sold his soul. This is what I'm talking about. Anybody else find the Oliver Tree Zuckerberg thing strange? A lot of the Oliver Tree helicopter death news contain the same videos and pictures. Well, that's probably because that's how news works. Did Atlantic Records kill Oliver Tree? Also, he predicted his own death. Something just doesn't add up here. Okay, great. So much perfect stuff here. Oliver Tree's not dead. Okay, lots of stuff. Let's quickly go over these. He sold his soul before, long story short, before this dude's famous. He's making music like this. Okay, sure. Then he gets $1 million record and becomes a celebrity. And now he's making music like this. Okay. They're different. I take your word for it. I thought this was a really good example of how brilliant artists become corrupted when they sign contracts with all the major record labels. He went from making music with new age themes about how we're all one to making music with satanic references and glorification of drugs, egotism, etc.
That sounds exactly like something a demon would say.
Crazy. His early albums had so much soul to them, and now his newer stuff sounds cheap and empty. If you listen to the lyrics in his Bury Me Alive single, it really sounds like a cry for help. He also makes reference to taking psychedelics so he can speak to the devil. Give me a 6, and another 6. That's where the devil lives. I'm calling up Lucy to get another fix. Yeah, that sounds satanic for sure. Blah, blah, blah. He's one of my favorite artists. I just wanted to be okay. But I think he sold his soul to Satan like all the other mega famous clowns. What happens to these people on the other side? Why would a new ager write a lyric about having only one life left to live? Okay. Yeah, what do people find out about him? First time I found him and watched a few of his music videos, I couldn't help but notice they all involved him being violently killed and dismembered. Coming back to this thread after he died is crazy. Okay, so this is from before he died. Right, okay, 4 years ago. Oh, yeah. Does anyone else find the Oliver Tree Zuckerberg thing strange? How he said Zuckerberg was secretly a big party guy behind the scenes? Not just he's cooler than people think, but basically implying there's a whole private side of Zuckerberg the public doesn't see. And now he's dead. You know too much. You know I'm an absolute maniac at a fucking keg party. Oliver Tree played everything like a joke. Makes it harder to tell when he was trolling and when he was slipping in something real. All right. I absolutely believe it might not be a coincidence. Wow, that started off sounding confident and then became very non-committal. That's just a clip. Here's a link to the entire live video posted on YouTube after he passed away. Think about the billions of dollars Zuckerberg has. Wouldn't take rocket science to hire someone in a different country to accidentally clip his helicopter with access to millions and billions of dollars. Oh, this is allegedly, of course, but very coincidental.
Great to see you, bro. How are you, How you been? Good to see you. You look great, man. Yeah, I'm going to come save it up in a second. Yeah, I love you. Let's go.
Okay, I didn't know he was alive. This is like an interview where he was like,
that's my preferred. I'm not big into Python. I used to use a lot of script. Oh, I can code traditionally too.
Talking about coding, where did they talk about Zuckerberg? I guess there was a link to a clip, but whatever. Here we go.
The last time I saw you, Elon Musk was at this fucking party. Mark Zuckerberg, it was Logan's wedding. I know, and you went right up to Mark, and dude, he was dapping you up and hugging you. Mark had a nose piercing. It was so crazy. So he was literally so lit, bro. He got so drunk he fell off the water slide. And he said he wears makeup to cover it up when he's doing public speaking or anything. That's crazy. I was tripping out. I was looking at, we made eye contact, and I was like, does he know it's me? And then he came up to me, he's like, bro, I love you. And then I was like, bro, you can't be serious right now. That was crazy. He gets on the water slide like 20 minutes later. He fell so hard, but he pierced his nose, bro. He's going.
That is why Oliver Tree died, I now believe, because Zuckerberg didn't want people to know about his nose piercing. That is a really, yeah, I'm convinced. Pretty much willing to believe anything bad about tech guys. Yeah, for sure. Anyway, okay, what else we got? A lot of the Oliver Tree helicopter death news contain the same videos and pictures, and many appear to be AI generated. Here's just 2 examples I found. 3 different pictures containing the same dent on the same car. What? Yeah, what? They're different pictures. That would be harder to do with AI. It would be harder to make 3 different angled pictures of the same car with the same dent. What are you talking about? Screenshot from one of the main videos. Besides textures lacking realistic reflections, some cars have been blacked out windshields and some don't. Okay, man. I mean, yeah, some cars have tinted windows, dude. I also find it odd. Every single article or video that shows a picture of him shows him as his character, which some aren't even of him, and there's not even a single photo of just him outside the character he plays. Yeah, that's what he was, though. He always was like that. If he just showed Oliver himself, people wouldn't recognize him, but there's lots of videos of him outside of his character, but the news isn't going to show that, because it's only news after all. Okay, I'm glad people are... My conspiracy sense is definitely tingling on this one. Can you provide a link for that main video? There's 0 footage of anything behind the crash. It's even more crazy to me. Most Skyline has some kind of cam. Okay. All right, actually, people are not really talking him down from this. People are kind of agreeing. Is this... I don't necessarily want to watch this video if it's going to be like somebody's death. What is it? What is it?
And at least 6 people are dead after 2 helicopters collided midair over Rio de Janeiro. Fire officials say the crash...
So apparently people in this video look like GTA. This is a news report.
Happened right before night into buildings nearby, and a car sparking a large fire. Now, no one on the helicopter tree.
Is this like the new crisis actors? They don't even need to hire people anymore. AI took that job away. AI is coming for our jobs as crisis actors in false flag events. Back in the Sandy Hook days, they had to actually hire people for life. Like, this is like a lifetime commitment where you're like, okay, I got to pretend that my kid got killed in a thing, and I'm going to commit to that, living in this small town and being broke, whatever, like, and crying all the time on camera. And that's because I've been paid to do this somehow. Somehow I've been talked into doing this. That's a very expensive thing for the deep state to cover. Nowadays, well, fucking, it's all done on Midjourney or whatever, Claude, or what's the one that does videos? Yeah, these are not real people, gang. Our conspiracy agrees. These are definitely GTA AI created. Is this the one? Like, these people look real to me.
Fire officials say the crash happened right before.
Also, why would they need to, like, why would it be important for them to, like, simulate people just hanging out at a crime scene? Anyway, I don't get it. What else we got? Did Atlantic Records kill Oliver Tree? It's a little odd how just months before this happened, Oliver was saying how he's cutting ties with Atlantic Records and only producing music on his own. He went out the same way as Kobe. Okay. Every time I see these music artists die, like Lil Peep, Mac Miller, it makes me think of this barely sociable video where the guy exposes how music industry people were caught killing off their artists so they can continue collecting royalties from their music after they're dead. Also, I might just be looking into this, but in one of the last podcasts Oliver Tree did with Whitney Cummings, from 2740 to blah, 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 Whitney's asking him about how he dies, and he goes, what about an impact coming out of a helicopter? So annoyed he didn't put a fucking link. He's like, he gives you the time code. He doesn't give you the link. Oh, he was creating a documentary on Antarctica. Okay, this is what I want to know. Oh,
Is this thing on?
You definitely weren't supposed to see this. Watch before it gets shaken down 2 months ago. Okay, and this was this was Oliver Tree's documentary about flat Earth shit, right?
Hi, I'm critically acclaimed director and film producer Oliver Tree. Welcome to the greatest show of all time. You are now part of the cinematic revolution. Created by none other than my production company, Alien Boy Films. Here at Alien Boy Films, we've been in the movie business for the past 157 years. Dating back to 1893 when my great-great-great-great-grandfather Otto Higginbottom Tree VIII produced and acted in the first silent picture, Jimmy Plantain in the Battle of Pumpkin Mountain. Excuse me. Almost 100 years later, Alien Boy Films continued producing cult classics like the rockumentary Operation Magic School Bus and the LSD Road Trip to Nova Scotia, starring and produced by...
Okay, and what about where does it get to the part that I definitely wasn't supposed to see?
And definitely not a government-fueled propaganda from...
Oh, let me go back a little bit. What's this?
So without further ado, enjoy the show. From the mind of Oliver Tree. And definitely not a government-fueled propaganda from the United States of America. Although I must thank Congressman Jeremiah Jeffrey and the Jeremiah Jeffrey Foundation for Arts and Crafts for a small loan of $10 million of hardworking taxpayers' money. Cheerio. Cut. See what I'm saying? It's gonna make me look legit. And I am making the modern version of it.
That's right. I'm jumping around here because it's supposed to be about Antarctica, right? And it looked like he was maybe outside. What's this part?
I built this setup so that I could record out here on the ice to get the full inspiration in Mother Nature in all her glory.
All right.
It's gonna sound good. I'm making a drum and bass banger today. There it is.
Wait, what's the... I thought this was... Okay. Wait, maybe people in the comments will be like, check out this. It is kind of all over the place, huh? Yeah. I'm looking for time codes, but I don't see any. Oh, what's this? No. Penguins trying to fix the catapults. What's
There is an entry point to Agartha.
Agartha! Okay, now we're talking. Okay, the Hollow Earth theory.
The Hollow Earth. This underground civilization said to exist within the Earth's core was first discovered by one of Christopher Columbus's disgruntled cronies. His former co-captain, Shepard Charlemagne, allegedly led an expedition 13 miles into this exact Antarctic snow cave on the night of April 30th, 1886.
Oh, this guy looks like a real goblin. Charlemagne here.
He claimed to find a mythical subterranean kingdom inhabited by enlightened lizard-like beings. Today, this so-called Hollow Earth, aka Agartha, is rumored to be a preferred vacation destination for the global elites. Get a whiff of that.
This might be copyrighted music. Got to turn off the sound for a bit here. Let me turn the subtitles on so I can tell when people are talking again. Agartha, okay. That's a little bit different from the lore of Agartha that I knew. I thought it was an underground,
Bases we've been looking into. 1 is 17 around the Antarctic Circle.
All right. But yeah, I thought it was mostly like kind of Aryan sort of, blonde hair, blue-eyed, Pleiadian-style aliens. But they're not aliens. They're just from the inside-out version of the world. And of course, obviously, Charlie Kirk takes you there with Yakub if you drink a white Monster Energy drink, something like that. That's like the kind of new Zoomer lore on it. Okay. Well, do people think he was killed by Agartha? I honestly want to know. I don't get it. What are people saying happened? Something just doesn't add up. Pay attention, you'll see it was not an accident. During the first lines of his music video, Hurt, he said this: "My day will come, I gave too much, I sold my soul, I'm waiting for my pay in full." So he sold his soul to Atlantic Records. Once he went unsigned and told the Atlantic to stuff it, he was killed in a helicopter crash. Tell me that's not something to look into. Sure. And then lists of people and countless others were all signed with Atlantic. They all had a falling out, and they were all killed in a suspicious manner within the month of said debacle. I'm not pointing any fingers, but it seems like Atlantic Records has blood on their hands. Allegedly. Don't want to get hemmed up. What's hemmed up mean? Killed in a helicopter? Is that what that is? Hemmed up. Anyway, universe is really big and scary. Honestly, yes. Honestly, you can kind of comment this under any, Reddit post, any video, any stream. You can just say this, because everything in life is proof of this. The universe is really big and scary. Mm-hmm. Wait till you meet his tiny sister, Karma. Much scarier than first imagined. What? Okay. Is Karma the little sister of the universe? Okay, sure. All right. Well, I don't know what to say, gang. 2 months after he released the album independently, Oliver Tree is no longer with us. Was he killed? A lot of questions. I'm posting the conspiracy. I've read many other posts, but here's my take. Here is my take on the tragic death of Oliver Tree. This reads like a child wrote this. Oliver Tree left Atlantic Records in April to release his new album. I also noticed he deleted the video on his Instagram of him explaining the album All You Ever Wanted coming out after he wasn't allowed to release through Atlantic. Yikes. A scary message to many artists out there like, see, this is what happens when you go independent and don't think you need us anymore. Okay, no, that's your take, but that's also what everybody else was saying. And one more. Oliver Tree is not dead. Wow, not a lot to go on here, but he says, might be months, might be years from now that he will somehow show up. He is not dead. Okay, that's all he wrote. People were like, the facts you presented with this post are undeniable. Edit. It is my opinion that I don't think he's dead. Wow, that's like 2 layers of plausible deniability. His opinion is he doesn't think he's dead. He doesn't even know if he thinks he's not dead. But his opinion is he thinks he's not dead. Now, hopefully, people will chill. I need more time before I submit my dissertation for your review. Okay, that's 2 months ago, historical audience. What do you got? Did you figure it out? Okay, now maybe I shouldn't be going over somebody's whole history on here. That feels a little weird. Nope, nothing on Oliver Tree. Cool. Well, I don't know, gang. I'm sure there's some better things than this I could have watched. I'm sure I think you are supposed to enter the Hollow Earth via openings in Antarctica. Yeah. Yeah, it is inside the Earth. But yeah, you're supposed to. Yes, that's right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you guys figured it out. Did Agartha come first or the Mountains of Madness?
Well, I mean, I don't know the actual history of the lore of Agartha. Is that from like a book or something? It sort of sounds like some kind of like Jurassic or, Lost World, like Conan Doyle type shit, where people used to think like the continent of Africa was this dark continent that was, it's kind of a racist idea where they believe that Africa was, everything on Africa was less evolved than everything everywhere else. Like evolution had slowed down or something there, which is partially race science and largely race science, where they were like, oh yeah, that's why black people are less evolved than white people. And, there was also this really strong belief for a while that there were dinosaurs in Africa. The guy who wrote Sherlock Holmes, Conan Doyle, wrote a book, I think it was called The Lost World, about how they would find a place in Africa that had dinosaurs in it. And a lot of people would go there and claim to see dinosaurs, and there's a bunch of this weird shit. And this Agartha stuff, I mean, I don't even know, are there dinosaurs in Agartha? Because like the whole, like I believe the reptilian conspiracy theory, most famously put forward by David Icke, it has roots that go back further and are kind of linked with this sort of like dark continents shit with Africa. But, I mean, Oliver Tree might have just been kind of having some fun with it there. But let's see. Let's see here. Agartha, looking this up on Wikipedia. A legendary kingdom said to be on the inner surface of the earth. And yeah, this is what it is, gang. It is like, I think the Killer Cameo said, yes, it's inside the whole earth. It's not just one spot on the earth. It's like the earth is not that thick. And once you walk inside of it, you'll be walking upside down on the inside of the hollow earth. And there's a whole other basically world there. There's a whole other world inside the earth in the hollow earth. And this is a map from like 1960, of Agartha. This is what it is. And so you got to go in through one of the poles, either Atlantis or not Atlantis, Antarctica or the North Pole here. Pyramid. Oh, no, actually, look, there are other man-made tunnels. There's one at the Pyramid of Giza, King Solomon's Mines, Diro Caves. Oh, and the center of gravity is just 400 miles down. Okay, that's good to know. The crust of the earth is 800 miles thick. Yeah, when did it come up? Agartha is an immense legendary kingdom. It's been a popular subject in esotericism and occultism since the late 19th century. It's also popular in New Age thought and alternative reality subcultures, though it receives little attention from most modern occultist researchers. There are numerous versions of the story and circumstances of Agartha, many of them inconsistent with each other. Okay, so late 19th century. It's like 1870s or so. And what was the question? Did it come before what? Mountains of Madness. So yeah, Mountains of Madness as in the short, the novella by H.P. Lovecraft. Yeah, that was like 1920 or something like that was written. So yes, technically Agartha would come first. Anyway, the origin in Louis Jacoliot, Les Filles de Dieu, the Sons of God. When was that written? 1873. There you go. Cool. So I guess it wasn't really a dark continent thing. He did not mention an underground kingdom. Asgartha was said to be an ancient city, the solar capital of India. Huh. Interesting. His book tells of Agartha's rise and fall. Okay. Well, dang, y'all. A video from 51 Syndicate. Okay, listen, I'm going to try one more time to find something slightly entertaining about this. And then I'm going to call it a night. Oliver Tree. What did you say? 51 Syndicate. The Oliver Tree rabbit hole is deeper than you think. This is exactly what I was looking for. I'm going to go ahead and subscribe. I'm not going to watch this whole thing. Let's watch the beginning and the end.
On June 14th, 2026, Oliver Tree tragically died in a helicopter crash along with 5 other passengers in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. A lot of people have been looking into this event and considering the other possibilities as to why this happened that counter the official narrative, including myself. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at several of the coincidences, events, and theories circulating around Oliver Tree. So without further ado, let's begin. In the months leading up to June, Oliver Tree posted a TikTok addressing his departure from Atlantic Records after they shelved his upcoming album, Love You Madly, Hate You Badly.
I just got
I hate that title of the album. Okay.
word that my album is no longer coming out. Love You Madly, Hate You Badly is officially canceled, and I'm parting ways with Atlantic Records. Behind the scenes has been nothing short of a nightmare. I have no marketing budgets for music videos, no digital ad spend. I have gotten no support. They forgot to ingest multiple songs into the system, which means the songs didn't come out. I've made them tens of millions of dollars, but they don't remember that. The music is owned by them. The remainder of the music will not be coming out. I can't wait to release more music at some point at a later time, but for now, there is nothing on the horizon. I'm so sorry, and I love you guys. Thank you.
I think it's interesting that this whole rabbit hole begins with Atlantic Records, being that the label is no stranger to controversy.
She made history breaking the glass ceiling as a female executive at Atlantic Records. Now she is speaking out about the culture of sexual abuse she says she was subjected to there by the men in power. Her accusations are against Ahmet Erdogan, one of the label's founders.
They've been known for the mistreatment of their artists and its shady business practices for a long time now.
All the way back to Ruth Brown, damn, 1950s singer.
Now dating back to Ruth Brown, literally the first artist on the label. Atlantic pocketed all of Ruth's royalties until the 1980s and claimed that Ruth...
Yeah, hey, I agree this is bad, but this is just a description of like capitalism. This is how it works. This is showbiz. This is the entertainment business, baby. There's no business like show business. All right.
avoided. It's widely known that Aaliyah was heavily taken advantage.
Okay, we're going over a bunch of artists who were horribly mistreated by their label and or R. Kelly. Let me just skip ahead here to the finale. Okay, we got Epstein. We got Epstein coming in. Hang on. Let's go. Okay, let's go to the beginning of the Epstein section. Similar to the Eye of Providence. Okay, what's this?
A company called Meditech, whose logo is eerily similar to the Eye of Providence, which has become recognized as the unofficial symbol of the Bavarian Illuminati.
What the fuck? Okay, yeah, I mean, that is just a triangle, though. Oh, okay.
The whole documentary can be found on YouTube and is worth a watch as it was one of the last projects Oliver Tree worked on before his death. It also seems to point to more proof that Oliver was trying to expose the workings of the global elites, despite the satirical nature of the film.
Behind me, you can see one of 17 alien-based caves, which enters into what we are almost 99% sure is the entry point to Agartha.
Like this is a joke, man. Like he is seeing he's spelled Agartha with an extra R.
99% sure is the entry point to Agartha.
Argartha. Like, dude, that's not, you can't fucking, okay.
On July 2nd, 2020.
Okay, great. Okay, cool. The Epstein shit is what I expected. Let's get into this in a second. Chill Goblin, have you ever watched Tribulation 99, Alien Anomalies Under America? No, I haven't, but I appreciate the alliteration.
Ghislaine Maxwell was arrested and charged with trafficking, enticing minors, and perjury. After her arrest, researchers online made discoveries of what was once an unknown facet to the Jeffrey Epstein story. Ghislaine Maxwell's Terramar project was now exposed in the open.
Oh, Terramar! And if you rearrange the letters of Terramar and you also spell it wrong, you get Agartha. Coincidence?
The Terramar project announced its official closure on July 12, 2019, just 6 days after Jeffrey Epstein's arrest. However, I found it impossible.
I would love to check those videos out. What's it called? Memory Hold. That's a great name.
To not mention the project and research.
Wow, I've never seen that clip before. That's actually nuts. That's wild.
I'm here representing.
What's the Terramar Antarctica connection? Oh, well, I mean, I would say the oceans are there. It's supposed to make the oceans into their own country, and Antarctica is touching the oceans. That's what I would guess. I don't know.
Civil society. My passion for the ocean. For those of you, there's a slideshow going up there, so you don't just have to hear me. You can see the pictures as well.
Was this the first picture on the slideshow? My passion for the ocean can be seen with my connection to General Right Admiral Epstein and Harvey Weinstein, my other friend.
Started when I was a little girl. I grew up watching Jacques Cousteau on TV and became mesmerized with the oceans. It led to me becoming a deep worker submersible pilot. I started the Terramar Project, and the point of the Terramar Project is to connect.
It's funny. It's so funny that he starts his own slideshow here. Yeah, this is. I think not. Yeah, no, this is great. Great kooky stuff. This is exactly what I was looking for. I'm fascinated to hear how he connects Ghislaine Maxwell's weird Terramar company to Oliver Tree. Well, I guess he was in Antarctica, which is something that is surrounded by oceans.
Revelations in the Epstein files, we can see that the Swiss bank UBS managed a vast portion of Ghislaine Maxwell's assets, and that $18.3 million of said assets were transferred to Scott Borgeson before her arrest.
I think that there's little.
It does, doesn't it? It does sound like the Peter Thiel type, like seasteading. Let's go out and create a fucking floating patch of barges that we'll call a country, and we can do whatever we want out there. Yeah, seasteading.
Clandestine activity happening in the Arctic, but the truth is we don't really know because the United States and Canada aren't really sure what ships.
In Canada? You mean Canada?
Ships are transiting there now. But I think it's a bit of a stretch to say that.
Okay. New theory. Ghislaine Maxwell is actually Ariel, who grew human legs to be with her beloved Jeffrey. Yes. Now you're right. I believe it.
Al-Qaeda or.
And Robert Maxwell is actually Poseidon.
International terrorism or other transnational crimes such as drugs or human trafficking will go through the Arctic because it's such a.
No, sorry. King Triton is his name, not Poseidon. What was I talking about? Jeez.
A long, arduous, still cold place.
Triton, was it? King Triton? Anyway.
So what exactly is it that they were doing in the Arctic?
What is it? What were they doing in the Arctic? The Antarctic or the Arctic? They're different.
Lawrence Maxwell.
Like, you can't conflate the Antarctic and the Arctic. Like, they literally could not be further apart on planet Earth. They're very different zones.
Well, Krauss is a theoretical physicist.
What happened to the... Okay.
That was created to, quote, explore humankind's most fundamental questions about our origins. Among other members of the...
This is loose. These are loose connections. This is looser than the shit fucking Flesh Simulator and Bernie Goldsmith are coming up with. And this guy also knew Epstein, and he worked at a project that also did stuff with fucking Antarctica. Yeah, he's at a university. I'm sure some people were doing Antarctica shit.
Board of the Origins Project can be found some interesting names.
Okay, Finland, you are technically right. All right. The polls are closer than 2 points on opposite sides of the... Yeah, okay. I'm sorry I didn't fully explain the concept of an oblate spheroid. The true shape of the Earth is not technically a sphere. It's not. It is a little bit squashed that bulges out in the middle. Okay. All right. You owned me. You have defeated me in the marketplace of ideas, chat. I abdicate my role as the king of what is known.
Names, many of which appear in close relation to Jeffrey Epstein. Among these names is Lord Martin Rees.
Okay, now we got to add another guy. I don't know what the point of was bringing up Lawrence Krauss, but all right.
Name can be found in an email sent to new life forms are...
Robert Maxwell fell off that boat. He was just trying to return to his undersea throne to avoid taxes. But he forgot his gills. Yes. No, that's my theory.
Created that nudge the environment to be favorable to them over others. Elizabeth Loftus is another name on the advisory board of the Origins Project.
Great photo of her.
A woman The Foundation's primary focus was to explore the concept of false memory syndrome and to advocate for individuals who are accused of child sex abuse by confronting the validity of repressed memories held by their accusers. Elizabeth Loftus has become known for providing the framework.
Yo, was it you, Finland, who was talking about Elizabeth Loftus the other day in the Gobcord about how, like, the memory wars and stuff and how she, like, testified on behalf of, was it Harvey Weinstein?
Of what is now known as the false memory syndrome theory. False memory syndrome is described on Wikipedia as a, quote, proposed pattern of beliefs and behaviors in which a person's identity and relationships are affected by false memories of psychological trauma, recollections which are strongly believed by the...
Yeah, I mean, this seems like a really interesting rabbit hole to go down, because, like, no doubt, there are false memories. Oh, and she was at the Guylain's trial, too. Oh, interesting. Because, yeah, I mean, like, there are false memories. You know, we got, like, satanic panic shit and, like, you know, mass hysteria, you know, moral panic situations and people recalling things under hypnosis that may, in fact, be, you know, their mind trying to give the, you know, hypnotist the answer that they are clearly looking for and hallucinating things, which you can become traumatized by things that never happened to you if you are led to believe that they happened to you in this sort of circumstance. However, obviously, sometimes people are molested as children and they do repress that memory and they do recall that memory later. So it's quite difficult to say which ones are which, I think, sometimes. The satanic panic stuff, I think, is a little bit easier because it's like, okay, well, in order for these memories to be true, magic has to be real. So I think we can kind of cross some of them off the list, but it does get tricky.
Individual, but contested by the accused. FMS has never been recognized as an official mental illness in the DSM, the standard guidebook used by mental health professionals to establishing real mental health conditions. In 1993, one of the False Memory Foundation's scientific advisory board members, Rolf Underwager, was forced to resign from the board after giving an interview to Paideia, the Journal of Pedophilia.
Jeez, this is a lot of different fucking people here. Okay, the Journal of Pedophilia, Jesus, all right.
In which he defended pedophilia as a positive, responsible form of love. This is just one of many instances of controversies involved in this organization.
Yeah, true. Okay, yeah, Weinstein and Guylain's victims were teenagers. It wasn't like they're children. Yeah, for sure. So like you would think they would have better memories.
Elizabeth Loftus has remained a controversial figure in this space due to her history of protective measures for notorious predators. She has been the key defense expert in legal trials, including those of Ted Bundy, Harvey Weinstein, the McMartin preschool scandal, Jerry
And
Sandusky.
that one, like McMartin Preschool is like, this is, if you guys aren't familiar, the most expensive trial in U.S. history. And it was a satanic panic thing about these preschool owners. Not only were they supposedly like molesting kids,
Cool scandal.
they were also like doing these satanic rituals with them and taking them into the basement and stuff. And I think the thing I always think of when I'm thinking of false memory shit is one of the kids that was interviewed here. They were like, tell us what happened. And they were like, we went into the basement and there was a gorilla that they stole from the zoo. And the zoo gorilla, they cut off the gorilla's finger, and then the finger had blood coming out of it, and they held the finger over a bucket, and the bucket filled up with blood. And then they gave us all the bucket to drink the blood from it. And it's just like, there's a lot of things in there that don't seem true. Like, first of all, it seems physically impossible for a finger, even from a gorilla, to contain enough blood to fill up a bucket. Maybe it's a very small bucket. I don't know. Maybe it was like a little dollhouse play bucket that they had at this preschool. But you're telling me that these guys kidnapped a gorilla from the zoo? I also find that, I think that seems more like something a child would make up to have an interesting story to tell the nice police officer than a real thing that actually happened in real life. But there's a lot of kids that were telling these stories under hypnosis or whatever, under these circumstances where they were talking to adults who were looking for specific information. And this ballooned into, I think, still the most expensive trial in U.S. history. So it makes sense that, this would be a case where I think it would be good to have a false memory expert, there. Because they also had another one of the people they consulted for this trial was the fucking absolute fucking scoundrel who wrote Michelle Remembers.
Jerry Sandusky, O.J. Simpson, Bill Cosby, the Menendez brothers, and Ghislaine Maxwell.
The rest of these guys, I'm like, okay, I don't know, false memory thing with fucking Bill Cosby.
In each of these trials, she acted as the consultant to challenge the reliability of prosecution witnesses by presenting her theories on how memory can be easily distorted and fabricated over time.
Some of them didn't do some of the things they were accused of, even if they did other things that they were accused of.
Doctor, is it fair to say that you have built a lucrative career coming into court and testifying in criminal cases?
It's fair to say that I'm compensated for my time, just as you are.
Do you think I make $700 an hour?
Other noteworthy members of the board.
Memory expert is really a lucrative job. Maybe I should look into that.
Board of the Origins Project that can be found include Richard Dawkins, Noam Chomsky, and Nicole John.
I don't even know what this was, but like I have to laugh at the Dawkins fucking article that he popped up. Richard Dawkins defends mild pedophilia again and again. And it's like, oh my God, dude. Fuck. Like, actually a legend in the evolutionary biology space. The guy who invented the word meme, like a genuinely smart guy. And what the hell is he spending his time doing? Defending mild pedophilia? Talking about, genderism and like whatever. Trans people are fake. He also said he said, I watched, one of his craziest tweets was saying that he recently saw an amazing TV show called Young Sheldon. It's very funny. Everyone will like it. It's very clever. It's like, you're supposed to be smart, man. Why do you have these opinions?
Dawkins, Noam Chomsky, and Nicole John Sievers, among others. So
Penn Jillette also, the only guy I can really think of, no, actually, he never went to Epstein's house. I was thinking of Louis Black, but Penn Jillette says he said on Rogan that he had friends who had been to Epstein's house. I don't think he's associated with it.
So what exactly does an organization with board members such as this have to do with Antarctica? According to an email sent to Jeffrey Epstein, it charters private cruises across the Arctic through the company Silver Sea Expeditions, an ultra-luxury travel organization whose partner list includes the International Association of Antarctica Tour Operators. According to their website, they are a, quote, member organization found...
We are going all over the place. Where the hell does this come back to Oliver Tree?
in 1991 to advocate and promote the practice of safe and environmentally responsible private sector travel to the Antarctic. In previous course,
By how loud the music is, I assume we're getting to a point here. Somehow he's going to connect all these loose threads.
Correspondence between Lawrence Krauss and Jeffrey Epstein, Krauss personally invited Epstein to join on one of these private sector tours. The email reads as follows, quote, "Do you want to come to Antarctica on the cruise with me and Brian Schmidt and Nancy, etc.? December 12, 2015. It could be fun. The ship is a fancy one, and you could get yourself one of the fancy suites. Let me know. No thanks, I hate boats, aka floating prisons. But the opportunities for seasickness are simply not available anywhere else. No, quite the contrary. I can merely view your videos from a multitude of locations. Ah, good point. Of course, you haven't seen my videos with Jennifer Lawrence."
He claimed to find a mythical subterranean kingdom inhabited by enlightened lizard-like beings. Today, this so-called Hollow Earth, aka Agartha, is rumored to be a preferred vacation destination for the global elites.
Okay, you know what? He did it. He did connect it. I'm so sorry I doubted you, 51 Syndicate. Yes, that is what he said, that there is a preferred global destination for the global... And sure enough, Lawrence Krauss was trying to get fucking Epstein to go to Antarctica with him. Okay.
Despite the fact that no court has ever fully investigated basically any of the leads within the Epstein case such as this, there are countless cases of correspondence between Jeffrey...
What do you want them to investigate? You want the DOJ to send Todd Blanche to fucking Antarctica on a Agartha seeking mission? I mean, I would sign the change.org petition for that.
Epstein and
Yeah, actually, I am fully in favor of that.
high-ranking individuals within the world of politics, finance, entertainment, and science that can at least help independent researchers make their own attempts to put all these pieces together. Why this email chain ends on the topic of videos of Jennifer Lawrence in the context of a supposed trip to Antarctica with Epstein, or why so many powerful people have a vested interest in the most barren continent on Earth, is up to you to decide. What we can confirm is that Lawrence Krauss has been to Antarctica with the Origins Project, and that he has had an ambiguous yet undeniable relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. I don't think the fact that some of the last things Oliver Tree did in his life was make PSA videos about child abuse and a documentary about Antarctica should be overlooked when researching his life and his death, given that both of these topics definitely don't do anyone in the entertainment world any favors when they're talked about publicly.
Agartha? Okay.
One final note for this video I want to mention is that there are other artists who have died after using their voice to speak out against child trafficking. In 2015, Avicii made his directorial debut with the music video for A Better Day. If you haven't seen the video, I highly encourage you to go watch it. He spoke about the video in an interview saying, quote, "The promise of a better life often traps families and children into being used as tools for some of the most despicable people on earth. It's an issue about which I hope to start a louder discussion, especially now with the huge number of families on the move from war-torn countries looking for safety and shelter. This was more than a decade ago, and these words echo louder than ever with everything that's going on across the world right now." Although he wasn't signed to Atlantic, several of Avicii's tracks and regional releases were handled through Atlantic and Warner Music Group imprint deals in which they partnered with the smaller label One More Tune. Avicii died from suicide on April 20th, 2018. It's clear to me that Oliver Tree was trying to shed light on something. Whether the Antarctica documentary was a way for Oliver to expose hidden truths, or the Mr. Pizza series truly was a warning about the dangers of child predators and the deeper, higher-reaching political aspect of the whole problem, is again up to you to decide. I encourage everyone to look further into this problem and to continue to speak out about the Epstein files, because it's obvious to all of us that no real justice has been served at this point in time. So after all of this, what do you think? Let me know in the comments what I might have missed, what your thoughts on the whole situation are, and what other videos you'd like to see in the future. I can't thank you all enough.
Oh my God, this was exactly the thing I was looking for. I did not realize that the theories were, like, I was like, what the fuck, the Antarctica thing? Is that what, it can't be about Agartha. No, it's about Agartha. It is actually about Agartha. I feel like maybe we were underestimating how many people believe in Hollow Earth theory. I found this. This is a interview on Give It To Me Straight podcast with Carrie Colby, who's a drag queen. trans woman, drag queen. But this was nuts. I remember like when it was announced she was on like the All-Star season, right? Where people were like, "Oh, she believes in Hollow Earth or Flat Earth or whatever." And then but it's from this. Oh well, I guess she had tweeted about it. But then there was this exchange in a podcast with her.
Saw as a top 4. Yeah. But reeling it back in for a moment, I feel like when it comes to like trans-related issues and topics, you've always spoke so eloquently, but about some other things not so much. And I think you said it best.
Not other things, not so much.
In 2016, you said, "The world is trying to make many things smart. Some things should stay dumb." And you misspelled the word too, by the way. Do you still stand by that?
I was talking about myself, so yeah.
Yeah, you think so?
I agree with that. The world is trying to make a lot of things smart, and some things should stay dumb. Like, some people don't need...
Wait, okay, this isn't the part I wanted to play. Wait. Okay, here we go.
Simple life, simple.
Mm-hmm.
There's beauty in that.
Yeah. You still think the Earth is hollow?
You know what? We haven't been through it. I haven't been through it.
What do you mean we haven't been through it? Like through the Earth?
The only person that flew over something and saw and actually came back with recordings saying that they saw that the Earth did have a crater that went into another place. He died.
It's a funny moment because like you can tell that the interviewer, Maddie, is it Maddie Morphosis? I don't even know them. Sorry. But you can tell that they thought this was going to be like, oh, yeah, you still believe in Hollow Earth? And she's like, of course not. That was so silly. But no, she realizes, oh, shit. No, she's actually serious.
Basically, we don't know. I do think that there are other parts in this world that we truly cannot fathom of exploring. And I think that this Earth is a lot older and houses a lot more information than humanity told from the winner's side of wars would care to address. So I think...
Wait, what? What do you mean by that? What wars? Specifically, what wars were the winners trying to hide the Hollow Earth from? World War II? Just tell me if it's World War II or not. Do you think the Nazis would have told us about Hollow Earth?
Would care to address. So I think that there's a lot more, you know?
You mentioned too, whenever you were talking about like Hollow Earth, you said that something about like the poles didn't make sense. Like what did you mean by that?
If you look at like what people have done in the CIA,
the poles don't make sense.
Like back in like the 40s and the 20s and the early 1900s.
CIA didn't exist in any of those decades. Yeah, 40s, I guess it did. But
hundreds, and like now it's public information because it's not like pertinent to the safety of the United States anymore.
Right.
There's a lot of things that they were like trying to explore. There was like a mass expansion. Same thing as like Magellan or Christopher Columbus. They wanted to expand and find new horizons. Well, they were doing that with planes and technology once they had access to it. And there's accounts of people who were astronauts saying that Earth looked very different from when you're...
Astronauts thought the world looked different when they're in space. What's this part?
Like, let's actualize the globe. And like I said, he had that full commentary of as he was flying over the South Pole, and that it was hollow and that there was like a civilization and like world in that hollowness. And then he literally was murdered like very shortly after. Like just the plane crashed like randomly. It's giving Aaliyah.
Aaliyah rocked the boat.
The boat was rocked. Feel how you want. You know, I don't think that it's not my business whether the Earth is hollow or not. But
anyway, I always find that interview enjoyable. But hey, you know, there are people out there who believe this. There are people out there who take this very seriously. And yes, I agree with sorry, who was it? Yeah, Vin Van Voom. He kind of went beast mode a little bit with the documentary we just watched, a snippet of 51 Syndicate. I agree. Like, this was, I was not expecting him to tie it all together at the end in a pretty satisfying way, even for such a ridiculous premise. Hey, yeah, okay. Look at all these other artists who died mysteriously. Okay, and hey, maybe those weird AI pictures he put in his documentary, a brief 2-minute thing in his long kind of ADHD ramble of a movie that was about Agartha. Maybe that was the secret truth he was trying to get out. Maybe it was about Epstein refusing to visit Antarctica with Lawrence Krauss. Okay. I said multiple times, I was like, what? Okay, Lawrence Krauss, when is this going to come back to Agartha? And it did. What can I say? What can any of us say? And with that, I bid you guys adieu. I think this is my longest stream ever, and it got kind of intense, and then it got kind of not intense afterwards. But trust me, we will be back, and I do have some Obsidian shit I really want to go over with you about Bohemian Grove. It's just going to take me a while, so maybe we'll do that next week. But for now, stay goblin, my friends. Should I have a name? Should I call you guys my goblins or something? Should I do what like the Falcon Finance and Flush Simulator do? Should we coordinate harassment mobs against people? What can we do? Oh, how can we fuck them over? How can we ruin their life? Would that be fun? Anyway, hop in the gob cord, you know. Should I play my little music before we go? No, I should just go. Bye, everybody. Bye.
I wanted to air this because I got sent this and I saw this and I watched most of it. I didn't see it all this morning. It's like 30 minutes long, but I watched part of it. And the guy's saying he's criticizing me because you do that, you don't get banned by the algorithm. And he's just one server coming on the waves we created. So he pretty much gets it. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name, Extra Chill Goblin. We always like goblin jokes. I don't know why. I made goblin jokes years ago that became super viral, so whatever. Yeah. I'll air that. So here's Extra Chill Goblin, and then Harrison Smith takes over. Here it is. Extra Chill Goblin. He pretty much gets it. Dirty. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. Extra Chill Goblin Vomit, Slop, and Blood. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's got a goblin guide charging into a goblin's nest. I don't want to see him kissing goblins. I just don't want to catch him in bed with a goblin. Literal empire belly goblins are hobbling around coming after us. Extra chill goblin.
That sounds exactly like something a demon would say.